Lead me, Lord, lead me by the hand and help me face the rising sun. Comfort me through all the pain that life may bring. There's no other hope that I can lean upon. Lead me, Lord, lead me all my life. Walk by me across the lonely roads that I may face. Take my arms and let your hand show me the way. Show the way to live inside your heart all my days, all my life. You are my light, you're the lamp upon my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. You are my life, I cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guiding love all through my life. Lead me, Lord. Lead me, Lord. Even though at times I'd rather go along my way, help me take the right direction, take your road. Lead me, Lord, and never leave my side all my days, all my life. You are my light, you're the lamp upon my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. You are my life, I cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guiding love all through my life. You are my light, you're the lamp upon my feet. All the time, my Lord, I need you there. Oh, I cannot live alone. Let me stay by your guiding love all through my life, all through my days. Lead me, Lord. Lead me, Lord.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Bayang magiliw, peles ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisitin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bahaw, may tinakang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingig, ang bituin na araw na kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pansin aming ligaya na pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Alright, you may now take your seats. Once again, thank you, Sir Roldan, for that wonderful opening prayer song. So alam mo ba din na si Sir Roldan ay first runner-up sa Itbulaga
Wow,
Doble
I really-
Cara? Correct me, sir, if I'm wrong? Di ba?
Thank you, Sir
Contestant
Rod.
po siya noong way back 2020 sa
Yes.
Itbulaga Doble Cara.
Yes.
So kaya niya
Ay,
magboses
wow.
babae, kaya niya magboses lalaki. What a very talented person.
Yes, indeed, ano? So, the media plays a powerful role in shaping public understanding and attitude towards health. In a time where information spreads rapidly, the need for accurate, ethical, and responsible health reporting is more important than ever. In the Bicol region, persistent health challenges such as communicable diseases, malnutrition, disaster-related health risk, and the stigma surrounding sensitive health issues demand a strategic and compassionate communication approach.
Yes, given this context, there is a need to strengthen the collaboration between the health sector and media practitioners to improve the quality, accuracy, and reach of health information in the region by enhancing media's capacity to report on health and by providing them with direct access to reliable sources. The Media Health Summit in Bicol aims to create a stronger alliance for public health advocacy and information dissemination. In particular, mental health and suicide, HIV and AIDS, and the health promotional framework, which will be discussed by our esteemed health experts later on.
Yes, ano? So we also invited po the Philippine Information Agency, which is under the Presidential Communications Office, to talk about media and information literacy, especially in today's digital world, di ba, Kenneth? Kasi ano na tayo it's the digital era. So mas mabilis
medyo
na
ano
lahat.
tayo, yes, mas
Yes.
focus ng mga karamihan sa mga social media.
All right. So with
Alright.
that said,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second Media Health Summit of the Department of Health, Bicol Center for Health Development.
I am Maita Denise
And I
Bobbies.
am Kenneth Paul Dado from the DOH Bicol Center for Health Development Communications Management Unit.
Yes, so we are also live po at the official Facebook page of DOH Bicol CHD. So our audience po can watch online. So ayan, ano, the first or the if we remember,
Yes, ano?
di ba Kenneth, if we
Yes.
remember, wala pa actually ako sa DOH.
Wala pa.
Pero, since second to, syempre may nauna. The first Media Health Summit actually was held way back in 2019. So ayan.
Before pandemic,
Oo.
nagkaroon na pala ng Media Health Summit.
Yun na po yung last kasi nagka-pandemic na. But
Yes.
we've returned for the second time around. So I think po, yung first Media Health Summit natin was in Naga City, di ba? And it was spearheaded by the Health Promotion Unit, which was led, we all know, Ma'am Noemi Braun, di ba
Yes, your
po?
mama. So,
Yes. Yes, and it focused on the implementation of universal healthcare and effective reporting of health messages. So, sino po ba dito yung nakakaalala nung first media summit? Or sino po yung nag-attend nung first media
Ay, ayun
summit?
si Sir.
Meron
Nag-attend
ba?
si Sir.
Ay, si
Ayun,
Sir
sa
Dennis. Sino pa? Ayan si Sir.
Ayan,
Ay-
Sir.
Ayan si Meron pa pala po tayo dito yung mga ano
Yeah.
na
Thank
way
you so
back.
much, Sir Ma'am, sa pag-attend ulit sa ating second Media Health Summit.
Yes po, all right.
So now, let me acknowledge our participants. Let us welcome our media partners from print, broadcast, and online or digital media who are from the province of Albay. So sino po dito, mga taga-province of Albay?
Asa na po ang Albay!
Albay!
Yan! Energy, guys!
Yes, nandito pala
Energy.
sila.
Alright,
What,
next.
yes, what about in Camarines Sur?
Kamsur.
Meron po ba? Ay, solo
Ayun,
si
Ma'am
Ma'am.
Glenn.
Hi, Ma'am.
Hi, Ma'am Glenn.
From RPN. Ayan. Welcome to
yes.
Media Health Summit.
Yes.
What about from Camarines Norte? Meron po ba?
Meron po ba from Cam Norte?
Wala
Okay,
po.
baka on the way pa lang.
Baka on the way pa lang. So,
Alright.
imagine 6 hours, 6 to
Oo
7
nga eh.
hours bago
Oo
ka
nga.
makapunta dito.
Hindi
Right?
naman, mga 5
What about from, ano naman, sa island naman tayo? What about Catanduanes? Meron po ba? Stranded. Kasi
yes
signal
po.
number 1 na tayo.
May bagyo na kasi.
Bakit ganun,
so,
partner?
ayan.
Pag
Load
may
na lang
activity-
po tayo sa live.
Pag may
Ayan.
activity tayo,
Oo.
lagi tayong
Anyway, safety first.
Yes
Ayan.
po. Catanduanes and Masbate, stranded po, di ba? So,
Sorsogon.
oo, pwede naman silang manood sa ating,
Sa ating
live
live,
stream.
oo.
Ayan. What about in the province of Sorsogon? Yeah! Ron, yan.
Madami-dami din po, ano. Hello. Ayan.
Yes po. So welcome po ulit. We also would like to acknowledge our partners from the Philippine Information Agency Bicol and kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas or KBP Albay and Camarines Sur chapters to help us in inviting our media partners. Aside from our media partners, we also have with us our other health communicators from the Bicol Regional Hospital and Medical Center or BRHMC. Andito na po ba sila? Ay, ayun. Welcome, ma'am. Alright. What about sa DOH Camarines Sur Treatment and Rehabilitation Center, CSTRC? Hello, sir.
Yes,
po,
sir.
andun po. What about DOH Malinaw Treatment and Rehabilitation Center, MTRC? Ay, ayun. Ayan sila. Welcome po. Albay Public Information Office. Dito na po.
Albay, PIO. Hello.
On the way pa lang siguro.
Alright.
And LGU Kamalig Public Information Office.
Ayun,
Ayun.
sila, sir. Thank you po for coming.
Nakakayaan pa sila.
Yes. Alright, so once again, magandang umaga po and welcome sa ating second Media Health Summit. Okay, so let us hear the welcome message of our Local Health Support Division Chief, Dr. Gladys D. Escote.
Maray na aga po. Kahit maulan, you're still here. No? Participating in this second na pala yung ating Media Health Summit. Probably I said earlier first, siguro first siya post-pandemic. Okay? So good morning to everyone, our esteemed partners from broadcast, radio, and social media. Welcome to the Media Health Summit, second, but first, post-pandemic. So as we gather here today, we recognize the vital role that each of you plays in shaping public understanding and influencing health behavior. Malaking tabang po kamo sa muya. The media practitioners, you are not just a messenger. You are our lifeline that connects people to truth, awareness, and empowerment. At lagi ko pong sinasabi, no, sa mga gatherings, we are not disseminating chismis. Yung mga fake news or talagang chismis, but we are disseminating chismis na ang ibig sabihin ay, or acronym na TSISMIS, no? May meaning po iyan. T for tama, S and I, sigurado. Another S, sapat. Yung M ay makabuluhang information system. No? So dapat po ang chismis natin ay hindi yung marites, but yung chismis na tama, sigurado, sapat, at makabuluhang information system. In times of health emergencies, outbreaks, and even during moments of uncertainty, your voices guide communities. You help translate complex medical information into stories that are relatable, trusted, and actionable, as well as correct fake news. This summit is a space for collaboration, a chance for us in the health sector to strengthen our partnership with you, our storytellers and truth bearers, so that together we can amplify credible, compassionate, and life-saving messages to every corner of our region and beyond. Most especially yung ating mga unserved and underserved areas. So let us move forward with shared purpose and commitment, which is to communicate not just for awareness, but for action and change. As we say in Bicol, ang tataramo na may puso, nag-aayonin kapwa. Words spoken with heart have the power to heal others. Dahil ang serbisyong Salud Bicol noon sa bagong Pilipinas, bawat buhay ay mahalaga. Thank you, and once again, welcome to our second Media Health Summit.
Thank you very much po, Doc Gladys Escote, our Local Health Support Division Chief. Ayan, so
Yes.
sabi
Thank you so
nga
much
po,
ulit, Ra.
sabi nga po ni Doc Gladys, alam naman nating lahat, as media professionals, we should value truth and accuracy at all
Yes,
times.
wag tayo ng
Oo.
Samaritas lang.
Oo naman. Kasi kahit
Perfect.
kami sa Communications Management Unit, we
Yes.
value the same principles. Diba? All right. So, thank you very much, Doc Gladys. Now, let's head on and watch the video message of our dear Regional Director, Dr. Rosa Maria B. Rempilio.
Greetings of health and wellness to our esteemed guest speakers, R.D. Ramil A. Marianito of the Philippine Information Agency Regional Office 5, Dr. Maria Angeli Lorbes Morico of the BRHMC, our very own DOH Bicol CHD speaker representatives, Dr. Monre Isaiah Mancilia of the Health Promotion Unit, Mr. Samuel David Banico of HIV/AIDS and STI Prevention and Control Program Coordinator, Ms. Windalyn Baluis, Mental Health Coordinator, to our dedicated media partners, other partners in public service, the sustained health initiatives of the Philippines, and advocates for truth and health. A warm welcome to all of you here at the Media Health Summit of the DOH Bicol CHD through the Communications Management Unit. It is truly heartening to see so many passionate communicators gathered with one shared mission to bring health information closer to every Bicolano in a truthful, compassionate, and impactful way. In an era where news travels faster than ever, where one click can shape public perception, and where misinformation can spread quickly as a virus, your role as members of the media has never been more vital. Every story you tell, every frame you capture, and every headline you write holds the power to influence decisions, inspire actions, and even save lives. As partners in promoting health, you help us transform policies and programs into stories that resonate with families and communities. Stories that spark awareness, empathy, and hope. But we also recognize that health reporting comes with challenges. Topics such as mental health, suicide, and HIV/AIDS require sensitivity, responsibility, and a deep understanding of the human stories behind the statistics. Through this summit, we aim to provide a safe space for learning and dialogue, where journalists and health professionals can share insights, build trust, and strengthen our collaboration for the good of the public. Our objectives today are clear: to build lasting partnerships between the DOH Bicol CHD and our media allies, to enhance your skills in accurate and ethical health reporting, to promote awareness of our region's priority health concerns, and to encourage responsible coverage of sensitive issues that affect the lives and dignity of many Bicolanos. This summit is more than just a learning session. It is a commitment to truth, empathy, and public service. Together, we can create a culture where health communication uplifts rather than frightens, educate rather than mislead, and heal rather than harm. As we move forward, may we continue to see the media not just as a messenger, but as a partner in saving lives, breaking stigma, and nurturing healthier, more informed communities. Once again, thank you for your presence, your dedication, and your partnership. May this summit inspire us all to write, speak, and report with both accuracy and heart for the health and well-being of every Bicolano. Maraming salamat. Diyos mabalos sa Indogabos.
Of RD Rempilio. So, para sa kaalaman ng lahat, our RD is currently attending an activity at the central office.
Yes.
And she is glad that you are all here to collaborate and partner with the health department. Yan. So, Draros, yan, thank you so much.
Yes.
So, partner, ayan na, simulan na tayo. Sa wakas, natuloy din yung Second Media Health Summit.
Yes po. Ayan, so ang dami na po natin, ano? So, may we request yung everyone at the back,
Yes
please
po.
po, or
Please lang.
kahit para mas madali, yung nasa front po, umusog pa po dito konti sa
Opo,
harap.
dito na po tayo, Sarah.
Yes, kasi po, para mas kita
Para
nyo
mas
yung,
kita naman.
yung
Opo.
speaker.
Yes.
Please po, ayan.
Pa-assist na lang
Sige.
po yung
Pasis
iba po.
na lang po.
Sige, Den. Kaya mo yan, Den.
Apa. Dito na lang po tayo sa harap para pag nakita tayo sa live, pak, ganun.
Yes po.
Dito na po tayo sa harap. Huwag na po tayong mahiya.
Sige po,
Tayo-tayo
sir.
lang naman.
Yeah, wala pong bayad yan.
Walang bayad yung front seats, hindi
Mas
yung
maganda
VIP.
kapag nasa front seats.
Sige na po, ma'am. Sa harap na po tayo. Usog-usog lang ng konti. Yan.
Sige, push mo yan, partner. Kaya mo
Sige
yan.
na po. Sa harap
Sige,
na po
kaya
tayo.
mo yan, partner.
Or yung iba po, yung mga nahihirapan, yung iba dito na lang.
Apa.
Yan.
And
Huwag na po
syempre,
tayo mahiya, please.
I-welcome din natin din yung mga bagong dating na
Yes po, may
media
mga
partners
bagong dating
natin.
po tayo.
Welcome po ulit sa ating
Opo.
Media Health Summit.
Welcome po. Ayan. We have po representatives from BRHMC. Sir.
Hello, sir, ma'am. Ayan.
Ayan sila, sir and
So
ma'am.
baka pwedeng lumipat na tayo dito sa unahan.
Oo.
Kayo na lang ang ating magiging
Since
alay.
tinawag ko kayo, doon na kayo sa unahan.
Partners naman tayo. Partners naman tayo. BRHMC and DOH.
Yes. Ayan, sila sir, mga comfy na kayo dito. Hello,
Oo,
sir.
kasi may mga magdatingan
Opo.
pa partner ng mga media natin.
Oo nga eh. Oo.
So, dyan na
Okay,
sila.
babalik na ako sa stage.
Opo.
Okay na ata.
Kaya partner.
Kaya,
Oo.
yes.
So siguro kailangan pa natin ng konting ehersisyo pa, no? Di ba?
Yes.
Sa ating pang-araw-araw na gawain. So before that, may napapansin ka ba din? Kapag nagko-conduct tayo ng press conference, lagi lang natin nakikita ang mga media partners natin na nakaupo,
Oo.
nakatayo, naghahawak ng camera nila. Dapat pasayawin naman natin
Oo,
sila.
masyado kasi kayong seryoso, guys. Alam niyo
Yes,
ba
lagi
yun?
na lang tayo tutok sa mga national issues. So, medyo mag-ano din tayo ngayon. So,
Alright.
before we head on to our topics, let's set the tone with a Zumba performance by Zin May Ebrada.
Ebrada.
So, ayan, wala pong
Wala
uupo
pong
dyan, ha? So,
exempted,
lahat po
ha?
dapat tayo nakatayo. Ayan,
So,
so sabay-sabay
everyone,
tayong
please
sasaya po.
stand.
Let us
Magzuzumba
all
po
stand.
tayo.
Yes, and join our Zumba instructor
Everyone, please
for
stand
this
po for our
morning's
Zumba.
exercise. So wala pong uupo, ha, lahat tayo sasayaw.
All right.
So let's call on our Zumba instructor, the Zin May Ebrada.
Zin May Ebrada, take it
Ayan,
away.
para ganado na yung ating mga media partners. Sasayaw na sila. Ayan.
Good morning po.
Good morning. Ready na po kita? Magpadaplos. Kay Pongo po ang energy and smiling do. You say, ha! Okay, para hindi bumaho ang hininga. Ha! Joke! Good morning!
Okay, cue the music. Wala pong uupo, lahat tumayo.
So sisigaw lahat, sigaw!
See that girl
May nagcha-cha-cha na sa likod.
Paano yung step?
If you can make your mind up, I will never get started. And I don't wanna wind up winding broken hearted. So if you really love me, say yes. But if you don't, confess. But please don't tell me. Perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. Perhaps, 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 perhaps,
Thank you so much once again
Ayan!
to the Zinmay Ebrada Zumba
Thank you
instructor.
so much po.
Pinagod nyo kami.
Parang ibis na nagkaroon ako energy, nawalan ako. Hindi, joke lang. Thank you so much for that
Ayan
lively
na.
performance.
Hangos muna, hangos.
Kamusta kayo? Okay, masaya?
Oo.
Sabi ni Ma'am Awi,
yung,
oo.
yung mga nakakain na daw ng snack, hindi masaya, appendicitis na.
Anyway, all right.
Siguro kung may itatangal tayong best in Zumba,
Oo
may
nga
napili
eh.
na tayo.
Yes. But anyway, partner, that was such a mood starter and I hope na hindi kayo mabobore for our next... oo. Pinapawisan daw siya. Anyway, as we all know, we are here to understand further the topics on health promotion, HIV, and mental health awareness. But aside from these po, meron po tayong, or kailangan din natin magkaroon ng knowledge of our health program. So our booths for health promotion and free HIV screening are now officially open! Ayan. So, meron po tayong mga booths sa likod.
Ayan. We have Ma'am Angela
Yes po.
Fajardo and Doc Monray to assist us. So please feel free to visit the booths while listening to our topics.
Actually, partner, punta tayo sa likod para quick
Sige
chat
nga, sige.
with our booths. Para naman may
Silipin
knowledge
naman
tayo.
natin.
Yes,
Oo.
okay. Medyo mahaba-habang walk to.
Wag na, napagod na nga ako sa kakasayaw.
Napagod
Lalakad
ka
pa
ba?
tayo.
Pinawisan ka nga halata.
Yes.
All right. Hello po, hello sa inyo. So, of course, Kuya Kenneth.
Sige, diyan ka na muna. Diyan ka na.
Oh, sige, diyan ka.
Tigisa tayo.
All right.
Okay. Ikaw na muna.
Ako na
Jack and
muna.
Poy tayo.
Ay, nako. All right. So, we have here with us Sir Renz and Ma'am Kath from the Sustained Health Initiatives of the Philippines for their booth on HIV awareness. So, ano po ba, Sir Renz and Ma'am Kath, yung ino-offer natin sa ating booth?
Ayan. So, una sa lahat, ino-normalize natin yung HIV testing. This is our message na HIV test is now very accessible. Very confidential naman yung pagdadaanan. In 10 to 15 minutes time, may result na kaagad. You may also access some of the commodities na bit-bit namin. Meron kami dito different IAC materials and condoms and lubes. Later on, magbibit-bit din kami pan-display ng self-testing kit. Yan sa mga bago ino-offer natin sa program as well as PrEP. That is our commodity na ino-offer naman natin sa mga HIV negative. So again, inikayat namin po lahat umattend dito sa summit na please try it. Mag-test kayo for HIV. It's very safe, confidential, very private, pero sobrang bilis po ng result. Thank you po.
Ayan, thank you so much, Sir Ren. So makikita nyo, ang dami nilang available, di ba? May mga condoms, meron tayong HIV, mga screening, no? And alam po kung paano yan i-administer nila, Sir Ren. So,
Yes.
just head on to our booths. Pwede
Mabilis
na po kayo
na bibilis
actually.
lang ang result, di ba,
Oo
sir?
nga eh, ang
Ayan.
galing. Thank you so much, Sir
Thank you so
Renz
much.
and Ma'am
So, dako
Kath.
po muna tayo dito sa Health Promotion Unit. Ang booth natin, 7 healthy habits. So, kasama po natin si Ma'am Angela Fajardo. So Ma'am Angela, ano po ang meron natin sa ating booth?
Yes, so dala po sa atin ng Health Promotion Unit ng DOHB o CHD ang Health Promotion Booth kung saan pwede po tayo makakuha ng mga SBC o Social and Behavior Change Materials na dati po nating tinatawag na IEC material. So, kung kayo po ay nangangailangan ng information tungkol sa diabetes, meron po tayong mga brochures, mga sakit na pwedeng makuha tuwing tag-ulan. Ito yung tinatawag na wild diseases, such as food and waterborne diseases, influenza, dengue, and leptospirosis, and many more. At iniimbitahan din po natin ang ating media partners at ang lahat ng mga nanonood sa ating live na mag-join sa aming Viber community. So kung gusto niyo pong maging connected sa Health Promotion Unit, kami po ay makikita sa Viber. Maaari pong iscan yung nakikita niyong QR code to join us there. Araw-araw po kami nagsisend ng health information and health education. At kung kailangan naman po natin ng mga soft copy ng mga health promotion materials, mga videos, voice-overs, mga health education or health information materials tuwing may pumuputok na mga sakit katulad ng pertussis, heat stroke at iba pa, pwede po kayong pumunta sa bit.ly/HP Library 2023 para sa aming risk communication materials. At meron din po kaming tinatawag na material directory kung saan mahahanap nyo lahat ng mga communication materials ng Health Promotion Unit. Makikita nyo po yung QR code. Pwede po din natin i-type ang bit.ly/HP material directory. At pwede din po tayo makakuha ng mga stickers na may kinalaman sa ating kalusugan. So ayan, again, ang message po ng Health Promotion ay gawin ang 7 healthy habits. Ayan, una-una sa lahat, move more, eat right. Ito po yan. Yan, move more, eat right, or sundin ang pinggang Pinoy. Huwag po natin kalimutan, be clean, live sustainably, get vaccinated. Ayan, umiwas po tayo sa bisyo. And pangalagaan po natin ang ating mental health. Nasa stickers po natin yan. At pag-usapan natin ang sexualidad. And lastly po, ayan, unahin ang kaligtasan natin at ng iba. Maraming salamat, Sir Ken.
Ayan, thank you so much, Ma'am Angela, for that very informative. Linahat-lahat niya na.
Yes.
Pero bakit yung sinabi mong move more right, eat right, nakatingin talaga sa akin. Aray ko.
Thank you so much.
Ayan, thank you so much, Ma'am
Opo.
Angela. So, kung may mga gusto po na mag-ano po dito sa ating booth, ayan.
Yes po.
Ipa-facilitate po kayo ni
Yes.
Ma'am Angela and ni na Ma'am Kat sa HIV screening.
All right. So let's
ayan.
head
Balik
back.
na tayo.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sige po, kape-kape muna po tayo.
So since nakapag-zumba na ang lahat at may introduction na tayo sa ating mga booths, so proceed na tayo sa ating first talk.
Yes.
Right?
So sino po ang first talk?
All right. So for our first topic, to discuss the health promotion framework of the Department of Health, let us all welcome the head of the Health Promotion Unit, the energetic, the majestic, Dr. Monray Isaiah C. Mansilla.
Thank you very much, Sir Kenneth. And first, it is my pleasure to stand in front of every one of you. Dati po ay, yung iba sa inyo, pinapakinggan ko lang sa radyo, nakikita sa TV, etc. Tapos ngayon, again, it's my pleasure po na magsalita before you. Hopefully po, meron po akong ma-share na maaari po nating gamitin para mapagtulungan natin yung pag-promote at gawin nating mas malusog ang ating mga kababayan dito po sa Bicol Region. Na po? So, to start, hindi gumagana. Naka-off. Yon. Dati po, pag nagpapa-interview ako lagi yung tinatanong. So, Doc, blah, blah, blah. Ngayon, okay lang po ba na ako naman ang mag-interview sa inyo? Baliktarin natin ng konti para may experience din po kayo kung papaano tinatanong at ini-interview. Ano po? Sige po, simulan natin. Ako, hindi na tingin sa akin. Unang katanungan po, para sa inyo, ano po ang kalusugan? Sino po sa inyo ang sa table number 1? Sino po ituturo? Ayan, eto daw po. Sir Homer, para sa inyo po, ano ang kalusugan?
Para sa akin, yung kalusugan ay sa katawan. Yung kung ano po yung kinakain natin na ayon sa ating katawan, na kailangan ng ating katawan, yun po ang para sa akin na meaning ng kalusugan po.
Okay, kalusugan. Sige po. Dito naman tayo sa likod. Balita ko sa likod daw yung dapat kong mga tanungin. Kasi magagaling daw ang umuupo sa likod. Tama po ba? Tama. Sino po dito ang representative sa table na to? Etong katapat ko. Hindi na po siya sa akin tumitingin, ma'am. Sir, sige po. Usapan po natin ito. Gusto niyo po bang maging malusog? Yes. Ano po yung definition po ninyo ng health o kalusugan?
Yung kalusugan is yung holistic yung holistic na kalagayan ng isang tao. Hindi lang siya sa physical, it also involves the mental and spiritual siguro, no? Yung kabuang kalagayan ng isang tao para makapag-function siya ng maayos batay sa kanyang pang-araw-araw na mga aktibidad. Yun pa.
Mukhang hindi ko na pala kailangan mag-lecture. Dito naman tayo sa kabila. Okay. Sino po dito ang healthy sa table na to? Sino po ang healthy? Si ma'am. Sige po. So, ano po sa inyo ang definition ninyo ng kalusugan or health?
Absence of disease, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, lahat-lahat na po. As long as optimum living.
Okay, sige. Thank you very much po. So, tama po yung inyong mga kasagutan. Ano po? So, ang health po, dinidefine natin siya, is a complete dynamic state po siya. Ibig sabihin, ngayong araw, maaring healthy tayo, mamaya, medyo compromised ng konti yung health. Pero ang goal natin dyan is maibalik natin agad sa estado na healthy tayo. Kung saan, meron daw po tayong kompletong physical, mental, and social well-being. Hindi lamang daw po ibig sabihin na wala tayong sakit, wala tayong karamdaman, ay automatic healthy tayo. Kasi kailangan muna nating kumpletuhin yung estado ng physical, mental, and social well-being. So pag sinabi po nating physical well-being, ito po yung kapasidad ng isang tao na yes, po pwede pong magkasakit. Kapag naglagnat po ba, nagkaubo-sipon, hindi na healthy? Hindi na po ba healthy? Healthy pa rin? Maaring hindi na. Kasi yung physical health ay merong pong nararamdaman. Pansinin niyo po yan, kapag naglalagnat po kayo, ang gusto ng katawan natin ay hindi tayo nung 100% natin. Gusto natin magpahinga, hindi natin na-perform yung mga tasks natin. Pero ang point again natin dito is kaya gusto natin ma-establish ang iba't ibang health programs ay kahit magkasakit tayo, ay maibalik po natin kayo sa estado na healthy pa rin. Okay? Pag sinabi po natin na social well-being, anong ibig pong sabihin nun? Ito yung kapasidad po natin nag-build ng magandang relationship. Relationship sa mga kasama natin sa trabaho, sa community, etc. At pag sinabi po nating mental health, so we are actually celebrating the Mental Health Month ngayon po, tama? Kaya mamaya may mga discussion po tayo. Pag sinabi nating mental health, ito po yung estado kung saan, sino po pala dito ang stressed? Ay, wala. Sino ang hindi stressed? Wala rin. So, nasaan po tayo? Salant-salant lang? Okay. Kasi po, ang mental health, ito po ay usapin na yes, tatanggapin po natin na marami talagang stressors, maraming stress na maaari po tayong ma-encounter in our life. But mentally healthy po tayo kung kaya po nating mag-cope up doon sa stress na yon. Imagine, for example, okay, due date, tapos wala ka pang pera, masi-stress ka. Pero yung ability mo to cope up dun sa situation na yon, yun yung magsispell ng difference kung tayo ay mentally healthy pa or not. Bukod dyan, sa mental health, gusto natin, nare-realize ninyo yung abilities ninyo. Ano po ba yung mga abilidad po natin? Abilidad natin na mag-influence, for example, sa ating pong community to deliver yung balanced reporting, provide vital informations para matulungan po natin yung community natin maging healthy. At actually, isa po sa parameter para masabing mentally healthy ay dapat meron po tayong significant contribution to our community. And sure po ako na meron po tayo lahat ditong vital and significant contribution. Kasi again, the fact na nandito po kayo, we are committed to deliver and i-influence yung ating community na maging healthy rin po sila. Sabihin po natin na kayo yan. Regardless kung nasaan po kayong estado ngayon, kayo yung tao na yan. Kung saan, kayo po ay healthy and well. Nga lang, around us ay napakadaming hazards. Ano yung example ng hazard? Paglabas mo may bumahing, na-inhale mo yung virus. Magkakasakit ka na, that is a hazard. Pagpunta mo sa labas, madulas. Natumba ka, hazard din yung madulas na yon. Ano pa yung hazard? Meron tayong mga, for example, bagyo. Napaparating, signal number 1 na pala tayo. So hazard din po yon kasi maaring magkaroon ng damage to life and property sa mga hazard na yan. Pag tumawid ka sa kalsada or nag-drive ka, wala kang seatbelt, wala kang helmet, hazard din po yon. Every time we are exposed to hazard, napapalapit po tayo sa worst health outcome. Ang worst health outcome natin always ay death. It can also be disability or illness. Okay. So bakit ko ito pinipresent? Kasi po ang habol po natin ay instead na pumunta tayo sa worst health outcome, the Department of Health and the whole of the government ay committed para i-deliver po natin yung better health outcome. This is provided by Universal Healthcare Act or the Republic Act 11223 kung saan gusto po natin lahat, kasama po kayo, kasama po tayo ay magkaroon ng better health outcome, financial risk protection, kaya po di ba merong mga AKAP, meron po tayong mga MAIFIP, meron tayong mga financial mechanisms para kapag nagkasakit, merong po pwedeng hinging tulong. Kahit wala pang sakit, makaka-avail ng libreng mga gamot dahil may financial risk protection. Meron din po tayong responsiveness, kung saan dapat daw po akma yung binibigay natin ng mga serbisyo sa pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. For example, nagkaroon bigla ng outbreak. Dapat kaya agad natin gumalaw, makapag-respond para makontrol yung mga sakit na yon. Okay, ngayon, ano po yung better health outcome? Okay, so ano to? Ang mga ambush interview kunwari, tas may iabot lang na mic. What is better health outcome po? Ma'am Nix.
Better health outcomes. Kapag pag we have a better health, obviously we have healthy body, mind, and soul. I mean, healthy relationship with our peers and colleagues and friends.
Sige, thank you po, ma'am. Sino pa hindi ko natatanong dito sa lagi sa aking mga nag-i-interview? Sinong tatanungin natin dito si MU? Si Sir Norris daw. Narinig ko yung pangalan. Kanina ko pa rin naririnig na si Sir Norris ang tatanungin ko. So ngayon, sir, ano po yung better health outcome para sa inyo?
Ano po yung?
Better health outcome.
Maging positive sa buhay.
Wow. Baka gusto din sumagot ng mga nag-coach. Baka gusto rin. Ano po yung better health outcome sa inyo, sir?
Ano po, Doc, pag nakakapag-isip ka ng maayos, nakakagalaw ng maayos, nakakapag-function ka everyday na mga dapat gawin. Forgive an ex-day kay Norris.
Okay, sige, very good. Nawala? Ha? Okay, sige. So, nawala. Kaya ko tong i-deliver na lecture kahit walang PowerPoint presentation. Sige po. Yung better health outcome, pwede po natin siyang sabihin na ganito. Habang nagsiset up po sila. Kanina, nandito sa pinaka-right, yung healthy po tayo. And kung wala po tayong gagawin at may expose tayo sa sakit, ano ang worst outcome? Mamamatay. Kapag na-expose ka, nasagasaan ka, nabundol ka dyan, ang worst health outcome ay mamamatay. So paano po natin i-explain yung better health outcome? Better health outcome is like this. Anong sakit ang gusto nating pag-usapan? AIDS. Or maraming babae, okay ba ang cancer? Sige, cervical cancer tayo. So, si cervical cancer po ay isang uri ng sakit na merong cancer doon sa kwelyo ng matres. Saan yung kwelyo ng matres? Kung sisilipin po natin yung uterus or yung bahay bata, sa dulo po nun, parang may donut. Yun po yung cervix. Sige, para mas may perspective, galing naman tayo sa baba. Pag galing sa baba, yung orifice, pagpasok nyo po doon, may vaginal canal. Sa pinakadulo po nun, makikita natin yung cervix. Yung cervix po, nagsisimula ang cervical cancer sa kulugo. Alam niyo yung kulugo? Yung tumutubo sa kamay na parang bumubukol, that's kulugo. Kapag po yung kulugo na yon, pwede siyang tumubo kahit saang parte ng katawan. Pag tumubo po yon sa kwelyo ng matres at inalagaan po natin, pinalaki, ang resulta po nun, cervical cancer. Okay. Paano po natin mapipigilan ng cervical cancer? Maraming paraan. Ngunit, kung nandoon na yung pasyente natin sa estado na stage 4 cancer na siya, papaano natin bibigyan yung pasyente na yon ng better health outcome? Mabibigyan po natin yon, meron na. Buti na lang. Bibigyan po natin siya nitong state na to. Kung yung tao ay may stage 4 cancer na, instead na bukas, makalawa, after 1 month, after a year, mamamatay na siya, mabibigyan pa natin yan ng better health outcome by providing medication. Bibigyan pa natin siya ng pagkakataon na hindi magkakomplikasyon at mabuhay pa rin ng normal. Mabuhay na komportable. Kaya po yung mga tao nagki-chemotherapy, kahit di ba wala na silang mga buhok, masakit po ang katawan. Sobrang sakit ng chemotherapy. Pero yung better health outcome sa mga taong ito ay ipoprolong pa po natin yung buhay nila at hindi lang prolong. Dapat komportable pa rin sila para mararamdaman pa rin po nila na buhay sila at nai-enjoy pa rin yung buhay nila. That is better health outcome. Clear po yon? Yes. Pero masaya na po ba tayo sa better health outcome? Paano naman po, Dok, kung ako yung tao na stage 1 pa lang naman po ako, aantayin ko po bang mag-stage 4 para po mabigyan niyo ako ng better health outcome? Hindi. Kasi yung better health outcome din can be provided dito po sa portion kung saan kahit stage 1 pa lang yung cancer, maliit pa lang, anong gagawin natin? Ida-diagnose na natin ng maaga para magamot. Sa cervical cancer, alam niyo po ba na napakasimple lang naman ng gamutan kapag very early pa yung stage? Sino po dito yung nagpapakote rin ng kulugo? Yung mga black dito, yung pag lumabas sa mall, maraming nunal. May nakita na kayong ganon? Yung sinusunog? Ganon din ang ginagawa sa kwelyo ng matres kapag start pa lang, na napakaliit pa lang or nagsisimula pa lang yung cervical cancer. Kayang-kaya siyang magamot. Ang tawag po namin dito is secondary level of prevention. At kapag nagle-lecture po ako to emphasize na ito po ay mas better, ang tawag ko po dyan, this is the betterer health outcome. Oh, sabi ko, kinabahan ako gamitin yung term na yun kasi alam ko magagaling kayo sa English. Walang betterer ata sa dictionary, pero for emphasis, ginawan ko siya ng betterer health outcome. Masaya na ba tayo doon? Aantayin ba muna natin na magkasakit? Stage 1 before tayong maggawa ng activities or actions? No. Si Department of Health, particularly po, tayo po sa public health, ang focus natin is the primary level of prevention. Kahit anumang sakit yan, gusto natin hindi na magkasakit ang mga tao. Gusto po natin, maagang-maaga pa lang, meron na tayong gagawin. In the case of cervical cancer, 90% or more ay cause po niyan sexual interaction na unprotected. Unprotected intercourse, multiple sexual partner, early na sexual debut. Kung mabibigyan na po natin sila ng sapat na education para mabago na natin yung behavior at hindi na umabot sa portion na magkasakit sila or mahawaan, yun yung best. Ang tawag ko po doon, better rest, health outcome. So, hindi dapat natin inaantay na meron pong magkasakit before tayong may gagawin. Dapat tuturuan na natin. In the case ng HIV, ganun din. Kung tayo po ay wala pang sexual contact or lalo na dun sa mga kabataan po natin, dapat nandoon na yung intensive health education para hindi na po sila mag-engage sa unprotected sexual intercourse and many other things. Okay. So, the Department of Health, as part of its commitment to deliver the better health outcome, meron po tayong ginawa, which is the 8-point action agenda. Kung saan, mapapansin niyo po dyan, meron at nakalusulat pa rin sa impact yung better health outcome. Emphasizing na kahit saang level man po kayo ngayon ng estado ng health ninyo, meron po dapat tayong ginagawa para maging better ang health ninyo. Sabihin natin, Doc, meron akong high blood. Pwede pa po ba ako dyan? Yes. Kasi alam natin na kapag may high blood, ang worst outcome ay maaring mag-stroke, magkaroon ng bara sa ugat. So, i-prevent na natin na umabot doon, maggagamot na po tayo at ikokontrol na natin yung ating high blood. The same thing na ano pa yung mga sakit-sakit? Diabetes. Ang daming may diabetes. Diabetes na po ang gamit. Diabetes po talaga yun. Pero sa mga barangay, diabetes ang pronunciation. So, yung diabetes po, or diabetes, is also a disease na common sa ating mga Pilipino. So, papaano natin mapiprevent na umabot sa pagkamatay yung pasyente na to? Ito yung dapat ma-screen natin agad. Or kapag nag-positive na doon sa sakit na diabetes, gagamutin na dapat natin agad. Okay. So, the Department of Health prioritizes 8 programs. So yung ating pong 8 outcomes na to or 8 program na priority, una po dyan yung immunization. Ang target po natin is 95%. For the Philippines, ang baseline po natin ay nasa 72 pa lang. So meron pa po tayong kailangang trabahuin para mapadami yung mga taong kailangan bakunahan. Yung ating pong nutrition, ang gusto po natin, mapadecrease yung mga stunted. Dapat kasing tangkad ko po lahat ng mga Bicolano. Sana all daw sabi. Pero isa po kasi sa nakikita natin, kapag hindi maayos yung nutrition ng mga tao, sa early, lalo na sa first 1,000 days, lumalaki po yung ating mga kababayan pero hindi sa akma na level na gusto natin at tiniterm natin silang stunted. So currently, sa Philippines po, gusto natin mapababa yung number ng stunted to 13.7% from the 27 right now. Meron din po tayong water supply, sanitation, and hygiene. Gusto natin maayos yung ating WASH programs. Dapat may access to clean water. Dapat mayroon tayong mga toilets at nagagamit yung ating mga toilets, etc. Mental health is also a priority program. Gusto po natin, or rather maternal health is also a priority program. Gusto natin mapababa yung mga nanganganak at namamatay dahil sa panganganak. And marami pa rin po tayong mga deaths ng mga parents na nanganganak tapos namamatay sila later on. Meron din tayong TB and HIV. So gusto natin makontrol yung pagdami ng ating pong tuberculosis at ng HIV. Road safety. Dapat mapababa natin. Non-communicable diseases, yung hypertension and diabetes. And of course, yung ating pong cancer. So we want to limit the number of patients na nagkakaroon po ng ating pong cancer. So the Universal Healthcare Act provides na dapat po yung ating pong government ay merong intensified na health promotion activities. So pag sinabi po nating health promotion, hindi lang po dapat kami nagle-lecture, hindi lang dapat po kami nagsasabi ng ang hypertension ay isang sakit kung saan ang BP ay 140/90. In health promotion, ang gusto po natin, kayo mismo, mga kababayan po mismo, kaya po dapat nilang pumili, i-analyze yung sitwasyon nila, at i-apply yung mga natutunan po nila para maging healthy sila. Nga lang, we understand na yung health po ay napaka-komplikadong, masyadong malawak. Isipin niyo po ito. Petsa di peligro. Tapos, delayed yung sahod. Sinisingil ka na nung inutangan mo na may patong pa na interes. Ang tanong, wala kang ang sakit. Healthy ka ba kung ganun ang situation mo? Maaring hindi. Kasi stressed ka, nag-iisip ka, saan ako kukuha ng pera, saan ako kukuha ng pambili ng pagkain, saan ako kukuha ng pambayad, kung may anak ka pa, paano mo papaaralin, etc. So the message here is, si health is a very, very broad concept. Hindi lang po siya talaga yung tipong wala akong sakit. Kasi even yung portion ng social determinants are non-medical factors, pero ito yung nag-i-influence kung magiging healthy tayo or not. So, salary, job. Naalala niyo yung pandemic, kahit napakadami nating pera, wow. Pero, sarado yung lahat ng bibilhan mo, wala kang mabilhan, problema mo pa rin, toxic ka pa rin, nasi-stress ka pa rin, saan ako bibili? Kahit may pera ako. So the point here again is, there are a lot of factors, the social determinants to health, na ito yung magsispell ng difference kung talagang magiging healthy tayo or not. At dito po papasok yung lahat ng stakeholders. Kasi education, papasok dyan, agriculture, papasok dyan, papasok din po dyan ang water sanitation, even yung housing will also be part of all these determinants to health. Sinasabi rin po natin na kung gagawin po nating healthy ang bawat Pilipino, this is a rough estimate. Pero ang sinasabi natin, kapag nagbigay ba tayo ng rural health unit, automatic healthy na ang mga Pilipino? No. Kasi ang sinasabi sa study, yung provision ng access to health will only provide 20% of health ng isang tao. Bakit? Nasaan yung 80? The 80 will be multi-sectoral. Ano ang sinasabi natin dyan? Education, job status, ito yung mga socio-economic factors, sila po yung nagko-comprise ng 40%. Kapag present po yan, masasabi natin 40% of the health requirement ng isang tao na po provide na natin. 10% physical environment. Sabi sa workplace, mag-zumba kayo. Pero walang space mag-zumba. So medyo kakaiba. Sinabi, dapat mag-jogging kayo. Important mag-work na maglakad na lang kayo kasi yung walking can actually make you healthy. Pero walang sidewalk. Pag sinabi mag-bike kayo, maganda mag-bike. Bike po kayo. Maghapon kayo mag-bike. Wag naman. Mga 2.5 hours lang po ang requirement ng exercise per week, ha? So, pag sinabi mong mag-bike kayo, dapat meron tayong space kung saan safe makakapag-bike. That is the reason, ini-emphasize natin na para maging healthy ang isang tao, 10% po yung environment. The same thing na kapag umuupo po kayo, I understand, lagi kayo nakatayo, Yan, may mga ergonomic concerns din po tayo about it. Paano kayo umuupo? Akma ba yung upuan ninyo sa upuan ninyo? Akma ba yung mga ginagamit ninyong binubuhat na camera? Kasi part yan ng environment. And 30% of the time ay yung behaviors natin. Sino ang naninigarilyo? Uy, wala na. Sino umiinom ng tubig? Okay. So, sino dito ang nag-exercise? Wala din. Huy! Ilan ang exercise dapat? Ito sige. I've read a very good article, I think from Harvard ito. Sinasabi dito, yung mga matatanda, kadalasan nag-uulyanin. Ano yung ulyanin? Yung kakalimot. Pag matanda na sila, hindi na nila alam kung ano yung mga pangalan ng apo nila, mga nangyari in the past. Hindi na nila alam kung sino yung nangutang sa kanila 20 years ago. Paano daw natin yun mapiprevent? Ang sabi sa study, exercise. Bakit? Kasi po kapag nag-exercise po tayo, yung ulyanin, for example, 10 peso yung tsura ng brain ninyo, kasing laki yung brain ninyo ng 10 peso coin. Kapag tayo po ay tumatanda, normal na lumiliit, nagsishrink. Sabihin natin na kapag shrink, naging 1 peso. So yung shrink na yun yung reason bakit po tayo nag-uulyanin. Okay, one part yon. Pero kung tayo po ay nag-exercise at least 2.5 hours in a week, again, that's 2.5 hours in a week, yung 10 peso po natin na brain, ito po ay lalaki ito 20. So kapag lumaki ng 20, kapag tumanda po tayo na normal na liliit yung brain, ito po ay mag-shrink sa level lang ng parang 10 peso. Kaya natatandaan pa po natin yung mga previous or prior natin na memory. So gusto nyo ba yun? Mag-exercise kayo, ibig sabihin. Kasi it really helps. Dok, matanda na po ako. Wala naman pong matanda sa pagdating sa kalusugan. The more po na kapag tumatanda is dapat mas nag-i-engage tayo to healthier choices kasi mas lumalaki yung chansang magkasakit kapag tayo ay patanda na. Okay? So again, if we are going to create a math para maging healthy ang isang tao, kailangan masupply daw po natin lahat ng yan. The health promotion provided the administrative order. This is the health promotion framework strategy. Anong sinasabi dito? Gusto po natin lahat ng Pilipino ay magkaroon po nitong vision na to. A healthy Pilipinas where health seeking, ibig sabihin yung mga tao, kababayan po natin, sila mismo ang nag-eager enough to search at gawin po silang sarili nila na healthy. Health enabling yung mga settings, yung workplace, yung community po natin, yung schools natin, dapat healthy yan. And health supporting governance are present. So dapat meron po tayong mga governance mechanism para po dito. We plan to do this by creating different settings. Meron po tayong iba't ibang packages para sa iba't ibang edad. Iba ang package para sa age po natin na teenagers. Hindi na ba? Sa ating mga adults, iba yung ating pong package of services sa mga buntis at ipoprovide daw po natin ito sa settings-based approach. Gusto natin healthy yung community. Healthy po yung schools and healthy po yung workplaces. Ang lagi ko pong sinasabi dyan, kung gusto natin gawing healthy ang buong Bicol, nasaan yung mga tao at this very point in time? Karamihan ay nasa community. So dapat gawin nating healthy ang community. Yung iba po ay nagtatrabaho. So dapat gawin nating healthy lahat ng workplace. Yung iba, nag-aaral. So dapat gawin din po natin yung ating mga schools na healthy. May pang-apat pa po dyan. Yung mga nag-a-attend ng summit at convention. Kayo po yun. Tayo po yun. No? So dapat healthy din tayo. Kaya again, we are providing this information din po. So again, gusto natin healthy yung communities, healthy po yung schools, and healthy yung ating workplaces. Since media ito, so usually laging naghihingi sa akin ng data. Dok, may data po ba kayo? Meron po ba kayong pwedeng sabihin sa akin? One of the task ng ating pong Department of Health is to make sure na lahat ng Pilipino ay health literate. Health literate po ba kayo sa tingin ninyo? Are we health literate at this point in time? Yes. Very good. Ano yung after ng literate? Letter 9. Joke po yun ha, joke yun, para medyo mabuhay lang tayo ng konti. So, yung literate, alam niyo po ba na 2 sa bawat 5 Pilipino ang sinasabi po natin na sila lang ang merong sufficient na health literacy. So kung magbibilang ako ng 5 ngayon, 3 po sa kanila ay hindi pa literate about health. Okay? So the same thing na 4 in 5 Filipinos are not able to adequately understand the common use of materials for vaccination schedule and indicating po yon ng low functional health literacy. So ibig sabihin po, kung ganito po yung datos po natin, marami pa tayong kailangan pagtulungan para gawing literate yung ating mga kababayan. Bakit important yung literacy? Kung hindi po literate ang isang tao, hindi po niya magagawa yung pag-access ng information. So kahit sabi tayo ng sabi dito, hindi yun makakarating sa kanila. Hindi po nila maiintindihan. Hindi rin po nila kayang i-appraise or i-apply sa sarili po nila. And ang most important dyan, kapag sasabi kasi natin na literate na ang ating mga kababayan, kung sila po ay gumagawa na ng action para gawing healthy yung sarili nila. Okay? So, this is health literacy. At ito po yung pinakahabol po dapat natin. Gawing literate lahat ng kababayan po natin. So, at the end of all our efforts, dapat kusa po silang pumupunta at nagpapacheck up sa ating pong mga centers. Kahit walang sakit, alam niyo po ba na hindi natin kailangan antayin magkasakit para pumunta tayo sa ating health center? Dapat lalo na wala po kayong sakit, dapat regular po tayong nagpapakonsulta para ma-maintain yung estado natin ng health. And yun yung habol natin sa health literacy, na hindi lamang po kapag nagkakasakit, dapat kayo ay pumupunta sa mga doktor, sa nurses, sa rural health units. Dapat kahit wala pang sakit, ina-avail na dapat natin yung iba't ibang preventive na measures or programs. The same, kaya dinala din po natin dito ang HIV screening. Hopefully po, magpa-screen ang ating mga media. Pwede kayong mag-picture, mag-take ng video para po ma-experience nyo firsthand. Kasi protective, preventive, early diagnosis po yung mga young intervention. So, nasaan po tayo ngayon? Ano yung mga ginagawa po natin? So, we focus our activities on all of this. We raise awareness, we do mobilize the community, we engage with the media, we provide advocacy activities, interpersonal communication, we actively listen to the community, and we provide social behavioral change communication. Pwede ba itong i-play? So allow me to play yung video lang na to.
Welcome to DOH On Demand, your one-stop source for news, educational materials, and shared materials. Search and download content in seconds. Stay informed, stay connected. Visit bit.ly/DOHOndemand25 or scan the QR code provided.
So one of the activities na ginibigay po namin or kinakandak is the DOH On Demand. So the DOH On Demand is basically a repository ng ating po mga ginawang activities. So basically, para siyang news na po pwede rin po natin sigurong pagtulungan kung paano natin siya i-disseminate or i-share to a wider audience. Nandiyan po yung ating pong mga iba't ibang celebrations, health events per month na po pwede po nating pagkuhaan din ng mga materials and yung mga kinandak po namin na activities, basically post na rin po dyan. No? So may mga featured articles tayo nung mga iba't ibang activities conducted by the Department of Health. So we also have people-focused activities. So si Department of Health po, pumupunta tayo sa mga communities at dito po sa community na to, we conduct various activities. Ang nagli-lead nito are local government units, pero binibigyan lang po natin sila ng technical assistance. We provide Pinggang Pinoy, meron tayong mga Nutri-Moves. We also conduct major health promotion activities. Hopefully po, nakaka-attend kayo ng mga ganitong activities namin. So itong major health promotion activities for this year, cancer, yung focus po namin. We also conducted oral health. Last month, nagkaroon po kami ng dengue, and meron pa po kami sa December. So 1 per quarter po yan. We also provide technical assistance or activities sa ating mga schools. Kaya po even yung mga teachers, PSDSS po natin, meron tayong mga kinakandak na activity in the schools. And of course, for the healthy communities, may makikita po kayo siguro sa mga areas niyo bakit meron ditong mga bike lanes, bakit meron ditong mga bike racks. Some of those are provided din po ng Department of Health in collaboration with the local government unit. In the workplace, together with the DOLE and the civil service, we are providing a lot of activities din po and technical assistance to ensure na yung lahat ng workplaces natin in the Bicol region ay maging healthy. And meron din po tayong mga materials na i-play ni Sir Joms.
Social media cards, key visuals, LED materials, FAQs, or editable assets. Our monthly health event communication packages have you covered. How to access. Step 1. Scan the QR code below or visit bit.ly/HP Material Directory. Step 2. Complete the Google form with your basic information. Step 3. After submission, click the blue Click Me link to access over 50 customizable slides in our material directory. For further inquiries, reach us via
So if you are interested po, meron tayong iba't ibang mga materials na maaari nyo rin pong gamitin kapag nag-feature kayo or mag-disseminate sa mga social media platforms ninyo. Please just scan the QR code here. Tapos dadalhin niya po kayo sa isang Google form na need lang pong i-fill out kasi para matrack po namin kung sino yung nag-access ng aming pong mga media sources. And once done, may ilalabas po siya na link na yun po yung susundan po ninyo para makuha yung mga materials po natin. Sige, I'll give you more time to take picture po. But kung ma-miss nyo po ito, sa likod, sa booth namin, meron din pong QR code na nakalagay. So in our flyers, brochures, nandiyan na rin po yung QR code. So uso na daw kasi ngayon yung QR code, no? So mas mabilis na siyang i-access ng majority ng mga Bicolano. Kaya we provided this as well na. So ano yung mga makikita po natin dyan? Ngayong babagyo, kailangan nyo ng materials, kailangan nyo ng mga key messages na pwede natin gamitin. Nandiyan po siya. Tropical cyclone, wind signal. Pag clinic nyo po itong link na to, may lalabas po dyan na parang yung sa Google form or Google document. Pag clinic nyo po yon, dadalhin kayo sa mga iba't ibang materials available. For the earthquake, nandiyan din po siya. Baha, yung ating pong go bag, first aid, those are all available sa platform po na ito. So meron din po tayong mga materials for the flu. Kung mapapansin nyo po, marami rin ang nagkakaroon ng ubo, sipon, lagnat sa mga season po na to. So materials are already available dun sa QR code na binigay ko po sa inyo. So for the HIV, nandoon meron din pong separate na slide para sa kanila. So you can download. So just a quick tip para madali. kung ano yung kinakailangan nyo pong material, if Control F, tapos i-type nyo po yung title para ilalabas nyo na po sa slide kung nasaan yon. Kasa iisa-isahin nyo pa po siya. Okay. So, for the RISCOM,
Reliable information during emergency or public health crisis? Get the latest risk communication materials at your fingertips. Whether it's safety guidelines, health updates, or emergency instructions, we got you covered. Stay informed, stay connected. Visit bit.ly/hplibrary2023.
Yan. So, bali yun po din yung another link for our materials. So, as my last slide po, we created the community. So, sa Viber community po. So, we check, may Facebook account na po kasi si CHD Bicol, wherein po pwede na po doon kumuha ng health information. Pero meron din po kasing mga community na on other platforms. So, yung iba po nasa Viber. So, yung immediate po namin na dissemination, pwede tayo sa Viber and other platforms, one of which is yung ating pong health promotion Viber community group. So naglalagay po kami dyan ng iba't ibang mga updates or mga materials. Pwede po kayong mag-join din po dito if you want to be updated sa iba't iba pong activities din po ng Department of Health Bicol. So, may mga materials din po kami na available sa YouTube channel po ng National Immunization Program. So you can, for ano naman po yan, for everyone naman na consumption yung mga materials po na nandiyan dyan sa QR code din po na yan. So, yeah. So if that ends po my presentation, hopefully po I was able to discuss what the health is, what health promotion is, and hopefully po maging partner po pa rin namin kayo, patuloy po kayong maging partner po namin in the widest dissemination of all po na mga topics, activities na kinakandak po ni DOH, and our common goal is basically to increase the the percentage of health literate na mga Bicolano po the soonest possible time. And again, the media has a very, very, very big role para po dito sa ating po mga kailangan gawin to deliver again na maging literate lang ating mga kababayan. So with that, maraming salamat po and good morning.
Once again, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Monroy Isaiah C. Mancilia. Thank you so much po, Doc.
Thank you, Doc. Ayan.
I hope na marami tayong natutunan kay Doc sa kanyang mga presentations, sa kanyang mga topic, especially when we apply the principles of health promotion to how we report certain health topics to the public. Ayan. So before po muna tayo mag-proceed sa ating next topic, we would also like to inform that we also have a photo booth dyan po sa ating likod. Pwede po tayo dyan mag-picture.
Pa-picture. Ayan. May
May
photo
mga-
booth po
Meron
dyan.
na
May
po nga
mga
po pala, meron
props.
ka
Ayan.
example na dyan.
Nagpo-photo booth na dun sila, Ma'am Edna.
Tatabi lang po ng natin, ng mga
Alright.
health booths dyan sa likod. So at this juncture, our next speaker will discuss media and information literacy. Let us all welcome, andyan na pa? Andyan na. Let us all welcome the Regional Director of the Philippine Information Agency Region 5. Let's give a round of applause to Director Ramil A. Marianito. A pleasant morning po.
Good morning po.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning naman. Mapagal sundan si Doc Monray na speaker. Anyway, good morning po sa Gabos. I'll be discussing very popular topic na aram naman inindo. This will be just a parang reiteration and parang iswakta lang sa DOH sa MIL. No? MIL, palagi pong nakaka-attend na ang media sa araw kayo ni po na discussion or topic. So this is for media and health personnel. That's why i-tailored talang duman sa aspeto na mapapakinabangan talaga kang media. And so far as issues and concern, like what Doc Mancilia discussed, kailangan talaga ng collaboration, kailangan talaga ng magsama-sama, especially now that napakabilis ng mga information. So, ibang-iba na. Dati, pag may information na scope pa, mag-i-scope, or kailangan daw itago muna yung information, ngayon hindi na po eh. Mas nauunahan pa nga tayo ng netizens. So, as media practitioners, kailangan din natin maging mabilis. Once again, I'd like to thank the DOH, kay Doc, kay RD, and of course kay Ms. Chai, and sa gabos na team kang DOH for coming up with this kind of activity intended for the media. Baka gusto tong palakpakan ng DOH kayo eh. Thank you for coming up with this kind of event. And we will try to give you some information. Sana lang maitama ko or ma-meet ko itong expectations nindo. As far as PIA is concerned, what we can do is mag-gibo talaga ng mga media information literacy seminar. Ginagawa natin to by sector or kada organization na nag-invite sa MUYA, pigigibo mi po ang araw kayo ni. So that we can update and somehow use this in our daily work. So, let's start. By the way, nakulon ako din mga pag-iriba na nahiling. May mga nagle-lecture na din ng MIL sa iba-ibang sector. Nakikita ko dito si Mr. Bobby Labalan, si Sir Alerta. At alam ko, ang dami ditong mga nagle-lecture na rin ito. But ito po, this is tailored, as I've said, sa DOH. Okay? Ang mapagal kayo ni kasi pag nag-lecture ni MIL, Gabus Media ang kahampang. Ako actually hiling ko baka may mga health workers, Ms. Chai, dito na pwede rin pong maging maitama yung discussion. So I have 4 objectives here. Number 1 is let us define media and information literacy. Tapos yung importance niya sa public communication. 2 is to recognize the roles and ethical responsibilities of media and health personnel in promoting truth and preventing misinformation. The third one is understanding the key competencies. Kailangan natin makita yung skills natin. Saan ba yung skills natin? Hahabulin ba natin itong technology, yung digital aids? Nasaan ba yung level natin doon? So we have to understand the key competencies and challenges in applying media and information literacy in real world setting. And the last one, we have to identify the role of the Philippine Information Agency. Pagkakataon na rin namin ito, na baka pwede tayong mag-collab. Kasi sa ngayon, wala tayong setup. Media has no setup how to dispel and combat fake news or information. Kanya-kanya tayo eh. Kanya-kanya pa rin tayo, scope pa rin tayo. Ito, fake news ito, pero na-scope ni ganito, itong media outlet na to. Hindi dapat ganun. Kailangan sama-sama, kung gusto natin pasinungalingan yung isang information, kailangan sama-sama tayo. So with that, these are 4 very short lecture objectives na gusto kong tingnan isa-isa. Number 1, ay gusto ko munang tingnan yung context ng information overload. So, i-level up lang natin. This is intended for DOH. Yung key ideas, we live in an age of information explosion. We also have those facts. Pwede siyang hindi totoo, pwede siyang totoo. Pero ang mas matindi doon kapag half-truth siya. No? Pag half-truth and half-lies, that is still a lie. So, klaro yan sa atin. No? Then, health misinformation can cost lives. Ito yung pwedeng gawin ng media. Yung pwedeng gawin ng media is pwede nating sakayan yung misinformation. At pag sinakayan natin yung misinformation, medyo mahirap habulin, especially, halimbawa, yung Department of Health, na share natin yung isang information na hindi naman dapat, but unwittingly, unknowingly, nagkaroon ka ng pagkakataon na hindi mo naman inisip na i-share mo yon, since you are also credible media or yung media outlet na credible, ang akala ng mga tao, nag-share yung ganong personality or juridical personality, akala nila yung na-share na yon ay credible information. So, we may have contributed doon po sa misinformation. Tatlo yan, di ba? Misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So, we have to take note this one. Nang time ng COVID-19, yung infodemic na sinasabi, nagkaroon po ng mga viral false health tips. The problem is, hindi agad-agad ito na hindi agad-agad namamatay yung information. Like yung unang-unang, kung natandaan ninyo, yung unang-unang victim po ng COVID sa Albay. I don't know kung alam nyo to. Yung unang-unang COVID victim sa Albay, nagkagulo kasi nga, ang sabi niya, ang gamot niya, kasi hindi naman siya nagpa-ospital, yung gamot niya ay bato. O, naramdaman nindo yan? Kumukuha ng bato, iinitin daw, tapos ilalagay doon sa kanyang skin. And parang 2 or 3 months na nandoon yun sa Facebook at ginagawa ng iba. Dahil nobody would like to combat that information, yung viral info about cure doon sa COVID. The misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, yun yung pinakamatindi. No? Alam naman natin kung ano ibig sabihin nun. Misinfo, disinfo, and malinfo. Diniscuss ko na rin ito nung nasa PNP. Kasi ang PNP ang pinakamadalas na biktima nito. Pero lumalawak na rin doon sa DOH or sa Department of Health. Minsan nakikita si Doc, sino ngayong naging doktor na nagka-cancer? Kadalasan siya ang kinukuha. Deepfake. Makita nyo, lalabas na lang sa wall nyo. Ito, pampagana, ito, pang kung ano-ano. Tapos siya ang ginagamit because he's a credible person and doctor na dati nang ginagawa yon. Pero alam nyo ba kung ano nang nangyari sa kanya ngayon? So hindi siya eh. It's not Doc Willie Ong. Ay, sorry. So, di dapat binanggit doon. Now, ito na. In an age of information, ignorance is a choice. That's D. Miller, sabi niya, ngayon daw panahon na to, yung ignorance ay choice. So, kahit itong sinasabi ko ngayon, pwede niyong i-google to kung totoo or hindi. Some of us, hindi na natin ginagamit yung ating sariling kakayahan para i-discover or kaya gawing totoo yung kung ano yung hindi mo pa alam kung totoo. So, madali na siyang hanapin. Kaya lang, how credible is the information? Then, media can be very dangerous this time. Media can be very dangerous when not used responsibly. Yung media becomes powerful kapag hindi na-handle yung ating... Ngayon kasi, sa dami ng mga gumagamit na ng social media, lahat halos gusto na maging media. In fact, yung mga mainstream media tuloy, parang kumukuha na doon sa mga vloggers, doon sa, hindi naman natin to minamaliit, no? Pero ang nangyayari, naging source of information na talaga yung netizen, kahit simple ordinaryong tao, nagiging source of information. Subukan nyo po, may pumutok na istorya sa isang barangay, nauuna pa yung pupuntahan siya ngayon ng mainstream media ay nagiging source yung nung nagpaputok ng istorya. Whether it is true or not, kukunin nyo ng mainstream media and doon na, lalaroin na. Now, if we are not responsible on getting that information to the source or kung ang information ay hindi talaga tama, then nakasama tayo doon sa misinformation campaign, baka po na biktima na tayo doon. Next is when not in use with integrity and responsibility, media can become a dangerous force in society. Na ngayon grabe na po ang epekto nito. Sa amin sa Philippine Information Agency ay just to give you this information, every office namin halos oras-oras dapat may nakaabang kami doon sa social media. Kasi ang daming lumalabas na kailangan agad-agad namin sabihin, this is not true, this is fake. So, agad-agad sinasabi namin yan. The problem is, ang media ngayon, hindi natin sinisisi talaga yung media, pero kapag ka-controversial ang isang information, kahit alam ng media hindi siya or half-truth siya, sasakyan po ng media yon. Dati in our time, siguro mga 1990s, ang ginagawa ng media is hinuhold yung information. At sasabihin namin kami lang ang meron. Ngayon hindi eh. Lalabas siya, paunahan ng labas. At kapag ka nauna na lumabas yung information, siya na yung pinapaniwalaan. Once na nag-trending na, hahabulin mo yon, iba na ang dating doon sa naghahabol ng information. And misused media is a threat to truth and democracy. So, meron akong gustong ipakita sa inyo dito kung gaano ka-powerful yung media. Yung kwento po ng first death penalty victim. Yung unang biktima po ng death penalty through hanging. Narinig na ako nito ng ibang nagkwento nito. Pero the first victim of hanging, biktima siya ng irresponsible media. Yung paggamit lang po ng period at saka yung a single misplaced punctuation mark like period can completely change the meaning of a sentence. Ganito yung nangyari sa una-una. Pwede nyo i-google to eh. Yung unang namatay sa hanging, period at punctuation mark ang diferensya. Ito. Paggamit mo niyan sa media, alam natin to, yung mga news writers dito, alam natin na yung comma, yung colon, yung kung ano mang punctuation mark ang gagamitin natin, it has something to do with how we are going to read that or how we are going to interpret that. Itong dalawang ito, wrong punctuation mark can change the whole meaning of a sentence. Sa kwento ng unang hanging victim, ganito ang nangyari kasi. Parang telegrama nung una. Ito yung pinadala ng hari habang i-execute na yung bibitayin, yung first victim ng hanging. Ang nakalagay doon, hang him not delay. Ganyan lang. Kasimple. Sabi niya, ano kayang gagawin dito? Ang ginawa nila, ginamitan nila ng ganito. Yung nagdala ng sulat. Hang him not delay. Kaya namatay talaga yung first victim. Pero ang totoo palang gusto pala ng king during the time, ganito dapat yung punctuation. Look at that. Hang him not delay. That's, yun yung simpleng napakasimple siya. Pero, the first victim of hanging na disgrasya because of punctuation mark. Kaya tayo sa media, we will be very, very careful kasi if we will not be using it carefully ng ating power, baka magkamali tayo at naging dahilan tayo para marami po ang madisgrasya. Now, what is media and information literacy? Sisimulan ko po dito. Media and information literacy is the ability to access, ito yung meaning ko, access, evaluate, use, and create information and content responsibly and ethically. 3 core literacies. Ito yon. 1, media literacy. This is understanding how media is, the content is created or produced, and, pinaka-importante, interpreted. How it is produced, how it is created, how it is interpreted. Yun yung literacy. Iba naman yung tinatawag na information literacy. Ano naman itong information literacy? Finding, assessing, and looking for reliable data. Laging sinasabi ng news director namin doon, nandito siya, si Mr. Bobby Labalan, yun yung news director namin doon. Kasama kami sa radyo noon. Radyo lang noon eh. Pero ang tanong, reliable ba? Over these sources, sino ba ang mas reliable? Tinuturuan tayo yung mga news writers noon at hanggang ngayon to look at the reliable source. Then assess that. Kaya nga, meron tayong skills. Ito yung mga skills ngayon na titingnan natin, paano natin to gagamitin. Okay? So, knowing how to find, how to assess, and how to look for reliable data. Ito ang problema talaga ng media ngayon kasi ngayon, kung ano yung makita natin, ano yung makuha natin, especially na kailangan agad-agad natin itong ilabas, ay minsan sa print, naghahabol sila ng deadline. Tayo naman, naghahabol talaga tayo ng istorya na trending doon sa lugar natin. Trending doon sa wall natin, especially in SOCMED. The third one is digital literacy. So 3 competencies yan, or core literacies, media literacy, information literacy, and digital literacy. Ito namang digital literacy, we use digital tools safely and effectively. We use that technology responsibly and efficiently. Now, MIL po is not only for journalists. Ulitin ko, MIL or media literacy, media and information literacy is not only for media. Health professionals, and this is a call for especially health professionals, should also communicate facts clearly and counter the rumors. Ito yung sinasabi natin sa lahat ng mga agencies. Pag may lumabas sa inyo na hindi totoong info, huwag niyong pabayaan na mag-stay yan ng 1 minute doon. 1 minute sa SOCMED, grabe na yon. Subukan niyong tingnan. Ito, I'd like to mention ito, yung ABS-CBN, GMA, yung kanilang social media, 1 minute lang. 1 minute lang. Hundreds na, 200 or thousands na agad-agad yun nakita. Minute lang ang pinag-uusapan. Ganon siya kabilis. So, I always remind agencies, especially in the government, don't allow information na hindi totoo na kahit mag 1 minute yan doon sa wall na hindi po na counter. Okay, so why MIL matters to media and health personnel? Bakit po ito talaga kailangan? Number 1, it helps fight misinformation and fake news. That's our purpose ngayon. No? Talagang di natin pwedeng hayaan talaga yon na sa aspeto ng health, magkamali tayo ng bigay ng information. Pangalawa, builds public trust and confidence in institutions like the DOH or kahit yung ating sariling media outlet. Third is, we promote and empower and inform the citizens or the public. And the last one, we strengthen intersectoral communication between media, health, and government. Tatlong sa aspeto ng DOH, yung media kailangan talaga niya kasama. That's the reason why I understand na yung DOH palagi nagko-communicate talaga sa atin. And actively, kung meron mga information, especially on health, kailangan talaga agad-agad maipalabas. Both fields influence how people make health decisions. For instance, itong example ko po ay yung isang media outlet, naglabas siya ng information, although tama naman, tama yung linabas niyang info, di ko lang ito papangalanan, pero naglabas siya ng isang information, tama naman, pero na-twist yung info. Tama yung information na binigay niya, pero yung slant, the angle na kinuha niya, ay isang anggulo na mas pagpapagulo or sabihin na nating magkakaroon ng curiosity at the same time, lumalabas tuloy ngayon, ang dami nang nagtatanong. For the media outlet to have it, gusto niya lang ng trending, gusto niya lang engagement. That's why gusto niyang ilabas yung ganong klase. Alam niya na meron ng kompleto na yung information, pero pinuputol niya to the extent na na-confuse yung publiko. So I hope why media and information literacy matters for media and health personnel is that apat yan, we have to help, we have to build, we have to promote, and we have to strengthen yung ating ties. We have to strengthen our communication, both the health sector and the media. Next is, ito na yung skills, no? Paano natin titingnan yung competencies ng media? Gaano ba tayo ka-competent tingnan yung mis, dis, and mal-information? One is, we have to be critical thinkers. Verify before you amplify. That's my, ano yan talaga yung gusto kong makita natin. Hindi agad-agad dapat ilabas yung info kapag for purposes lang na magtanong tayo. Normally ganito po Pasensya na pero we have to siguro cut something na pwede kong i-encourage. Huwag tayong basta lang magtanong yung halimbawa, tanong na nakakapagpa-confuse pa. Let's help the community. Hindi na yung itatanong ko to, pero alam mo naman kasi yung sagot Yung kapilyuhan lang talaga kang media minsan, no, na pasensya na po, alam ko mga media nandito mas magaling pa to sa atin talaga walang MIL sa atin minsan pagka gumana at meron tayong something sa atin bilang media na pagkagagumana yon, yung kapilyuhan kang media, nakakapag-create siya, no? Sabi nga natin, media can do something and create something. Ganon siya. Newsmakers tayo, kaya kaya natin gawin yon. Noon, ginagawa talaga yan. Radio, sa print, ginagawa. Ngayon, nadagdagan pero mas komplikado at saka delikado. Once na nagtanong ka ng isang bagay, and if you're a credible person, a credible media outlet, mas magbibigay ito ng confusion. May nakita ko sa social media, sabi, 11 days na lang, lilindol na sa magbibigwa na. Pero question siya. 11 days na lang, bigwa na, question. If we are responsible media, kaya turuan talaga natin, sana hindi tayo matakot na mabas. Dito sa grupong ito, I saw a lot of media practitioners na hindi sila natatakot na mabas. But sad to say that most of us, aminin man natin sa hindi, natatakot tayong mabas doon sa idea or position or stand that different to the majority. Pero dito may mga nakikita pa po ako na mga media practitioners na hindi sila natatakot mabas, basta sabihin lang nila yung totoo. Yun sana ang kailangan natin. Critical thinking na kailangan makatulong tayo, hindi dahil maging trending or maraming engagement, but we have, as media practitioners today, in the digital age, we have to stand up for what is something na makatulong sa community. Pangalawa, yung ethical communication. We have to uphold accuracy, palagi nating sinasabi ito, fairness and respect. Sa Bicol University, nagturo-turo man kami dyan. Nagtutukdo ako sa BU. Mga journalism and broadcasting students. Isa sa kanilang palaging common na accuracy, fairness, and respect. Sa four corners of the classroom, palagi itong sinasabi. Pero alam ko, kahit kayo, whether you admit or you will not admit this, no? Pagdating sa actual practice, minsan talaga nakakaligtaan natin ito. No? Minsan talaga hindi natin ito na-observe. Yung ethical communication. Sad to say, pag pinadefine mo sa media kung ano ang ethics of media, baka hindi talaga natin straightly ma-define yon. No? That's the difference, that's the distinction of real media and the so-called, kayo na yung magsabi. No? Yung wag na natin iparehas yung sarili natin. Sana wag nating patayin talaga yung totoong media na nandoon yung aspeto na ang ethics ay palagi pa rin nating tinitingnan. Lahat halos ngayon, since sarili ko ang wall ko, mind your own business, wala kang pakialam sa sinasabi ko at sa ilalagay ko. But if it affects someone, alam naman natin to, no? We live in a democratic and free country, and lahat dito halos tinitingnan na free na at pwede nang gawin. We have all the liberty to do, pero alam naman natin yon as media practitioners, our rights ends when the rights of the others begin. Sabi natin, pag nagwasiwas ako kang kamot ko, libre digdi, magwasiwas, pero kung magrani ako dyan sa indo at nagwasiwas ako, natamaan ko kamo, eh, nagdugo sa ilong mo, then may problema ako. I'm free to do that, but when that something na meron ng maapektuhan, that ends my rights to do everything. Third is empathy. Ito po, minsan nakakaligtaan din natin ito. Remember that these are part of the core competencies, the skills. No? Paano mo ngayon ipapractice yung MIL? Communicate with compassion and simplicity. Hirap na talaga tayo nito ngayon. Kadalasan, hindi na ino-observe yung doing it with compassion or passion. Yung media kasi is passion yan. Palaging sinasabi natin, patakbuhin tayo ng 100 meters na sinugo ka kan magurang ta, nareklamo kita. Pero kung magdalagan ka duman dahil nag-exercise ka, okay lang. Di ba? Pabuhaton ka ki 2 galon na tubig kasi gusto mapapakuhaon ka kiinomon kasi ito kami ang ginagawa namin ay nagsasakdo pa baga arayoon. Pag kinutusan ka na magulang mo noon, kumuha ka ng tubig doon, ang daming mga reklamo. Pero ngayon, pupunta ka pa sa gymnasium at magbubuhat ka ng pagkabibigat. Aside na magbubuhat ka na mabibigat, magbabayad ka pa pagkatapos. You know what's that? That's passion. Passion. Hindi ka napapagod. Gawin yon. Media practice is a passion that you should not or hindi ka pwedeng mapagod. But we have to do it, no? Yung ating ginagawa, kailangan on the level siya ng kapaki-pakinabang talaga. Empathy, kung meron diyang mga nahihirapan, like doon sa Bugo, sa Cebu. Ang dami na po mga nabiktima ng lindol. Merong isang government official, actually under ininvestigahan, yung nagpost siya sa kanyang sariling wall, condemning doon sa mga taga-Bugo, Cebu na hindi daw sumunod sa tamang protocol ng duck cover and hold, hindi daw sumunod sa, instead of, nandun na nangyari na Tapos ang ginagawa, parang biniblame pa yung mga biktima. Kaya daw sila na biktima kasi ganito. Do it with compassion or yung empathy, no? We have to empathize. Third, number 4 is, ito po, isa pa sa competency is yung skill mo to verify information. Ito yung nawawala sa totoo lang. Iba-iba yung level natin sa pag-verify ng information. Iba-iba ang level natin sa skill kung how to verify information or yung data. Ako ganito lang yung kakayanan ko, pero yung isa, ang lawak ng kakayanan niya. So, these are skills na kailangan natin i-practice or kailangan mo itong aralin. And the last one is adaptability. Yung digital and social media tools, kailangan nating sabayan. Ayaw natin, may mga nagsasabi, ayaw kong mag-Facebook, ayaw kong mag-TikTok, ayaw kong ganito. By the way, sino yung may TikTok na active talaga dito? Pakitaas po ang kamay. Sino yung may TikTok na active sa media? TikTok, kay surupog lugod. TikTok po, isa na to ngayon sa pinaka mabilis. I think 1 or 2 years pa, sabi doon sa seminar na naatenderan ko, kaya niya nang ma-overtakean ang Facebook. Pero sa media, nakikita ko hindi pa gaano ka gumagamit ng TikTok. Ang iba siguro baka nahirapan mag-register or mag-create ng account sa TikTok. So I think we have to adapt. And in crisis, yung misinformation can spread in minutes, as I've said. And kailangan itong mga skills na to, this is very vital. Critical thinking, ethical communication, empathy, verification, and adaptability. You need to practice this. Kailangan i-practice natin ito para makasabay tayo doon. Part of information literacy. Okay? Now, let's proceed to rules and responsibilities. Isa-isahin ko lang. For the media, ano yung rules natin sa MIL? No? Number one, we have to inform responsibly, and kung pwede talaga, responsible media should avoid sensationalism. Lalo na kung SOCMED ang gamit natin. Mahirap po kasi pag nalabas mo na yung isang dramatize mo yung isang bagay na sobra doon sa dapat lang na facts. Ang hirap nun kasi pwedeng ang nagbabasa nun ay bata lang, pwedeng ang nagbabasa nun ay walang guidance ng kung sino. So pag nakita yon, yung naipost natin na masyadong sensational ay as media practitioner, we contributed and yung kanilang confusion ay nadagdagan natin. Verify health data with experts. So again, balik ako doon sa competency, verification skill. We have to enhance this. Sa DOH, kailangan meron ka kaagad contact sa DOH. Kung meron kang mga duda doon sa information, huwag kang maglalabas ng information na sayo-sayo lang or galing lang sa kung kanino. Always verify doon sa expert or expert sa opinion. Then last, for the media, yung respect, privacy, and sensitivity in reporting. Sa Sorsogon, hindi ko alam kung bakit palaging Sorsogon. Taga Sorsogon kaya ako eh. Ining September lang, 11 ang nag-suicide. 11. Siyam ang successful. 2 ang day na gadan. I don't know kung ano talaga ang igwa sa Sorsogon, pero I brought that up dito sa DOH. Kung ano talaga ang pwedeng gawing intervention. Imagine, yung isang nagpakamatay, ang kalaban niya yung tatay. Yung tatay. Simpleng away lang ng... Pero why I'm telling you this, nakuha ngayon ng media. Actually, mga online, hindi talaga media eh. Pinicturan, tapos nilagyan ng kwento yung kwento kung paano yun nagpakamatay. I don't know, but alam ko, yung pagiging sensible, yung common sense naman lang siguro, no? Common sense na lang. Pero ang tanong, ano bang pwede nating gawin sa nitong mga situation? As media practitioners, dito po, as media practitioners, ano ba yung pwede tang responsibilidad dito? What is our role in this? Sige nga. Sige ko lang ang istorya dito. Pwede ba maghapot sa ito? Baka pwede po makakuha ng ano. Kasi sa Sorsogon ito nangyari eh. Meron ba tayong microphone dyan? Baka lang meron ditong gustong mag-share dito. Kasi malapit na din po ako matapos. Gusto ko lang kunin ito kasi very critical how to report suicide. Again, sabi ko, na-mention ko kanina, nagtuturo ako sa mga estudyante. Pigtuturo, may man yan. Paano pag-cover ng suicide stories? Sige nga, baka lang meron dito makapag-share, makatulong tayo. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Si ma'am po, duman sa ano, so pinakamagayon dyan sa table na yan. Good morning po.
Good morning, sir. May nag-react. Pinakamagayon yun, nag-react.
Ang Salvadorian.
Ika talaga, sir.
Sige, ma'am.
Sir, actually, like for example, nag-report ka through radio, you don't need, like for example, may nag-suicide, may nagpatiwakal. So you don't need to use words like nagbigti gamit ang lubid, itinalali isa sa indang hatop.
Descriptive, ma'am, yung
Yeah, so sensationalize mo in a sense na natatauan mo ning impormasyon so paraan tabay, especially igwa kang yung listener na minor, 'di ba? So ang mga minor, yung mga kaakian mo niyan, very sin na kung sa anong paagi nagbigti. So paanong paagi nag-suicide. So pag istorya mo sa the whole thread or kaya so process kan pagbigti, magkakaigwasin daning idea kung ano itong ginibo, like nagbugkos kang lubid sa liog, itinali sa ano. So you don't need to do that para at least di man masyadong na visualize kan paradangog. Same with if you are going to write in news article, you don't need to emphasize all those things. So kay Puhan, limited lang yung words na gagamiton mo, but the essence is there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. That's sa aspeto ng usual na media po yan, ma'am, na sinasabi mo. Yung tinatanong ko po kanina, tayong media, paano tayo makatulong sa ganito? Kasi alam ko, di tayo gumagawa yan eh. Kung meron man, baka kukunti lang naman dito sa loob. Ang concern ko po ngayon, ginagawa kasi lahat, media na kasi lahat eh. Media na lahat, no? Sa social media, doon yan eh. Tapos ang social media ngayon, binabasa na talaga. Binabasa na. Ang tanong ko, as media practitioners, si sir na sa likod, as media practitioners, ano ba ang pwede nating gawin? Baka lang, may share tayo dito na tayo, anong pwede nating gawin? Yes, sir.
Gusto malakas. Hindi ako galit. Sa amin, ang ginagawa namin, RD, nasa call ng newsroom or call ng reporter kung is up to you na ibabalita mo ba siya o hindi. Lalong-lalo na sa social media kasi alam naman natin na sa social media kapag binalita mo ito, marami ang magkaka-interesting. Pero much better na lang po na as part sa amin, hindi na ito ibalita para hindi na ulitin sa mga susunod pa mga araw o buwan, or kung ibabalita mo naman siya, yun nga kanina hindi mo na kailangang banggitin, pero may paalala ka sa publiko. Yun lang po.
Ang ganda doon, baka pwede natin ilagay na talaga ito pala, doon sa social media natin, may warning na talaga tayo palagi doon. Pero ang tanong ko kasi, hindi doon eh. Ang tanong ko, ano yung gagawin natin? Tayo ba? Sa mga gumagawa nito. Yung gumagawa, kasi usual na silang gumagawa nito eh. Papakita ko sa inyo mamaya, yung simple lang na ginawa nitong sa Sorsogon. Ito pa, sorry ma'am, madali po. May nagpakamatay. Pwede ko itong banggitin eh. Government facility, doon sa government facility. Di ba? Sino nakakuha nito? Okay bang banggitin, Mr. yung lugar? Kamsur, sa Kamsur. Nagpakamatay doon eh. Doon mismo sa area kung saan siya nagtatrabaho. Again, taga-Sorsogon. Taga-Sorsogon yun. Di ba? Nadaanan nyo ba yung kwento na yun? Doon siya sa, ngayon, pinicturan, ito pang matindi, pinicturan yung kung saan siya nagpakamatay, tapos sinaysay kung ano ang dahilan kang pagpakangganan. Ma'am, please.
Yes. We are talking about respect for privacy, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
We have to, kailangan po nating tanongin muna yung respective family before we do a post or create a news item about it to respect po yung kanilang privacy. And if we are going to ilalabas po natin ito, we have to make it na hindi po ma-identify sila as who really they are.
Apo.
Thank you.
Ma'am, nakukuha ko yung isa kay Sir Norris, kay ma'am, nakukuha ko yung ibig niyong sabihin kasi kayo yun eh, kayo. Ang tanong ko dito sa mga gumagawa nito, as media practitioner, ano bang pwede nating gawin sa kanila? Kasi hindi naman natin itong, buti kung kasuhan sila ng pamilya, buti kung sila, sir.
The best thing to do, sir, is to counter, fake news, sir. Sana tayo mga media magkaisa rito. Pag meron tayong monitor ng mga fake news, dapat i-counter natin yan sa tamang information, sir.
Exactly po. Maraming salamat na natumbok ni Sir Harley yung gusto kong sabihin. Baka po sa Bicol, maka-create kita ki nucleus of fact checker na sinasabi. Ang ibig ko sabihin, pag may pumutok dyan, kasi nakikita naman natin ipasa natin sa grupo na yan, and then itong grupo na to, tayo yung tayo yung labanan natin yon, kumbaga. May ladder lang siguro ng editor doon sa gustong sabihin. Hindi pwedeng lahat magsabi. May something ba na isang buong but wait, gusto ko lang tong linawin sa fake info lang sa fake or misinfo or disinfo or malinformation lang. Wala tayong pakialam sa ibang issue Dito lang sana tayo sa mga information na hindi tama na nakukonsume ng public na nagiging dahilan sa confusion. Ako, satisfied ako duman kay Sir Harley, pero baka meron pang gustong magsalita. Yung gagawin natin doon tayo alam na natin to Brigada, yung kila Ma'am Ruth, kila Ma'am sa The Way, alam natin to lahat. Yung gumagawa nito, paano natin to gagawin? Our role in this situation as media practitioner? Yes, Sir Ding.
Yes, sir. Good morning. Thank you very much.
Morning po.
Bali, ito po kasi, sir, ang isang problema ngayon, kagaya ng nabanggit mo, na malaking problema sa ating mga mainstream media. Sabihin na natin, yung tri-media, na doon tayo kumukuha ng information mostly sa social media influencers. At itong mga ganitong pangyayari, paano daw, sir, kung if ever na merong mga ganitong pumutok na balita, ay personal na puntahan mismo yung pamilya ng mga biktima. At saka doon na mismo kunin ang istorya para kahit paano ay tayo mismo ang makapaglahad sa public ng tamang information or tayo po ang makapag-counter doon sa mga fake news, sa disinformation, malinformation na lumalabas para po ay matulungan naman na magkaisa at maipalabas yung tamang information if ever man. Thank you very much po.
Thank you, sir. Ang magandang talaga yan. Actually, that's the usual media practice talaga, dapat. Ganun naman talaga dapat agree ako talaga doon. Yun yung usual media practice, kahit noon-noon pa. Pero ang ko ngayon, paano natin mapigilan, not mapigilan, paano natin matulungan yung publiko na pag may lumabas na ganito, especially on those situation na binabanggit ko kanina, paano talaga natin ito matulungan? Following the rules and responsibility of the media practitioner. Isa na lang po, kasi daming kamay na baka, kung okay lang to, Miss Chay? Okay lang? May susunod na kasi sa akin, Isa na lang po, sir. Sige po.
Tayo, sir, as media, baka pwede nating imbis na i-highlight yung suicide incident, i-highlight natin sa report na may programs ang DOH para ma-inform ba yung public, sir, na pag may something kang gumugulo sa isip, may pwede kang puntahan, hingan ng tulong, like may program ang DOH para sa counseling, ganon. So medyo iwas doon sa main issue ng suicide, but focus doon sa prevention ba, sir?
Thank you, sir. Pero lasa-lasa kasi ng media outlet yan Kung anong panlasa ng media outlet, yun susundin nila. Lalo na kung meron silang gustong gawin din. Agree naman ako doon. Usual talaga dapat. Ganun talaga dapat. That's the standard. Pero itong nangyayari ngayon kasi sa atin, I'll take the example of Sorsogon. Pag-report na may nagpakamatay dito sa the following day may nagpakamatay na naman, the following day may nagpakamatay naman, the following week may nagpakamatay naman. Overall, September lang, 11 po. Yung isa, may surat pa. May surat pa. Ang sabi duman sa surat, namati ko ngayon duman sana, tinapos ko na kaya. Bagang araw kaya, nag-away sumagagong. Ang problema, hindi yun nakuha ng public. Alibawa ako, hindi ako media. Nakuha ko ngayon yung kwento or narinig ko yung kwento. Nag-post ako ngayon. Ng mali talaga or mali sa panlasa or sa standard ng mainstream media. As media practitioners, ano yung ating pwedeng responsibility or role doon? Yun lang naman sana po yung pag-isip.
Siguro, sir, pakusugunta na lang ang suicide prevention awareness. And siguro mas better for the media to verify the veracity and validate information first.
Thank you, Ma'am Ruth. Ito baka suicide lang ang iniisip nyo. Hindi po, suicide lang ang gusto kong gawin ng media dito. All other information na sa tingin natin ginagawa nung netizen or ng isang nag-post ng online post na confusing. Ano ang responsibilidad dyan ng media? Kasi media tayo eh. Following the MIL, ano ang ating pwedeng gawin doon? It's high time now that the media, ganun na dapat yung maging isa sana sa maging
Sir, may
tungkulin
add,
natin.
may add.
Sino yung... Yes, sir. Sige po.
Hello po, good morning. Ako rin po ay sa totoo lang, naging biktima din ako ng bad reporting. Kasi mismo yung family or relatives noon na natanungan ko and I post na yung detail, yung descriptive. Ngayon, yung ginawa ko, tinake down ko yung yung post ko para hindi maka-affect doon sa iba. Ngayon, ang para sa akin lang, sir, para makatulong sa media, not only fighting for spreading fake news, dapat may responsible tayo like ng suicidal is immoral sa mata ng Diyos at ng tao. Dapat meron po tayo doon para yung ibang makabasa, ma-prevent din nila na ganun din yung gawin nila. Kasi ginagaya po kasi yung sa social media.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, last na lang talaga ito, ma'am. Last na lang po.
Sige, hindi ko lang mapigilan na hindi magsalita. Pero pag may mga critical issues tayo where life is at stake, it's best to stand down. Sino magkocall ng stand down? Sino ang nasa authority? It could be the PIA, it could be the KBP. So mag-join force and ipatawag po ang media for an emergency meeting on how to communicate properly yung ganitong mga issues. Kailangan mag-stand down tayo para ma-address agad how to manage the news. Kasi nakalabas na eh. How we will do it? Magkaroon ng talaga pong emergency meeting on that. I suggest po, sir.
Well taken, ma'am. Thank you very much po. Mamaya, i-flash ko yung magiging role ni PIA dito po. Sige po. Ako, nakuha ko lang yung sinabi ni Sir kanina. Sana bago mag-dismiss ito, isa sa magiging output is makuha lahat ng contacts and then baka makagawa tayo ng ganong klaseng grupo. Okay, so ito na po yung on the part of the health personnel. Ang roles and responsibility is to communicate with accuracy and empathy. Sa DOH naman, palagi naman silang ang daming ladder na dinadaanan yung information nila eh. Minsan nga, nahirapan tayong kunin yung information kasi pinag-aaralan muna nila ng maigi. We remember the COVID. Yung COVID noon, ang pag-report, inaayos talaga nila in a way na ang pag-communicate noon, minsan gender sensitive minsan nga eh. Then, another is provide timely, clear updates. Hingiin natin sa DOH na dapat maglabas sila ng information na, halimbawa, every 9 o'clock, maglalabas kami ng information. Every 10 o'clock, maglalabas kami. Every 3 o'clock, hingiin natin yung ganito. Sige po. And let's collaborate, no? Collaborate with credible media partners. What we need is to strengthen collaboration po, hindi competition. Tandaan lang natin yan, hindi po siya competition. It's a collaboration. Then, ito na po, bibilisan ko na lang. Ethical challenge in media and health communication, data privacy, sensationalism. Then, ito nga, medyo matindi to sa atin dito sa Bicol eh. Political pressure and, paano tayo i-maintain natin yung neutrality natin amidst of this situation. Then, source credibility. Avoid using unverified sources in your content. Then, ito na po yung role namin. By the way, bago yan, meron po mga key personalities, PIA, DOH, ang World Health, then ito, local media outlets, kung magiging ma-establish natin ito. No? Then, LGUs and health offices. Localized health communication ang dapat gawin. Information, credibility depends on collaboration among these itong mga institution. And lastly, yung role namin sa PIA Ito yung ginagawa. Itong MIL na to, pwede tayo kasing small group, then palaki. Meron kaming inorganize sa PIA ngayon ito for media bago magtapos ang taon. PIA can lead information verification and dissemination like what Ma'am said kanina. Pwede po kami niyan. We can conduct capacity building. Ito pong ginagawa natin ngayon. Nakipag-collab kami sa DOH. Malaking bagay na nandito rin po kami. Then we develop, we can do that, no? Sa mga community-based radios. And we can also establish crisis communication networks linking with each other. Katulad nung suggestion ni Sir kanina. Para mas madali yung communication. Ginagawa na ito ng mga kababaihan, kalalakihan. Sa Albay, meron yung katropa. Kahapon nandoon ako yung mga ganitong setup para mas madali yung information. So, in conclusion, power of truth, when information is true, lives are saved. But when it is false, lives are lost. Be critical thinker, be a responsible communicator, be a collaborative partner. And yung last line lang po na gusto kong i-emphasize for today sa kapwa ko media practitioners. I'm in the government, kaya di ako naka-practice as what you're practicing right now. Ang final line is, let us be voice of truth, the channel of clarity, and the messenger of hope for an informed and healthy region. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Good morning.
Thank you very much, RD Ramil Marianito, the Regional Head of the Philippine Information Agency. Ayan, so I hope with this topic, we can be able to show and make informed judgments as purveyors of pertinent information. So, bago po tayo, pwede na po tayo actually mag-lunch. So, lunch is served na po. Pero tatawagin po tayo per table para po mag-approach doon sa ating buffet.
Yes naman. So, but before that, let us thank our resource speakers for sharing their knowledge and insights on media literacy, health promotion. We hope that you may use this information to hone your knowledge and skills on effective and responsible reporting. With that, may we present this certificate of appreciation to our esteemed resource speakers for sharing their valuable expertise and knowledge on these topics. Let me call on our HEPA2 of Communications Management Unit, Ms. Danica Caballero, together with my
Yours
partner,
truly.
Denise, to present the certificate of appreciation. Department of Health Bicol Center for Health Development Legazpi City Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Monray Isaiah C. Mansilla, MD-MDM, for sharing his invaluable expertise as a resource speaker and in grateful appreciation for the support during the Media Health Summit with the theme Beyond Headlines, Advancing Health Challenges Through Media Collaboration, held on October 17, 2025 in Legazpi City. Given the 17th day of October 2025 in Legazpi City, Albay. Signed, Rosa Maria Berempilio, OIC Director 4. All right, thank you so much, Doc. And same certificate of appreciation to be awarded to Ramil, or to be given to Ramil A. Marianito, Regional Director of the PIA, Region 5. And also the Philippine Information Agency, Regional Office 5.
All right, thank you so much po to our resource speakers. And marami pa po tayong pag-uusapan later on.
Yes po.
So, pwede na po tayong mag-lunch. Tatawagin na lang po tayo per table para po doon sa buffet natin sa likod.
Yes, so okay lang po ba sa inyo?
Working lunch.
Yes, working
Yes.
lunch po tayo. Okay? Para hindi naman masayang yung oras
Alright.
masyado. Okay?
All right, so our next topic dives into a very misunderstood and stigmatized health condition. However, piece by piece, we are breaking the stigma and raising awareness on this very important issue. With empowered stories, media guide on HIV reporting to be discussed by our very own HIV, AIDS, and STI Prevention and Control Program Manager, please welcome Mr. Samuel David Banico. Good morning, Sir Sam. Ay, afternoon na pala.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's 10 minutes past the hour of 12. And, ayan, ako po yung nagagalak dahil ako po yung naimbitihan dito sa Media Summit, and I'm very happy that you are here, our media friends. So, I will be discussing Empowered Stories, a media guide on HIV reporting. Last August, we already have launched this guide nationally doon sa Naga City. Kasama ko nga po si R.D. Ramil and some media practitioners ng Naga. Ayan. Good morning. It's nice of you na yung iba po ay andito. No? And it's very timely because, again, our secretary has pronounced a high increase in the HIV numbers within the country. So hopefully po, we will share to you this guide on how we would be better portray stories for HIV. So nabanggit po kanina ni Doc Monray na isa po sa mga priority ng ating gobyerno sa ngayon yung HIV response po natin, wherein we aim na 85% dapat ng people living with HIV should be diagnosed. 85% ng na-diagnose ay dapat ongoing yung kanilang treatment, buhay sila, at 85% dapat ay virally suppressed. Yun nga po, wala pa pong cure ang HIV infection. No? Kung ano po yung ginagawa ng gamot natin ay sinosuppress natin yung virus up to a manageable level na hindi siya nakakasira sa ating katawan. At hindi na rin po nakakahawa sa iba kahit through sexual contact. That's a breakthrough discovery and update for you. So, I will be sharing the guide. This is made by GUGMA, sponsored by the United Nations Program on HIV and AIDS, TLF Share and Achieve. And again, this was launched just this year, no? In Naga City and certain parts nationwide. And I'll be discussing some of the terms na makikita po natin. And again, andito po yung HIV and AIDS. Again po, sa atin pong media and to all listening to our live stream, watching us, magkaiba po ang HIV and AIDS. No? So let that please sink in finally, this is 2025. No? Magkaiba ang HIV and AIDS. The HIV is the virus na sumisira sa ating immune system. And ang AIDS po, yun na yung stage na kung saan sirang-sira na yung immune system natin, kaya lumalabas na yung iba't ibang mga opportunistic na sakit. TB, cancer, pneumonia, and others. Kasi bagsak ng immune system natin, madali na tayong mahawaan ng sakit. Yun yung AIDS. No? But the HIV is just the virus itself. And yung binibigay po natin na gamot, yun po ang binabanggit natin na antiretroviral therapy or the ART. Again, hindi po nito kabuuang napapatay yung virus na as in walang-wala na. Pero sinusuppress po nito up to a very manageable level, up to a point nga po na ang coin natin sa kanila is undetectable na po siya ng machine. No? Kaya hindi na po siya nakakahawa. Okay? But again, ang meaning ko po na undetectable, it's less than 50. Kung less than 50, mabibilang mo ng machine. Less than 50, hindi na yan madidetect, hindi na yan makakahawa. Manageable level siya. Okay? Viral load. Ito po yung paano natin makikita or matitingnan kung gaano pa kadami yung virus sa katawan ng isang person living with HIV. And we mean MSM, men who have sex with men as well. No? It is an act and does not pertain to one's sexual orientation. So later I will discuss on that. So a message po from the National Union of Journalists of the Philippines. Again, humanity among the core principles of journalism, as discussed nga po by R.D. Ramil, we urge the practitioners to exercise empathy and to do no harm. Again, very important po ang role ng media. Again, you create stories, you nagkakaroon ng ripple effect once ang media ang nag-post, no? We need to practice empathy first and we need to understand, no? Matagal na po ang HIV and AIDS, 1984, unang na-detect yung kaso natin sa Pilipinas. And the National Union of Journalists of the Philippines has long advocated to adhere to ethical journalism. And this guide, kasi kasama po sila sa nag-review ng guide nito, will be an essential tool for media practitioners. Meron po pala kayong copy nito? Binigyan po kayo? Yes, andyan. So basahin niyo po yan, no? Basahin niyo po yan. Andyan po yung basics, andyan po yung guide sa atin. So, again, some facts about HIV. The HIV nga stands for the human immunodeficiency virus that attacks our immune system. Again, HIV yung virus. Kung meron ka nang napasukan ka na or nailipat na sa iyo yung virus, you have an HIV infection. No? If left untreated, HIV will weaken the immune system, making it harder for the body to defend against infections and illnesses. And kapag nagkaroon ka na ng iba't ibang illnesses, infection, yun na yung AIDS. Ano po? Again, tandaan po yan. That's very basic. Now, again, nahahawa po, very high evidence. And yung liquids po natin, yung fluids, HIV can only be transmitted by coming into direct contact with certain body fluids with an HIV person living with HIV who has a detectable viral load. Blood and blood products, seminal fluid, rectal fluids, vaginal fluids, and breast milk. These are the fluids with very high concentration ng virus na kung saan dun mas at risk yung transmission. No? So again, hindi po kasama yung kagat ng lamok, hindi po kasama yung pawis, no? Hindi po yun kasama. Only those fluids na nabanggit ko. Kaya nga po, it is very important to really define or to identify kung ano ba po talaga. HIV po ba talaga or AIDS? Kasi HIV is not AIDS. It's important to note that not everyone who has acquired HIV will develop AIDS. Tandaan po yan, hindi porket may HIV infection ako, magde-develop ako ng AIDS. Maraming tao po ang namumuhay. More than 180,000 Filipinos, more than 3,500 Bicolanos ang namumuhay na may HIV infection sila. Yet, kasama natin siguro sila sa public transportation. Sila yung kasama natin or nakausap natin kahapon when we did our transactions. Paano natin nasabi yon? Paano nakita natin yon? They look like just you and me. Normal na tao. No? Siguro po kasi naiisip natin noon, yung may HIV, yun na yung nasa ospital. No? Bedridden, gano'n. Hindi po lahat. No? And maiiwasan po yung progress mo into AIDS kapag ikaw po ay uminom ng ating gamot. AIDS is the final and most severe stage of infection. So kung tingnan natin, may iba't ibang sakit, di ba? May stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. Kung yung AIDS po, ito na yung pinaka-final stage ng HIV infection wherein sirang-sira na po talaga yung immune system ng inyong katawan. No? With early detection and appropriate medical care, the progression from HIV/AIDS can be prevented. Marami po, kahit na po mga kabataan ngayon, 15 years old, 20 years old, nakakapag-aral, nakakapagtrabaho pa rin kahit na may HIV kasi umiinom po ng gamot natin. Why? Normal yung kanilang buhay. Normal yung kanilang katawan. Imposible po yun with HIV. It's not the end. Nakala natin noon, wala na. No? Noon, alam niyo po kung bakit ganun yung mindset na wala na, katapusan mo na pag ikaw ay na-diagnose na may HIV infection or AIDS. Kasi noon, very late yung detection natin. Nalalaman mo na meron ka ng sakit na to, late stage na. Kung ano-ano ng infection ang meron ka sa katawan mo, kaya mas malaki yung deaths natin noon. Kasi nga, nahihirapan na makabalik pa kahit bombahan natin ng mga antibiotics. Pero kung massive na yung infection, systemic na sa buong katawan na, doon na po nahihirapan yung ating immune system. Now, we must debunk misconceptions. Hindi nga po nahahawa through shaking hands and hugging. May breast milk ba dito? May dugo ba dito? May seminal fluid ba dito? May rectal fluid ba dito sa pag-shake hands? Wala po. Not unless parehas kayong dalawang, may sugat yung inyong dalawang kamay, nakipagkamayan kayo. Toilet seats and swimming pools. Bakit hindi po nahahawa dito? Kasi, ito po pala, tandaan nyo po, mabilis pong mamatay ang HIV virus kapag ito po ay nakalabas sa inyong katawan. Very sensitive siya sa hangin, sa temperature, sa acidity, at marami pa pong factors. Kaya madali po siyang mamatay. Kissing, hindi rin po kasi little or no risk yung level ng HIV virus sa laway. Sharing utensils din po, glasses or food and drinks. Kung kayo po ngayon ay makikipag-share sa isang person living with HIV, kahit na po parehas kayong plato ang pagkainan nyo, very, very or low to none po yung inyong risk. Kasi po, sa nabanggit ko, only those liquids na yon ang nagko-contain ng high concentration. Sneezing or coughing, hindi po ito airborne or katulad ng TB, no? Or iba pang sakit. Public spaces and surfaces, hindi rin. Sweat tears and maging insect bites. Hindi po nabubuhay ang HIV virus sa loob ng katawan ng isang lamok. At ang lamok po ay sumisip-sip. Hindi po siya nag-i-inject ng dugo papunta po sa inyong katawan. Tandaan po yan. So, again po, I will reiterate, hindi natatransmit ang HIV virus sa ganitong pamamaraan. Kaya nga po, may nakita akong post. Mag-iringat ngaya kamo, dakulon ngaya ang HIV cases digdi sa satuyang probinsya. Mahiling mo po sa comment, maski ano-ano na sa comment. Ganun ba siya kadaling mahawa? Hindi. Not unless ikaw ay nakipag-unprotected sex, mismong nilipat sa iyo yung dugo through blood transmission na hindi in-screen, and other forms of transmission po talaga. No? So, again, having HIV is a medical condition. Although wala pa po siyang cure sa ngayon, but there is available treatment. Tandaan po yan. Accessible po siya. Nilagyan na po natin lahat ng probinsya, meron na pong treatment hub para malapit na po yung treatment sa ating mga kababayan. Now, reporting HIV within this context will save lives. Na having HIV is a medical condition. Hindi yan curse, hindi yan end of your life. So that's why media plays a very important role. Ngayon, speaking of numbers, mahilig po tayong magtanong sa akin, ilan na Sir Sam ang numero, ilan na ba pataas ng pataas, ilan? Bakit pag HIV masyadong numbers ang atin tinututukan? Eh mas maraming nagkaka-TB, mas maraming nagkaka-hypertension. No? Kasi nga, mukhang mas interesting yung story ng TB ay ng HIV. Kasi bakit? Paano nahawa? Sino yung nakahawa? Yung mga ganong tanong. Kasi mas, 'di ba, mas pag-uusapan 'yon yung taong nakahawa. Kuminsan nalilink siya sa iba, no? So, halos 50 buntis, may post na ganito sa media, nagpositibo sa HIV sa second quarter. And tingnan niyo po yung mga comments ng ating mga netizens. Oh. Ulala. Ito na ba ang generation ngayon? Nakaka-disappoint lang kasi mga tinaguri ang pag-asa ng bayan, kabataan sila, sumisira ng kanilang kinabukasan. Bakit napunta doon yung usapan? Ang report lang naman ay about buntis, nagkaroon ng HIV, pero ganito yung mga kinocoin ng ating, eto pa po, isa pang misinformation. Hindi lang daw sa pakikipagtalik, nakukuha ang HIV, nasa barbershop daw yung pang-ahit. Sige, magdadala kayo ng sarili nyong alcohol kasi, sprayan mo yan ng alcohol yung pang-ahit mo, ha? Or magdadala kayo ng sarili nyong gilyet. Hindi po, again, nahahawa ang HIV sa ganito. Parlor, manicure daw, pedicure. Tattoo needle, pwede pa. Piercing shop, ito pa, second-hand na earrings. Madali pong mamatay ang HIV virus, no? And kung makabili ka naman ng HIV earrings, kahit mahawakan mo po yung may dugo na yon, kung wala ka namang sugat, at kung matagal na siyang namatay, hindi ka naman po basta-basta nito mahahawaan. So meron po rin mga naniniwala dyan. At eto naman, may iba na din ang atake. Stop being ignorant with your comments. Wala nang Maria Clara. Landi-landi kasi. WTF. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Pero mukhang iba po ang meaning yan. What if yung partner nila yung nakipag-ano, kung kani-kanino, grabe kayo sa kababaihan. Whatever the reason is, it's a major health concern. Again, doon po natin i-coin sana that it is a medical condition. Eh ano naman kung meron ngayong HIV infection? Big deal? Imagine kung lahat ng sakit transmitted sexually. Magiging big deal kaya ito sa atin? Pwede. Kasi again, through sexual contact. May makukoy natin morally, yung values na usapan. Again, dyan mauungkat. Pero, take a look at this. Kaya madaming natatakot magpa-test at magpagamot dahil sa mga katulad nung post sa taas. Inuungkat yung kabataan daw. Take note po, ang nakikita po na tataas or makakakuha po ng infection ng HIV will be kabataan. Now, through survey, hindi na po gumagana ang fear tactic sa ating mga kabataan. Rather, it's the knowledge that we feed them with the correct information rather than just the takot. No? Again, we must be informed and continually review the importance of HIV testing and prevention. Again, HIV prevention is about minimizing the risk of transmission through sexual activities with minimized risk. Very important po yung paggamit ng condoms and lubricants correctly and consistently. No? Taking pre-exposure prophylaxis properly. Ayan. Again, just to inform you po, meron na po kaming tinatawag na pre-exposure prophylaxis. Just for your information. Kung noon po, meron kaming post-exposure prophylaxis. Halimbawa, isang nurse, aksidenteng natusok ng isang dagom na hali sa pasyenteng living with HIV. Mag-iinom siya ng gamot para hindi siya mahawaan. Pero ito pong bagong gamot natin, this is spray. Ibig sabihin, before pa magkaroon ka ng tsansa ng transmission to your body, pwede ka na pong uminom ng ating gamot po ito na libre po nating binibigay sa high-risk groups natin. Magpa-test at magamot ng sexually transmitted infections, and if your partner is a person living with HIV, encourage them to get and stay on treatment. Hindi po ibig sabihin, ang isang tao na namumuhay na may HIV infection ay wala na pong karapatang makipagtalik. Kasi sabi ko nga po sa inyo, if the virus is now undetectable, hindi na po ito natatransmit pa, no, sa iba. And the media is also encouraged to report about testing and refrain from framing stories that can dissuade people from testing. Paano po natin magamot ang kailangan magpagamot kung hindi po ito nadadiagnose? Paano mo malalaman ikaw ay hypertensive kung hindi ka magpapa-BP? Hihintayin mo po ba na sumakit na lang yung batok mo at nangisay-ngisay ka na lang? No? With HIV, you need to be tested. And early detection will have good prognosis or mas maganda po yung magiging outcome. No? So, again, meron po tayong gamot na ang tawag natin ay ART. It is given for free by the government to all of our treatment hubs. Ngayon, for life po ang current na gamutan natin. Parang maintenance nyo lang din. Or ibang maintenance medicines na for life na iinumin. No? ART medications target different stages of HIV and kinokontrol po nito yung pagdami ng virus sa inyong katawan na up to the point, alam nyo po ba na kapag nalabanan na ng ating gamot yung virus, konting-konti na lang yung level niya, nakaka-recover po yung ating katawan na ibabalik po yung immune system. Kapag naibalik yung immune system, nabalik na yon, kaya nyo po ulit malabanan yung iba pang sakit. Kaya, kaya pong mamuhay ang isang tao na may HIV. No? May nakilala na po ako, 70 years old plus na siya, may HIV siya, buhay na buhay siya. So, it's not impossible to live. And people with undetectable viral loads are unable to transmit. Ito po yung bagong advocacy po namin na undetectable is equal to untransmittable. So, ginagamit po namin ito para sa yung mga taong in denial pa or yung mga person living with HIV na na-diagnose pero ayaw pa rin magpagamot dahil siguro through stigma or ayaw niya talaga or yung iba hopeless na, naunahan ng hopelessness. Ito po yung sagot natin. May pag-asa po. Pag napababa po natin yung level ng HIV virus sa ating katawan, pwede na po tayong hindi makapaghawa pa sa iba. Pero, you will take your ART pa din every day. Kasi kapag hindi, pwede pong dumami ulit yung HIV virus at sisirain niya pa rin talaga yung immune system. So, makakapahawa ka na ngayon ulit sa iba. Now, may vaccine na po ba ito, Sir Sam? Wala pa po, pero may dinidevelop na po na iba't ibang mga researches pa sa ating ibang bansa. Sa ibang bansa, and dito po sa Pilipinas, may ipapasok na din po na iba't iba pang mga gamot para po sa ating infection. Now, talking about the stigma and discrimination, napag-usapan na din po kanina, tayo po ay nahuhuli na sa Pilipinas. Again, it's because of stigma and discrimination. Masyado pa pong napapako ang HIV na immoral. Yan kasi, makate. No? Kahit kani-kanino. Tago. Kaya patago. 1980s, 1990s, iba po yung usapan noon. Pero 2025 na po ngayon. Singapore, pababa na. Thailand, pababa na. Pilipinas, hindi pa rin kasi natatakot magpa-test. Intersectionality plays a critical role sa pag-understand natin ng stigma and discrimination because maraming factors na pwedeng i-consider from the gender, language, class, education, religious, and kadalasan, natatag natin or nabibigyan palagi natin ng stigmatizing descriptions, no? When it comes to HIV. That is why media outlets must be aware of the potential impact of your reporting on people living with HIV to adhere to responsible journalism practices. No po? Some of the groups discriminated against in the context of HIV. Parang palagi na lang, eto, pag pinag-usapan to, HIV. Transgender individuals or other people of diverse sexual orientation. Men having sex with men. Tandaan po, sa SOGSC, pwede ko pong sabihin na ako ay lalaki, pero nakikipagtalik po ako sa kapwa lalaki. MSM, yung kanyang orientation, pwedeng, or behavior, men having sex with men siya, pero sasabihin niya, lalaki siya. No? May asawa siya. So magkaibang na nga po yun. Sex workers. Pag sinabing sex workers, ay, di ka na ngayon dyan. May HIV yan. Persons deprived of liberty. People who inject drugs. Migrants and mobile populations. Yan. Migrants. Yan nga yan, mga kunyan nga yan. Mag-ingat ka nga mo dyan. So those groups are discriminated. Pero kung titingnan po natin, with the gender orientation, 1980s, 1990s, ang karamihan po female sex workers. Ito po. Lighter green. Pero pagdating ng 2010s, yun pa lang po, tumaas na yung ating numbers sa men having sex with men. So hindi pwedeng for the all lifetime, palagi po nating i-coin ng HIV sa grupo or sa sex or sa gender na ito. Because this could change. Who knows, no? Kasi nagbago po yung trend. We don't know sa generation sa ngayon kung paano ito pa magkakaroon ng transmission. Again, HIV is not a gay disease. Noon, nung una po siyang na-discover, natawag po siya kasi more commonly andun sa grupo ng noon yon sa US, no? Pero again, it is important for the media to dispel myths and stigma surrounding HIV, emphasizing that HIV is a medical condition that can affect anyone. Babae, lalaki, bata, matanda, may ngipin o wala, pwede pong magkaroon ng HIV infection. At hindi po ito dahil lang sa sexual orientation ng tao, no? With the law, RA 11166, it is specified po doon yung disclosure and discrimination. It is unlawful to disclose information that a person has HIV or AIDS, has undergone HIV-related test, has acquired HIV, or has been exposed to HIV kung hindi po nagkaroon ng consent, no? And also, it is unlawful for any media practitioner to disclose the name, picture, or any information that would identify the person living with HIV without the prior consent po nung person living with HIV. No? The media may only disclose such information when the person has waived his or her confidentiality through their own acts and omissions. So, lagi pong tandaan, as well as yung misinformation po on HIV and AIDS, which includes false and misleading advertising. Speak of HIV infection kung mayroong HIV infection or kung mismo dun sa virus. Speak of the AIDS kung meron na siyang iba't ibang opportunistic infections. Meron pong penalty yan sa batas, no? And it is monetary and it can be also jail time. Now, the media landscape on HIV reporting. Again, through media, mabilis po ang reports with HIV. Nagte-trending po lagi. No? Kaya nga, eto pong graph na yan yung sa Google Trends, dyan po yung trending ng story ng HIV. When HIV is covered by the media, interest in the subjects increases. No? For example, in 2017, nagkaroon ng coverage sa drug bust operation ng PIDEA sa Bonifacio Global City. Nagkaroon ng issue kasi nakukoin yung HIV with drug use. No? And reports also often equate HIV to other issues like crime, suicide, and assumed sexual deviance among others. And nagagamitin pa po ulit ng term na to. Infected, biktima. Ayan. Again, hindi po biktima ang isang taong may HIV infection. No? Ito po yung some terms na nagagamit that is very harmful and stigmatizing po. HIV-infected person, HIV or AIDS patient, carrier daw, HIV victim, HIV sufferer. Again, these are very loaded verbs, and these terms remove the agency of the person involved and define their entire personhood. Parang palagi na lang siyang biktima or palagi na lang siyang infected. They portray the person as helpless. But more empowering words that we should use instead is PLHIV, or a person living with HIV, or taong may HIV, or na-diagnose na may HIV. HIV and AIDS naman po. Kailangan, ano po ba talaga ang minimin po natin? Kaya hindi na po namin ginagamit ito, HIV/AIDS. Ano po ba talaga? HIV or AIDS? Kasi hindi po sila naman pwedeng pagsamahin din. Which do you really mean? Yung virus po ba? Or yung infection niya? Or yung AIDS stage? Deadly, dreaded, incurable. Hindi po ibig sabihin may HIV infection ka, kamatayan po ang susunod. Marami pong nabubuhay na taong may HIV sa Pilipinas at sila ay functioning member of the society just like you and me. Meron lang silang HIV. Diba? Lahat naman tayo pwedeng may sakit, TB, hypertensive, diabetic. No? Treatable po siya, nagagamot na kondisyon. AIDS virus or full-blown AIDS. Wala pong AIDS virus. No. Yung HIV siya yung virus. No? All full-blown AIDS. Wow, namumulak-pulak. No? Be accurate. Ano po ba talaga ang minimin? Bakla, bading. LGBT in the context of headlines and news reporting. Again, nililink po natin palagi. Stereotype, sa mga bading pala tong sakit na to. No? Na dapat po hindi ganon. Because, pwede nga pong ganun siya yung or yung kanilang appearance pero iba po yung kanilang sexuality. So, reporters are encouraged to focus on the act instead of the identified identities. Kaya nga po, ang term namin doon sa data kanina is men having sex with men kasi hindi po lahat ng nakikipagtalik lang sa kapwa lalaki ay bading. No? Pwedeng lalaki din talaga siya. Transvestite, transsexual, ito po ay outdated terms na. Transgender person na po yung ginagamit po natin na term. Clean, dirty, marumi. Again, medical condition po ang pagkakaroon ng HIV. Ito po yung itawag natin sa kanila. No? Drogista, prostitute. Again, these are words na mas nakukoy natin into stigma and discrimination ng ating mga person living with HIV. Ngayon, nagpipik din ko minsan kung dahil sikat yung tao. No? And balikan ko po pala, kuminsan po, mas nagfo-focus or nagse-celebrate tayo ng negative test result kesa positive. Kaya nga po, kapag kami po ay nagtitest, discreetly po namin na binibigay sa inyo yung result. Kasi syempre, kung nagsisigaw po kami dyan na, oy, negative ka ma'am, congratulations. Kung kami naging silent na, o di alam nyo na. So, hindi kami nagsabing negative. So, hindi porket negative ay ipagbubunyi na po natin. Kasi paano naman yung mga nagpa-positive? And mind you, hindi naman po ibig sabihin negative ka ngayon or non-reactive ka ngayon ay non-reactive ka pa rin next month. Kasi pwedeng mahawaan ka through other acts or form of transmission. Kaya nga po kuminsan, eto po, nakita po ito sa tabloid and sa media. Balitang showbiz, Boy Abunda takot sa HIV or sa HIV AIDS. Agad-agad nagpa-test. Ano kaya ang resulta? Again, ano po ba talaga ang minimin niya, HIV or AIDS? And mas nagda-drive ito sa fear and focuses on the sensationalization of the test result. Ano kaya ang resulta ni Boy Abunda? Di ba? Bakit? Positive or negative? Mas nagkakaroon tayo ng issue doon sa magiging result ni Boy Abunda. Bakit po ba? Dahil sa sexuality niya? Pwedeng gamitin po natin dito na headline, Boy Abunda, nagpa-HIV test. Or Boy Abunda, hinikayat ang mga Pinoy na magpa-test para sa HIV. So, magkaiba po yung headline na yon because this tells a message na, uy, magpa-test din kayo just like Boy Abunda. Next one, PDEA, tinalakan ni Pia dahil sa drug suspect na may AIDS. Ayan, may AIDS na agad. Drug suspect. They link one sexuality, drug suspect, again, ginamit na naman. They use HIV and AIDS interchangeably. Pia, itinaas ang bandila ng mga bakla at may HIV. Yan. So again, sexuality. Bakit? Bakla lang ba ang may HIV? Very interesting to know. Marami din pong babae na may HIV. Pia Wurtzbach speaks out versus PDEA revealing HIV status. Yun po yung better headline. Ito po, bading, positibo sa HIV, nag-suicide. So bakit? Again, it is linking one sexuality to HIV. Hindi lang po lahat. Bakit? Nakakita kayo ng headline na ibang sakit? Bading, nagpositibo sa TB. Bading, nagkaroon ng diabetes. Walang headline na mga ganon. Pero pag HIV, parang, wow, issue. Na? And the headlines are very, very sensitive and it implies that the person committed suicide dahil sa HIV. Eh malay mo po, mas may iba pang pinagdadaanan yung tao. So, kapag ikaw pala ay nagpositibo sa HIV, suicide na agad, higher rates. No? So again, this is sensationalism. And suicides in general must never be described in detail. So again, may specific topic po yan later. Suggested headline, person found dead in restroom. O di ba? Tao, natagpo ang patay. Natagpo ang patay. Bakit kailangan ganun yung adjective natin na ginamit? No? So, ayan, eto din, health workers searching for 3 partners ng HIV AIDS victim in Cotabato. Again, parang naghahanap, no? Parang may witch hunt. Parang, again, HIV AIDS na naman. Ano po ba talaga ang minimin? At parang pinapakita ng mga biktima yung merong HIV and AIDS. So, again po, sensational reporting on HIV and AIDS harms people and community. Tandaan nyo po, mga kabataan po ang meron tayong nakikikitaan ng mataas na kaso ng HIV. Do you think these headlines would entail them para magpa-test? Hindi. This would only drive them fear and ayaw magpa-test kasi mapagsasabihan, mamamarkahan. No? So, again, ibabalik po natin siya sa context na HIV infection is a medical condition na magpa-test, magpagamot, mabuhay ng normal. Ngayon, kung naman po, meron naman sa inyong nag-disclose na person living with HIV, these are some tips that you could prepare for the interview. Again, accuracy is critical. Get scientific and statistical information right. Debunk misconception. Matulungan niyo po kami sa pag-debunk ng misconception. Hindi nahahawa sa lamok, sa toilet, sa swimming pool. And approach sensitive issues with clarity. No? Na hindi po magamitan natin ng stigmatizing words. And also be prepared to discuss sex, cultural practices, and other taboo subjects respectfully but openly. No? And give due weight to different dimensions. Strike balance, highlight positive stories. Kung pwede po, ma-highlight natin yung mga positibong stories na nagbibigay ng pag-asa. Hindi yung HIV person, maraming HIV person sa ospital, bedridden lahat. Yung mga ganun. Hundreds of thousands po ang namumuhay ng Pilipinong may HIV, nagtatrabaho, namumuhay, just like you and me. Bigyan po natin ng issue yung human face. Now, pwede po ba na mag-take ng picture or video? Yes, basta may consent. Pwede bang mag-publish ng kanilang pangalan? Again, yes, basta may consent. Mas maganda po kung written, ha? Wag lang pong verbal. Can I take photos of children? Again, you can ask their parents or their guardians. And also, pwede kayo mag-refer sa UNICEF or United Nations guidelines on that. Let's keep these things in mind. Be conscious of the tone we use as journalists. Again, very important po because you could make or break our advocacy on this. Allow pauses para magkaroon ng highlight. Never ask unnecessary details like how many sexual partners they had. Di ba? Bakit kasi ilan ba yung kapartner mo? Sino-sino? Sa chika-chika, yes. Mas enticing story yon. Pero hindi na po yun yung kailangan nating detalye pa. And give the interview with the opportunity to decline the answer to a question before the interview. Also, sa audio po, i-try nyo na pong wag na po i-morph yung voice na parang siya yung ini-interview na star witness sa Magandang Gabi Bayan. Di ba? Yung maitim yung background, yung boses parang robot, na parang masyadong hinahide yung identity. Reenactments and staging. Wag na pong gayahin yung MMK na mayroon pang portrayal ng kung paano na-transmit yung infection. And i-guide po natin yung interviewee. Ito po yung ibang mga story ideas lang po na pwede nyo pong magamit to raise awareness, combat stigma, and please, matulungan nyo po kami sa public health by educating the public on prevention and treatment. And maipakita po natin sa ating kapwa Pilipino kung paano pa sila pwedeng makatulong sa iba pang taong may HIV. Kasi it is a medical condition, personal profiles. Pwede po tayo makapag-share ng inspiring stories ng mga individual na kahit na meron siyang HIV infection, na-overcome niya ito at meron siyang contributions to the communities. Create informative pieces sa prevention rather than just posting Bicol, meron na namang 20 kaso ng HIV ngayong buwan. Ano naman po? Yung ibang ang sakit, mas madami pa dyan. Bakit hindi nyo po yun pwedeng i-report din? HIV, 20 lang. No? Ano pong meron ulit dito? Again, babalik tayo doon sa stigma and discrimination and sensationalization. Interview healthcare professionals and educators on the front lines of HIV prevention. Advocacy and activism. stigma-busting campaigns na magkaroon po ng maitama yung maling mga informasyon. Medical advances. Again, effective na po ng ating gamot. Kung ikaw po ay buntis at an early stage ng pregnancy, nakainom ka na po agad ng ating gamot, malaki na po yung tsansa na hindi mo na po basta-basta maipapasa pa yung HIV sa iyong anak. Ganun na po yung very important milestones. And meron na din po tayong self-test. Kung takot po kayong pumunta or wala kayong oras pumunta sa ating mga facilities for testing, pwede nyo na pong kayo mismo ang mag-test ng inyong sarili, privately. No? Legal matters, ayan, experiences stigma and discrimination at kung paano pa tayo makatulong. Policies and intersectionality. And of course, mental health and HIV. Napaka magandang topic po na kung saan mabigyan natin, we shed light on the emotional toll ng stigma for people living with HIV and kung paano pa tayo makatulong for emotional and mental health support. Again, conclusion po para sa ating butihing media practitioners, hindi po death sentence ang pagkakaroon ng HIV infection. Ang mga taong namumuhay po na may HIV na kung araw-araw na umiinom ng gamot, mame-maintain po yung undetectable viral load nila, makakapamuhay sila ng mahaba at hindi na po sila nakakahawa pa sa iba. So imagine that message na hindi ka na nakakahawa. It is important for the press or media to continue reporting on the ways to prevent transmission and not to discriminate. Kung sa numero lang po, pataas ng pataas po yan kasi tayo test ng test. Pero ibig sabihin, test tayo ng test, dumadami yung kaso, ibig sabihin, nagkakaroon ng transmission. Ang mas pagtuunan po natin ng pansin kung paano po makapagpatest yung atin pong mga kababayan at hindi po sila ma-discriminate at if ever man ma-detect na meron talagang infection, magpagamot po sa pinakamalapit na facility. Again, HIV can only be transmitted through certain body fluids at hindi katulad ng tissue, ng lababo, ng pagkain po, no? At hindi definitely ng kagat ng lamok. Always ask for consent when interviewing people living with HIV. And the law guarantees confidentiality and privacy. Again, it is unlawful to disclose information that the person has HIV or AIDS kung wala namang pong consent sa inyo. And the media should approach each report on HIV with respect and responsibility and that we include accurate information on prevention and testing po. No? So, again, meron po kayong hard copy, pero kung gusto nyo po ng soft copy ng guide, ayan po, pwede nyo po yung ma-download. Meron po yung video, meron po yung printable version, meron po yung web version na pwede nyo pong ma-access. So, again, the media plays an important role in preventing HIV, in managing HIV. Please, from our office, we would like to ask of you to help us inform the public, debunk myths and misconceptions, and encourage them to get tested and to treatment if meron mang infection po talaga. This can be preventable, but when stigma and discrimination will continue to thrive, especially on the young, the youth, mahihirapan po tayo at hindi po tayo makakapag-move on. No? So again, please help us with the guide, napaka-basic na guide. I'm sure we will improve our health in the Bicol region. So, mula po sa National HIV/AIDS Prevention and Control Program, we would like to thank you po for listening. And again, thank you for Health Promotions Unit, Communications Management Unit for having us here to talk to you about HIV and AIDS. Kung may mga katanungan po, later we will entertain po. Again, maraming salamat po, magandang hapon at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
All right, thank you so much once again, Sir Sam, for such an informational and eye-opening discussion on HIV.
Ayan. Sabi nga po ni Sir Sam, 'di ba, as media practitioners, you can help us disseminate our messages for HIV. Yan na, erase the stigma, huwag matakot magpa-HIV screening so that we may know our status para sa future natin to. Ayan.
All right.
All right. So now, Sir Kenneth, sana
Nabusog
tayo?
ba ang lahat?
Nabusog ba ang
Nabusog ba?
lahat? Parang antok na tayo, guys.
Ayan, yung iba kumakain pa, yung iba kanina pa nakakain. So,
Okay, dahil dyan,
before we proceed po, magkakaroon po tayo ng open forum, yung may mga question po, yung regarding sa topics natin kanina. Magkakaroon po tayo ng open forum mamaya. So, sa ngayon, we will be having first our icebreaker to be done or to be given by
Miss
the Health
Carla,
Program
yes.
Officers of Communications Management Unit, Miss Carla Briones and Nicole Balhimino. Asan na po sila? Burusog. Once again, we will be having our icebreaker to be led by Carla Briones and Nicole Balhemino.
Alright, good afternoon po. Lahat naman po nakakain na ng lunch, ano? So far, nag-enjoy naman po ba kayo? Yes, okay. So we hope that you'd stay for the rest of the afternoon dahil meron pa po tayong discussions. Meron pa po tayong 2 topics to be discussed later on. And I think we will also be having an open forum no after po this icebreaker. So before we proceed po sa ating afternoon session, magkakaroon muna tayo ng maikling icebreaker para medyo mabuhayan. Alam namin that this is not the best time and hour para makinig sa mga discussion, pero at least para mabuhayan tayo, we will be playing a game. So, sino po ang gusto ng premyo mula sa DOH-CMU? Meron po kaming mga ipapamigay na mga prizes. Ang kailangan nyo lang pong gawin is sagutan ng tama ang mga tanong na ipa-flash sa screen. So, ano ba yung magiging laro natin? So, first is, pipili tayo ng player. We will ask one of the audiences to pick a number from 1 to 80. So magbibigay lang po kayo ng number, any number lang po from 1 to 80. So siya po ang magiging player natin at magsasagot sa mga tanong. There are 2 categories to play, yung fact or fluff, or yung mystery question. So i-identify nyo lang po kung tama ba or mali yung statement or question. So players with correct answer will win a small prize, while players with incorrect answers will perform a fun consequence before returning to their seat. So make sure na tama po yung isasagot ninyo para malay nyo, pasayawin kayo in front. So depende sa consequence ng ating game. So fun consequences may be about maybe health tongue twister or copy that post for health. So proceed tayo with our first player. Sige, just pick a number po from 1 to 80, ma'am. 72. 72. So sino ang lucky participant na unang maglalaro? Si Ma'am Marjorie Senusin? Tama ba? Ma'am Marjorie, are you still here? From BIA. Ma'am Marjorie, where are you? Si Ma'am Marjorie? Ayan, si Ma'am Marjorie.
Ready na ba maglaro? Ready na? Ready na?
Hindi po.
Ay, hindi. Wala kang choice, Char. So yan, maglalaro tayo ng game. Are you ready to play the game? Yan, so nakapili na tayong player natin, si Ma'am Marjorie, ang first player. So this is the first question. Using the term AIDS victim is acceptable in media reports as long as it's factual. So is it a fact or a bluff? Anong sagot, ma'am?
Fact.
It's a fact daw. Sige, Sir Jerry, click. So it's a bluff! Using the word HIV victim is stigmatizing. So ano po yung, di ba nagkakatapos lang po nung presentation, nung discussion ni Sir Sam, ano po yung term na ginamit niya? Sige po ma'am, ano po, if you could remember.
With HIV.
Yan, person living with HIV. Bakit po natin ginagamit yun na term? Or bakit preferred ang person living with HIV? Kasi yung term na victim, it has a, kumbaga, meron siyang negative connotation, especially dun sa general public. Kasi yung term na victim, it connotes, it can mean helplessness or, kumbaga, mas nagfo-focus siya or mas binibigyang focus nung term na victim, yung virus nung individual na yon. So dapat, ang ginagamit natin ng mga terms is yung empowering or yung tinatawag nila is person-first languages. So yung mga person-first languages, yun yung mga preferred terms natin na mas binibigyan natin ng emphasis yung capacity or yung individuality ng tao na yon. That's why PLHIV yung term. So, ano ang consequence ni Ma'am Marjorie? Ayan, copy that post, ma'am. Sige, doon ka po sa unahan. Copy that post in 3, 2, 1, post. Okay, pasado ba? Pasado? Okay, sige. Thank you, Ma'am Marjorie. So, pick a number, ma'am. Pick a number. Pick a number.
3 po.
Number 3. Number 3 is Sir Rex Bolima. Sir Rex, where are you? From anong media agency?
Sorsogon.
Sorsogon. Anong media agency niyo, sir? Ha? Media agency po. Okay, FM. So, Sir Rex, ang question mo ay player number 2, walang. Which of the question number? All right. So the next question is, a person often shares alarming health posts online without checking the source. What key media literacy skill is missing? A, fact-checking and source evaluation, creative writing, or data visualization. Anong sagot, sir? 5. Letter C. Letter C ba ang tamang sagot? Letter A. So, fact-checking in source evaluation. So, syempre, common principle naman po yun, no? As journalists and media practitioners, dapat always fact-checking po tayo. Ano yung consequence ni sir? Copy that post ulit. Sige. Tapatan mo yung post ni si Ma'am Marjorie. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, pasado ba? Yes. Sige, sir. Pick a number. Sir Rex.
27.
27. Sige, 27 po. Sino ang 27? Sorry na. Si Ma'am Jessica Marceliana from ABN. Ma'am Jessica Marceliana. Wala na siya. Sige, another number, sir. Sir Jeff, number? 23. Sir Elmer Añonuevo. Sir Elmer, kasama namin to nung basic life support training namin and standard first aid. Hello, sir. So, ang question mo ay, which of the following does not help promote positive mental health in the workplace? A, encouraging open communication. B, promoting unrealistic productivity goals, or C, providing mental health support system?
B.
Letter B. Ang tamang sagot ay yes. Tama si sir. So, walang consequence. Sige sir, pick a number.
41.
41. Number 41. Si Sir Luens from Tagkaroon News. Sir! Ayan. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. So, sige, proceed tayo sa question ni Sir Luens. The main goal of health promotion is to encourage hospitals to build more treatment facilities. Is it fact or fluff?
Fact.
It's a fact, sabi ni sir. Sige, tingnan natin. It's a fluff! The goal of health promotion is to empower individuals and communities. So ano ang consequence ni Sir Luens? Sir, may consequence. Okay, madali lang to. Repeat the statement. Tang twister lang naman, Sir Luens. Oo, uulitin mo lang siya 3 times. Alright, sige. Ready na?
Ready.
Alright, 1, 2, 3, go.
Smart sharers share safe stories. Smart sharers share safe stories. Smart sharers share safe stories.
Oh, muntikan pang mabulol. Thank you, Sir Luens. Sir, pick a number. Pick a number, Sir Luens.
43.
43. 43? Nasaan yung ating attendance? Feeling ko kinakabahan sila at baka matawag sila. Si Sir Mark Anthony, si Sugar Ray. Andyan pa si Sir Mark? Wala na? Alright, sige. Next number, ma'am. Pick a number. 12. Number 12. Asan ka na, Nick? Ay, sorry. Number 12 ay?
Si Ma'am Edna Laksa.
Si Ma'am Edna from Bombo Radyo. Wala na siya. Pick a number na lang. Pick a number ulit, sir.
11.
11. Baka matawag ka. Sir Julius. Sorry, hindi ko mabasa. From 99.5 Love Radio. Sir Julius. Ayan si Sir Julius. Okay. Hi, sir. Good afternoon. So, ang tanong kay Sir Julius ay, ethical reporting means respecting privacy, accuracy, and sensitivity when covering health stories. Fact or fluff?
Fact.
It's a fact daw. So, ano ang sagot? You got it right. So, walang consequence. Congratulations, meron kang premyo. Sige, sir, pick a number.
41?
41, na-mention na. Napili na po siya.
80.
Number 8. Number 8, si Sir Florante from PTV Legazpi. Sir Florante, are you there? Wala. Ayan si Sir. Halika po, Ikaw ang lucky player. Number 6. Okay. So, ano ang question kay Sir Florante? Okay, sir. Which of the following is an example of a healthy behavior? A, skipping meals to lose weight. B, eating nutritious food and exercising regularly. Or C, staying up late every night.
B.
Letter B, is it the right answer? Letter B daw. You got it right. Obviously naman, di ba, dapat we should, sabi di ba kanina ni Ma'am Angela, 7 healthy habits at kasama doon ang regular exercise at nutritious food, eating nutritious food. Number?
17.
17. Thank you, sir. Si Sir Joraline Divina. Tama bang pag-pronounce ko? Botox News Online. Ikaw, ma'am? Yes, si ma'am. Player number 7 natin. Hello, ma'am. So, ang tanong po ninyo ay, what does U stand for? Is it U equals U? So is it unsafe, unavoidable, B, undetectable, untransmittable, or C, unknown, untreatable?
Ay, teka sandali. Undetectable and untransmittable.
Letter B? Yes, tama ba? You got it right. Okay, congratulations, ma'am. Anong number po?
17.
Napili na po siya kanina.
35.
35. Last two players. Si Sir Joshua Bino from... Ayan, si Sir. Hello, Sir. Ito si Sir ang aming, sorry. Madalas tong mag-attend ng press ko ng DOH. Ano po ang question kay Sir Josh? Journalists are encouraged to report suicide cases with detailed descriptions of methods used. Fact?
Fluff.
It's a fluff daw. Tama po ba ang sagot ni Sir? You got it right. Oh, ang galing naman ng mga participants natin. Sige, pick a number, Sir Josh.
37.
37. Sir Alvin Lozano from Wow Radio Pilar. Sir Alvin. Andito ka pa po? Wala? O sige, let's pick another number, Ate Den.
Wait, hanapin ko yung gusto kong number sa attendance. The joke lang.
5.
19.
19. 19 daw ay hindi namin, si Sir Bobby. Sir Bobby from Bobby Labalan. Wala na si Sir? Nasa labas? Sige, tawag tayo ng iba. Number po, Ma'am Chay. 15. 15 is si Sir Tim Flores. Flores, tama po ba? Wala na rin. Sige, ako na lang ang pipili. Number 18. Ay, wala na to si Sir Norris. Umalis siya. Number 20, si Sir Tommy from Love Radio. Wala na rin. Bakit niyo na kami iniwan? Number 5. Sa number 28, Sir Emmanuel Bangkadin from Radyo Pilipinas Albay. Sige, sir. Ang tanong kay Sir Eman ay... Okay. Publishing graphic or sensational images of patients helps raise awareness and is encouraged.
Fluff.
Fluff daw. You got it right, Sir Eman. Congratulations. Meron kang payong. Next is last player. Sir, pick a number. Sir Eman. Number 12. Number 12 I see. Ay, wala na to si 12, si Ma'am Edna. Sige, yung ating early bird na lang. Number 1. Si Sir Erakto from DWZR. Nandito pa ba siya? Ayan si Sir, ang ating early bird. Opo. Okay, opo, last player na natin si Sir. Ready ka na ba, Sir, sumayaw? Ay, consequence pala. Alright, so ang question natin kay Sir ay... What is one sign that online health article might be unreliable? A, it cites credible sources like WHO or DOH. B, it uses clickbait titles or emotional language. Or C, it includes data and references.
Letter B, ma'am.
Letter B. You got it right, sir. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Maraming salamat po sa pakikilahok sa aming short icebreaker. Back to you, Miss Den and Sir Kenneth.
Thank you, Ate Carla and Nick, for that icebreaker. Sana man lang nag-enjoy kayo. O ba? Alright. So, Kuya Kenneth.
Ikaw, nagsariling sagot ka ba kanina?
Oo, sumasagot din naman ako.
Na-perfect mo ba?
Oo, naman.
Ang gagaling ng mga
Okay.
media practitioners sa atin.
Yes.
Nakikinig sa discussion.
Yes.
Ay.
Alright. So, I think... Okay. Okay po. So, wait lang. All right, so we will be having another discussion about mental health. So mental health is such a sensitive topic, yet it is one that should always be prioritized. Sabi nga nila, walang health kung walang mental health, di ba? So apart from physical health, mental health is just as important. That is why it is our duty to care for ourselves and care for others. Moving on, our next topic is all about the DOH Bicol Mental Health. Sorry. Give me the. Moving on, our next topic is all about media reporting ethics on suicide to be discussed by the general and adult psychiatrist of the Bicol Regional Hospital and Medical Center, Dr. Maangeli R. Lorbes Morico. Good afternoon po, Doc.
Good afternoon. Salamat sa icebreaker na pinatigil na ni Ma'am Wendy para sa akin. Pero hindi naman, di ba? Natapos din siya as required. Okay. With that kasi at least gising na gising kayo. Sana maitawid natin yung antok nyo dahil busog na busog pa po kayo. Alright? So, supposedly si Ma'am Wendy, but with great kindness, she allowed me to lecture first because I need to leave po. Alright. Sabi ni Ma'am Rose, Doc, parang nakita ko na yung napapageno effect. So, ibig sabihin, when I first presented this lecture, I don't know how many years ago, pre-pandemic, ano Ma'am Rose? Okay. So, sino kaya yung naka-attend ng lecture na yon aside from Ma'am Rose? In Naga City. Oh, okay. So, it speaks na si Ma'am Rose ang pinaka-senior sa inyo. At naabutan niya pa itong lecture na to. Pero, I am grateful na si Ma'am Rose lang. Kasi ibig sabihin, bago ito sa inyo at sana may matutunan tayong lahat. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend this morning's media lecture also kanina. So, I'm not so sure if maraming information na mag-overlap. So, pagpasensyahan nyo na lang or siguro, let's take it as an opportunity for you to memorize it already since paulit-ulit yun ang narinig. Alright? So, may exam mamaya. Get 1/4 sheet of paper after my lecture. Alright. Sige po. Kaya ba? Hindi ko maano. Hindi siya... Okay. Sige. Okay. Okay, so my topic is on media ethics, on responsible reporting on mental health issues, particularly on reporting death by suicide. So, let's start by affirming. Agree ba tayo that there's no debate that the media has an impact on a person's thinking, behavior, and emotions? Tama po? Opo. Sino? Lahat ba kayo media practitioners? Okay. Si Yani, saka si Sir, pwede na kayo, excuse na kayo, exempted na kayo, narinig nyo na to. Alright, so, di ba po? So, yun yung baseline natin na mindset. Kung ano man ang pinaparinig at ano man ang nakikita natin or ng mga tao in media, it can affect. Kahit tayo, di ba? Nung COVID pandemic, sobrang hype na hype siya. So, sobrang daming kaba. No? Ayaw nang lumabas sa daming number of deaths presented, number of ganyan. So, it can really cause chaos in the mind or in the minds of people. Alright. Okay. So, we know that media has a power. And the power is powerful. Tama? Tama po, sa mga media practitioner, meron kayong power na it's all yours. Alright? So, depending on how you handle the power, it can either be into good or into bad effect. Okay. So, like when during again the pandemic, because of correct information, many were convinced to have vaccination. But unlike the misinformation on childhood immunization, diba? Because of that, the efforts of the Department of Health was moved back many years behind. No? Because of the misinformation on child immunization, nandoon na tayo, 90% na alos, biglang nag-spread, maraming nag-spread. No? Through media, hindi naman sa inyo lang dahil may, may TikTok or other different platforms. So maraming nagulo yung isip. At dahil nagulo yung isip, maraming doubts na itanim. So it has a power, no? Because the media has played a role in breaking down misconceptions and myths. Tulad ni Sir kanina, malaki yung tulong ng media in propagating correct information about HIV, about the different epidemics that's happening, di ba? Pag biglang meron na, ano bang mga recent health epidemics natin ngayon? Yung foot and mouth disease, di ba? Pag nabigay ng media ang tamang impormasyon na dapat ganito ang gawin, it is very helpful to the community in general. So, ito ang isa sa mga powers ng media. You can break misconceptions and myths. Okay? Nade-debunk natin na, yan, nakaisipan na yan, mali po. Ito po yung tama. Alright? Okay. On the other hand, the media can also play a role in misinformation and disinformation. Alright? Ano daw ang types, nauso sa atin yung term na fake news. So there are 3 kinds daw of fake news. Disinformation, malinformation, and misinformation. Ang disinformation ay isang intentional, na kasinungalingan or maling ang impormasyon na ipinapakalat upang magdulot ng kalituhan o manira ng iba. So there is an intent, a wrong intent to spread wrong information. Ang malinformation naman daw ay isang impormasyon na hango sa katotohanan. So it's based on a truth or a fact. Ngunit ginagamit upang manira ng tao o sitwasyon sa pamamagitan ng ng information, paggamit ito sa maling konteksto. 'Di ba? May minsan mahaba yung sinabi, ikiklip lang yung maliit tapos yun na yung nahahype. So it's a form of malinformation daw. So ang misinformation, wala talagang basihan. Nagsabi lang ng isang bagay, no basis. No, just stating something that is wrong and spread it. Pero, yung mga journalist po tayo dito, I think mas magaling po kayo kaysa sa akin kasi pinag-aralan po ninyo to. So just in the context of health and mental health in particular. Alright? Pero in other spheres of information, laganap ang fake news kahit ngayon na panahon. Okay. So, in terms of mental health, let's focus on mental health. Okay? Marami sa mga tao won't have any actual experience with people with mental health. 'Di ba? Sino po sa atin dito ang may relative na may mental health or naka-experience ng mental health? Raise your hands. Agree. Walang magre-raise ng hands. Tama. 'Di ba? We will speak about it later. Okay? So, we accept it as wala kayo lahat na relative. Ako meron. May relative akong may schizophrenia. No? Yung nawawala sarili. Yung may auditory hallucinations, may visual hallucinations. She stayed with us. We took care of her. Okay. Pero, just like you, majority do not have a first-hand experience with patients with mental health. Pero tandaan nyo po, ang mental health hindi lang yung baliw. No? Baka hindi nyo din po alam yung anak nyo, yung asawa nyo, yung nanay nyo, yung tatay nyo, yung apo nyo, yung pamangkin nyo are experiencing anxiety, depression, difficulty in sleeping. These are all mental health concerns too. Okay? And more than the psychotic disorders, mas madami po ito. They are silent mental health concern. So better siguro check nyo na rin po. Alright? So, in the absence of any first-hand information or experience, maraming tao na ngayon, especially the youth, depends or are very exposed on the different platforms of media na doon na nila hinahango ang kanilang worldview, at doon na rin nila hinahango yung experience of what mental health is. Alright? So, malaki ang role ng media at ng SOCMED din on how people, kung paano ang tao nagkakaroon nagbubuo ng perspektibo tungkol sa issues ng mental health. So, nagkukunwari lang ako BS journalism student. Konting research, konting background, yung theory, bakit ba at paano ba nabubuo natin ang mindset ng mga tao pag sila ay exposed sa social media or the different media platforms. Accordingly, correct me if I'm wrong, lahat kayo, I think, journalism students or have a journalism background because I think that's the basic for media practitioners. So there's the cultivation theory and there's the social learning theory. Ang social learning theory is also partly hango din siya sa psychology. Okay, ano ba tong mga teorya nito, no? So, itong dalawang theories work in tandem to influence the construct and the perpetuation of perception. Kumbaga, itong dalawang teorya ang basis kung paano nabubuo ng isang tao ang kanyang tingin, pakiramdam, opinion about a certain issue based on what they are exposed in social media or in media in general. So, tandem sila. So, it also applies in how they develop their perception about mental health. Okay, so siguro tingnan din natin yung ating sarili kung ito applicable sa atin, kung paano din tayo nagkaroon ng perception about mental health. Are these theories, did these theories work on you? Alright, so ano ba po ang cultivation theory? Sinasabi dito na people who spend more time living in the virtual world of television or listening to radio may perceive the real world based on the imagery, principles, and portrayals depicted on the small screen or in the radio. So, in short, kung ano ang naririnig, kung anong nakikita, kung ano ang pinapaintindi sa radyo, sa TV, sa YouTube, or whatever, kung gaano nila nakikita, kung anong nakikita nila, ito na rin para silang sponge na ina-absorb nila at doon din nagiging basehan kung ano ang tingin nila about a certain topic and particularly mental health. So, ang sinasabi, based on this theory, na they assume that what the media portrays about mental health is true. So, nandyan yung bigat ng responsibilidad natin because ito yung impact natin sa tao. No? To the community, to the people, especially those who are not discerning. Alright? Sige po. Yung pangalawa is the social learning theory. No? Learning is achieved not only through direct experience, but also through observation. No? people acquire knowledge about behaviors as well as social conventions from the different media platforms. So media teaches or reinforces social conventions about how to treat persons with psychiatric disorder. So parang similar siya sa cultivation theory, no? So hindi natin kailangan na ma-experience siya para natin maintindihan. Parang ganon ang sinasabi. So when we see, halimbawa, sabi nga ng mga BUCN student 2 days ago, no? Ang portrayal ng mga patients with mental health, gunit-gunit ang damit, ang dungis-dungis. Sabi ko nga, ang iconic imagery ata ay si Sisa. Diba? Lahat tayo mag-a-agree, kilala natin si Sisa, tama po. Alright, so agree tayo na before, probably at one point in our lives, ganon din ang image natin ng may mental health. Yung si Basilio, nasaan ka anak? Mga ganon na tumatakbo, di ba po? Alright. So yun po ang basehan. Ito yung invisible reason how the perspective of people viewing the different media platforms develop their concept, develop their impression about what mental health is. Alright? So, paano nga ba, Okay. Paano ba? Ang tanong ko is, paano ba napoportray ang mga mental health disorder? Another tanong ko is, ganun pa din ba hanggang ngayon? Alright? Sige. So, there was a point that the representation of psychiatric disorder in media has been distorted. And there were two kinds of distortion that happened. Distortion of image, on how they actually portray a person with mental health disorder. And there's the distortion of the causes of mental disorders and their treatment. Paano ginagamot? Ano ang gamot? Ano yung epekto ng gamot? Ano ang dahilan kung bakit nagkakaroon ng mental health problems? Alright? So, usually, in terms of imagery, no, sa TV, minsan hindi na kailangan imagery. The way we describe it can already vividly portray somebody. It is sensationalized, dramatic descriptions of violent attacks and murders committed intentionally by person and usually associated immediately with psychiatric disorders. Ba? Siguro maano natin yung recent na mga shooting incidents in the US. Tapos lagi nilang baka may psychiatric problem siya. And some of them really had psychiatric problem. That's why, because of this imagery, ang perception na ng tao about patients with psychiatric problems are violent, are aggressive. Kaya pag sinabi na may psychiatric problem, takot nang lapitan kasi baka batuhin ako. Baka mamaya sakalin ako. So tingnan nyo from the imagery, the perception, and then the reaction towards patients with mental health. Okay? So it is prominent before on TV programs that mental health patients are described as violent and unpredictable, as victims, as incapable of holding down a job, that there's a tendency to place responsibility to them for scandals and tragedies that would happen. Parang lahat na binagsak na sa kanila. Kawawa naman, no? So it further aggravates the stigma associated with having a mental health concern. So, just for a fact, the media sometimes do not make it clear to the public that only a minority of those afflicted with mental disorders commit severe crimes. Okay, highlight ko, ulitin ko, tetest ko to mamaya. Only a minority. Okay? Hindi lahat. Probably 0.05 lang siya. The actual, take note, the actual occurrence of violence by persons with mental illness is less than by the so-called normal people. We reverse it, meaning more violence are actually committed by the so-called normal people than those with mental health concerns. Okay po. Naririnig po. Alright. Sige. Ha? Sige. In terms of the treatment and management, ang lagi natin na napiperceive na treatment lang, ito, yung ECT. Parang lahat ng mental health problem kailangan i-ECT. At syempre, pag sinabi natin na ECT, it's cruel, it's painful, it causes brain damage, and it's punishment for patients. So ito na rin ang konteksto ng gamutan na itatanim sa isip. And again, that's not true. Pero actually, ECT is one of the safest treatment for patients who are pregnant. To debunk the negative impression about ECT. Alright? Pero, just for a fact, yun, eto na, parang pagkaya ayaw na rin ulit na mag-admit pag may mental health kasi, yun, parang ano nga tawag dyan, naka-straight jacket lagi na ang impression. Kahit marami ng bagong gamot ngayon na super gaganda. Alright? It's not painful, doesn't affect your functionality. But again, ito yung na-propagate at ito yung unti-unting gusto natin na maalis. That's why we're doing these talks. Alright? So, we request that accuracy in portrayal and depiction of people with mental health disorder be done. That's why we're doing this. Kasi, hindi naman na lahat ng tao ganito. Na, ito, yung dalawa sa picture sa taas. There are other faces. These are faces of people with mental health disorder. We have local actresses and actors. But of course, I do not have the freedom to divulge. Alright? Sila, we can because they have openly admitted their illness. Etong apat, lahat sila may bipolar disorder. Okay? So, magaganda din ang mukha ng mga taong may mental health disorder. Okay? Kayo, probably at one point you felt depressed. Maganda din naman po kayo, di ba? So, hindi lagi ganun ang itsura. Okay? Sige. Okay. So, we go to the next chapter, which is the death by suicide reporting. Ito, I think, yung is similar din ng ibang sinabi ni Sir tungkol sa HIV reporting, no? So, ito, we are familiar with these faces, right? And more recently, meron pa, si Anthony Bourdain, memaya, meron pa, no? Okay. It's a fact, based on study, that there is an evidence that media reports about suicide can either enhance or weaken suicide prevention efforts. So double-edged po siya, depending on how media portrays or reports these incidents. Okay? So, how should we do it? Okay, hindi pa pala. So, another evidence to suggest that a particular mode of reporting and portrayal of suicide in mass media may even result in an increased rate of suicide in vulnerable population. Ibig sabihin, kung bobombard sila, for those who are on the tipping point, had been thinking about it, had been preparing for it, baka it might be the straw, kumbaga, that broke the camel's back. It can be the little push that eventually they would do what they have been contemplating because of the bombardment of informations. Okay? Sige. It is also a consensus, reported consensus, that prominent display of media reports about death by suicide result in a significant increase in suicide attempts among adolescents and young adults within the media's outlets coverage. So, kung dito may nangyari at sobrang dami, lahat ng radio, lahat ng TV, lahat ng YouTube, whatever, pare-pareho ito, yun na lang yung laman, it can increase attempts within, halimbawa, Bicol region, kung dito nangyari at andito maraming informations about it. Okay. So, ito ang mga example abroad ng maling di ba? Yung si Kate Spade, si Anthony Bourdain, suicide in the same week by showing the means. Okay? Second, Parkland shooting survivor, suicide within a span of a week. So these are not the right way to present the news. Sige. Sabi sa pag-aaral, the magnitude of the increase in death by suicide is related to the amount, duration, and prominence of coverage. The more hyped, the more top news, the more frequent it is being reported, the higher the increase in the probability of people committing suicide. So makikita natin yung bigat ng responsibilidad natin. Baka hindi natin alam na, may ganito palang effect. Okay? Sir? Okay. Sir? Sir, nabablock mo po. Okay. So, okay. So ano ba ang mga factors that increases the risk of suicide? No? One, when the news explicitly describes the method. Two, when the news uses dramatic or graphic images or headlines at kung siya pati ang headline kaagad. Repeated, extensive coverage which sensationalizes or glamorizes the death. So these are the things that further increases the probability of the increase in this event. Okay? But di lang naman negative. Maraming matutulong ang media. Okay? Tama na doon sa negative effect. Just, giving the facts about it, and now, moving forward, let's see what are the proper ways to do it, how can media more responsibly propagate proper news or information. So, there's this Papageno effect, media effect, okay? And there's the weather media effect. Siguro si Ma'am Rose kaya ang ipadiscuss ko kasi narinig niya na to. Ano, Ma'am Rose? Na-memorize. Okay. Joke lang po. Okay. Sige. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. So, yung mga sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina is actually the weather effect, wherein the harmful media effect, it is the harmful media effect, which is synonym for media-induced imitation effects of suicidal behavior or mimicry of suicide after a highly publicized suicide. All right? On the other hand, there's the Papageno effect. Okay. Actually, the Papageno effect is the other side of the coin, which is the protective media effects. The effect that mass media can have by presenting non-suicide alternatives to crisis. So, sana, moving forward, we will focus on your Papageno effect. When you portray, when you deliver news about mental health problems. Later, there are guidelines kung ano ang better way to present your news. Okay? So, it is the effect when the media can change the narrative, the public narrative, to instead of the heavy-hearted, overemphasizing negative portrayal of an incident, we provide hope, we provide connectedness, we provide social support, treatment and recovery, wherein we can also help transform the system from helplessness to inspiration. Sana, pag mental health and other health advocacies, we remember and we stick to our Papageno effect. So, sorry, ano to? Sir, okay, sige. So let's partner. I think this is the reason why DOH requested for this kind of summit, because we need you. Because you have the power to help us. Because you have the power to change perspective to have a healthier community. Okay? So, naisip ko lang, just for us to tinanong ko sa sarili ko, ano ba talaga ang goal? Ano ba ang prinsipyo ng journalism? Which is the basic tenets of those in media. One, of course, is diba, ang pinaka-cardinal rule or goal of all journalists is truth and accuracy. Tama po? Alright. It is to provide, the main responsibility of journalists is to provide the public with accurate and trustworthy information. Second, but it's a fact that sometimes we do not have or we cannot guarantee the truth, diba? Mahirap malaman ang katotohanan. But it is the cardinal principle of journalism to getting the facts straight. So we get the right information from the right source, and we provide colatilla if we cannot provide everything or all the truth. We be honest. So we strive for accuracy. We check relevant facts from the relevant and truthful source. And of course, be truthful if the information cannot be corroborated. Ba? So, ito daw ang one of the five. Actually, dalawa lang yung iha-highlight ko po na nakikiusap kami, especially in terms of health advocacy. The other one is humanity. No? Isa to, it's the fourth core principle to a journalism. That journalists first, like doctors, should do no harm. So, we have to be mindful to think that what is being published or broadcasted might be harmful or hurtful. Okay? So we be mindful or be aware of the impact of our words and images on the lives of other people. So in tandem with truth, we quote it with humanity. Okay? So, ano nga ba po ang guidelines? There's the WHO suicide guidelines on media reporting by death by suicide. So, first siguro po, let's remind ourselves na instead of using suicide, nag-suicide si ganyan. The proper way to present it is somebody died by suicide. It's a manner of death. Okay? So, ang mas tama, may isang bata na namatay through suicide. Okay. Hindi yung, mag-iba yung impact, di ba, kaysa may batang nag-suicide. Di ba? Medyo catchy yung may batang nag-suicide, pero hindi siya tama. No? Instead na information ang gusto natin yung attention ang makuha. Alright? So, ano ba ang do's and don'ts? First, yun nga, do not present it in a sensationalist, headlines or prominent placements like si Pepsi Paloma ay namatay sa pagbigti. But instead, what we should do is that, sabi daw, kung nakikita nyo pa po yung sa baba, ang news lang is Pepsi Paloma dead at 19 years old. We do not mention the manner of death. And together with that, we inform the audience without sensationalizing the suicide. And we, again, minimize the prominence of it. So, hindi siya headline dapat. Hindi siya top news. Hindi nga rin siya yung unang news. Alright? Second, instead of including photos, videos of the location or manner of death, or the grieving families, friends, memorials, or funerals, instead we do this. Pwedeng kunin natin school photos, positive, about the person who died by suicide. Pero ang nakikita, paano ba, sir, anong masasabi mo sa pagkamatay ni ganyan? No, nangyari sa school, ano yung interview yung principal? Ano daw sa tingin nyo? Yung mga ganon. No, sabi daw may ganyan. Right? So, yon. Iaalisin natin yung pagka-sensationalize ng event. Idadampen natin yon. But we provide correct information and we provide probably pictures about the person but in a respectful manner. Diba? Namatay na nga sa ganun na paraan tapos para palalo natin na dinidisrespect yung pangyayari. Alright. Instead daw of describing recent suicide as it's an epidemic, there's a skyrocketing number of people. Di ba ngaya, si ganyan nag-suicide, tinakod-takod na, sugabos na nag-suicide. Ano po, saro lang yung information. Pare, galing nga, ini pari-pariho ng yasintata, magbararkada ngaya. Tinakod-takod na yung all. It's just lalo pang nahahype, lalo pa na-heighten ang emotion kang community. So instead of using these strong terms, we carefully investigate the most recent data and use non-sensational words like, there's a rise, it is higher now, no? Based on WHO statistics, local statistics. Ganon daw po ang pag-present natin. It's more that we use the incident as a platform to increase awareness of this by providing accurate facts. So, yung without warning, yung bata namatay, nag-suicide, walang kaalam-alam, hindi alam ng nanay or ng tatay. So, parang biglaan. Siyempre naman, wala naman atang death by suicide na hindi biglaan, di ba? No, pero pag ganyan, parang iba again yung context na nilalatag. But we have to understand that most people who die by suicide exhibit warning signs already. Hindi siya biglaan. No? Marami na yan na pinapakita na baka hindi napapansin lang. So, probably that would be a good opportunity to flash what are the warning signs of people who are contemplating to die by suicide. Ba? Mga warning signs. Anong alam natin? Nagsasabi na yan na siguro mas maganda pag ang aking pamilya pag wala na ako. Meron ng, uy, eto, favorite ko to, gusto ko, ibigay ko na lang sa'yo. Eto, gusto mo to, yung pinapamigay na yung mga gamit. Nananahimik na. Alright? There are warning signs. It's not something that is parang sudden. Okay? So, sabi nga, there should be a sidebar in the news wherein we can post this educational information. So again, it's an opportunity to disseminate proper and accurate information to provide hope. Natutulog na po? Malapit na po ito. Hindi ko lang alam kasi wala sa akin yung Okay. Isa pa, di ba? Ang tanong, may iniwan bang sulat? Uy, sabi may sulat daw. Sino bang nakabasa ng sulat? Ano kaya yung laman ng sulat? Ba? Laging, John Doe left a suicide note saying, etc. So, the polite way and the correct way to do it is a note from the deceased was found and is being reviewed. And we are not allowed to post that note. Okay? Hindi ever dapat siya i-post. Ay nako, sorry na lang. Okay. So, usually, para din siyang di ba? Pag-report, napapansin natin, kailan nangyari, saan nangyari, bakit nangyari. Characteristic of criminal investigation, parang crime yung nangyari. Ba? Kaninang alas 4 ng nakita si ganyan, nasa loob ng kwarto, nakaganyan. Okay? It is not advisable to do that. So death by suicide should be reported as a public health issue and not a crime. So walang what, when, where, why. Ano pa ba yung kulang? Na usual. How. O yun, especially yung how. Okay? So, bland reporting, and again, use it as a platform to educate. Ulit-ulit po, ulit-ulit. Pasensya na po, pero yun talaga ang kailangan. Ito pa, yung yung i-interviewin yung first responder, i-interviewin yung nanay, yung tatay, humahagulgul pa, hindi pa nga nakaka-adjust sa fact na nawala yung anak nila, andyan na yung microphone. Diba? Para scoop siya, para mauna tayo na news. Alright? We try and we must avoid that. At instead of asking for the responders na parang, ano kayong nangyari? May ganyan. Ano sabi ng mga kaibigan? Mga ganyan. We do not do that because it sensationalizes further the incident. But instead, seek for suicide prevention experts or mental health experts. Go to the DOH. Ask for resource person there. And that's what we should report together with the incident. Okay. Sinabi ko na kanina, ito rin, baka pwede na rin natin ma-correct laging suicide as successful, unsuccessful attempt, or failed attempt. Para ba naman parang rocket ship na nag-attempt na lumipad. Parang ganun lang ba yun? Diba? Again, we have to deal with it with utmost respect. So the proper term to use is, or when you use it for reporting is, a certain person died by suicide. Period. Okay? Or attempted to die by suicide. Hindi yung successful, unsuccessful, business plan. Okay? Hindi po, di ba? So, okay. So, okay, as mentioned, and I reiterate that when there's an incident, we can refer to research findings about mental health disorders, okay? That study have shown that 90%, okay. Tingnan nyo ma'am, sir, that mental health is found in 90% of people. So sa atin, ilan po tayo lahat dito? 60, 70? So sa 70, only 10% has not experienced mental health at this point. Ako, nasa 90% ako. Yung may mental health concern. Sino po dito yung exempted na 10%? Hindi rin kayo tumaas. Kanina, wala kayong relative. Tapos ngayon, wala rin kayo sa 10%. Okay? Okay. So, but the point is, and I will overemphasize that mental health disorders are usually treatable. Nagagamot, may katapusan ang paggagamot. Okay po. So we avoid misinformation and offer hope. Okay. We avoid reporting that death by suicide was preceded by a single event, such as a recent job, loss, divorce, or bad grades. Okay, fact is that By doing so, we are portraying that it in an overly simplistic and misleading understanding of suicide. Okay? Ang suicide po, ay sorry. Okay. Okay. So anyway, ito sinabi ko na kanina, pero fact that death by suicide is multifactorial. Hindi lang po siya dahil nag-away siya ng boyfriend, pinagalitan siya ng nanay, okay? Or bumagsak siya sa isang subject. Okay. So ito rin, that when we provide news, we make available treatment options or resources wherein people who might be contemplating or who are experiencing depression or any mental health can access help. So let's make it a point that our news would be an avenue to provide resilience and recovery. Yeah? We provide stories of hope and healing because it's always the best weapon to fight the war against death by suicide. Okay. So always to provide information that help is available. So I think ito na lang, last na to, kaya nyo pong i-access, ito talaga ang infographic ng WHO about the do's and don'ts in media reporting about death by suicide. Do not oversimplify the reason, sinabi ko na. So in summary, okay, do not oversimplify the reason for suicide to reduce it to a single factor because it is multifactorial. Do not use sensational language. Nasa red column po tayo. In headlines, do not use photographs, video footages, audio recordings, or digital or social media links. Do not describe the method used. Do not use language or content which sensationalizes, romanticizes, or normalizes suicide or that present it as a viable solution of a problem. So, suicide is never a solution to any problem. Do not name or provide details about the site and the location. Do not report the details of the suicide note. Do not position suicide or related content as the top story, and don't unduly repeat such stories. So what should we do then? Okay? Do apply particular caution when reporting celebrity suicide. Do provide accurate information about how to seek help for suicidal thoughts and suicidal crises. Do educate the public with the facts about suicide and suicide prevention based on accurate information. Do report stories of how to cope with life stressors or suicidal thoughts and the importance of help seeking. Okay? Do recognize that media professionals may themselves be affected when covering stories about suicide. And lastly, do apply caution when interviewing bereaved family members or friends or persons with lived experience of suicide. Yung persons with lived experience are those who saw their relatives who died by suicide, no? Who witnessed their relatives doing it, or those who first found their relatives. So, having said that po, in relation to mental health, stigma erodes confidence that mental disorders are valid. So, and that they are treatable health conditions. So sana po sa tulong ninyo, sa tulong ng pagbibigay po ninyo ng news, no? We can relay or convey the information to most, if not everybody, that mental illness is real. But it is common, and most importantly, it is treatable. Lastly, we ask for your partnership with us So that because the most stigmatizing thing we do is teach people that there is stigma to having a mental illness. So let's join hands together for a stigma-free society, especially with regards to mental health issues and disorder. And I think, lastly, I would like to thank you. And if we know of anybody reporting any misinformation, so sabi ni World Health Organization, protect yourself and others by reporting misinformation. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig.
All right, thank you so much po once again, Doc Morico. Hopefully we all learned and be able to apply the ethics on reporting stories on suicide. So, teka lang po, Doc, baka may mga questions po ang ating mga media practitioners.
Sige po.
Opo.
At ayan
po
si Sir Bobby. Yung mic po.
Since parang continuation ng topic kanina kay RD. Ay, wait lang po.
Yes, good afternoon po. So yung pinaka-message dito is to avoid sensationalism in reporting. Ano po? But then, what if, palagay natin, si Sara Duterte, si Vice President Sara Duterte, mag-suicide? How do we handle that? Ganun pa din po ba yung maging treatment? Hindi natin kasi, syempre, kung si Sara Duterte mag-suicide, mamayang gabi, di ba? Palagi namang medyo parang may problema. Mamayang gabi mag-suicide. So, paano natin i-handle yun? Sabihin ba natin, ay, si Sara Duterte namatay, 45 years old. Ganun lang po ba yan?
Alright, tanongin natin siguro. Sir, meron kang I think we can share information and expertise. I do not have the monopoly of intelligence about it. Tanungin ko si Ma'am Rose kasi siya ang pinaka-senior dito. Sige ma'am, sa experience nyo. What about the question daw kung si Sara Duterte mamatay by suicide?
Ano bang gagawin ko, Sir Bobby, kung namatay yun? Paano ko yun i-report? Nako, talaga binigyan ako ng problema. If the information, for me, seriously, Doc, if the information is factual and I was able to confirm the death, that she really died, of course, hindi naman yan pwedeng pero dapat there should be an attribution. There must be somebody else, perhaps a member of the family, who can tell us or who can broadcast or announce about the death. Kung gusto niyang i-detalye yung manner ng suicide, ng manner ng death, bahala siya. Pero definitely, for me, hindi yan manggagaling sa akin. There should be somebody else, an authority, Doc, a member of the family na dapat magsalita tungkol dyan. If it is a breaking news, ano pang tanong mo?
Hindi, yun nga. Kung we have all the facts, no?
Okay.
Paano natin i-break ang news?
Yun nga, totoo na si Sara Duterte committed suicide.
Oo.
I mean, how do we handle that? Diba?
At saka may tanong din ako kay Doc.
Sandali lang, ma'am.
Related, Doc, paano kung sabay-sabay na yung wish ni Cara David na yung magkatotoo? O, sorry, makulit na kami. Inumpisahan mo, Sir Bob. Paano kung magkatotoo yun? It's mag-suicide nga ang lahat ng mga corrupt dito sa Pilipinas. Paano namin yan ibabalita?
Siguro, isang question na lang in general. And I'm sure everybody has an opinion. So, let's hear it out. Si Ma'am muna, sir. Nauna siya po nag-write.
Yung question kasi ni Sir Bobby is quite titillating, no? Kasi for a journalist, the Vice President committed suicide. She died because of suicide. We could not disassociate na he didn't die for suicide. Because part of factual reporting ano yung reason kung bakit siya nagpakamatay. Halimbawa, kung merong nag-certify from the family or a physician na this person committed suicide, kasi hindi natin alam paano siyang bigla na lang namatay for what. Kailangan po namin yung data. Just like yung case po ni if you will remember, ma'am, yung case po ni former DBM Secretary, Representative Rolando Andaya, di po ba? So,
sorry,
si
hindi ko alam.
Andaya, ma'am, he died because of suicide. Angelo Reyes, there are prominent personalities na hindi nakakayanan po yung burden na hinarap nila. Just like ngayon, what if one of the accused of Ghost Project and Substandard Flood Control Project, who is now under fire, where the Philippine government is clamoring for him to go back to the Philippines. What if things might happen, which we really don't know kung anong mangyayari, di po ba? Yung mga possibility.
Alright. Sige,
So,
ma'am.
ma'am, so hindi natin pwedeng i-disassociate yung ganong klase ng aspeto na hindi sasabihin na ganon yung case ng pagkamatay. Kung may nag-attest from the family that this person died because of suicide, the media will always quote that.
Alright.
Hindi po pwedeng sasabihin yun.
So, yan po yung
Pero
opinion.
based on factual po lagi. Based on facts.
Alright. So, yan yung opinion ni ma'am. Si sir, may opinion din po.
Okay, so
Opinion
Dr.
sa,
good
ang
afternoon.
galing ni sir,
Okay.
magpagising ng kaisipan.
Para medyo kuwan lang ma-descalate yung issue kasi puro patay-patay yung issue eh. Nakakatakot naman ito. And it might happen to all of us anytime. So, nagkakataon lang na yung issue is the do's and don'ts about the reporting, sharing of information to public. Dito ako, ma'am, nagkakaroon po ng question dahil ito nag-emanate yung problema sa suicide. Now, since the problem or the question about suicide is not yet being answered dahil bakit tuloy-tuloy itong mga problemang ito? And with all due respect to the Department of Health, since now we're talking here of suicide, ano po ang pinaka-major na intervention ng community and ng local government units para po ma-prevent ito? Dahil ang totoo, sabi nga namin kami sa media, in sharing the informations, disseminating the informations to the public about any problem, hindi po nakakarating sa lahat eh. Na dapat may intervention din po ang local government units. Nasabihin natin ang suicide, very critical portion of the news or information, pero hindi natin maiwasan, gaya po ng nabanggit ng mga colleagues ko, na merong mga sensationalized news na di natin pwedeng maiwasan. Kanina nabasa natin, ito yung dapat gawin, ito yung dapat hindi. So andun na po tayo. Pero, ang problema nga, like what Regional Director Dulce Marianito said a while ago, na paano ba ito makaka-counter? At saka paano natin malilesen ang problema ng suicide. I know this is the point. Kung paano natin mabibigyan ng solusyon na hindi na mag-escalate itong problemang ito. Kasi ganun at ganun eh. Yung ibang victims, pagdating dun sa ibang insidente, well, it is flooded in the social media na wala tayong pakialam. Pero pagdating sa suicide, very tayo, na wag natin ilabas kung ano yung cause of death. Di po ba? Na dapat sana, ito yung masensationalized para ma-aware ang tao na wag na maulit pa. Sa akin, sa part ko lang, mama, in my opinion, dahil dito pa nagkakaroon ng problema eh. Every now and then, the problem about suicide, hindi po nako-contain. Tuloy-tuloy. Sabi nga natin, may mental health, illness ang isang tao, may tendency na magpapakamatay. Sorry for the word, kasi suicide ang ating pinag-uusapan eh. Pero yung pagpapalabas ngayon ng news, di rin natin maiwasan at di rin nakukontain din naman. Ano po ngayon ang dapat gawin? Ako na po magtatanong, ma'am. Kasi since na kayo ang nag-discuss, ano po ang dapat gawin doon sa inyong diniscuss kanina kung paano pagpapalabas ng tamang information, di po ba? Oh. So dito ngayon, ano po ba ang pwede mong may contribute sa amin para po, aside from those do's and don'ts, para po ma-prevent or ma-contain natin itong case ng suicide? Thank you.
Siguro, ma'am, it's okay. Siguro I will ask for the opinion of Regional Director of the Philippine Information Agency. Before I will,
Yes, ma'am. Linganay rin ginibo mo, Sir Bobby. Ano to, ma'am eh? Pag kami mga ganitong nagpapasawa ito eh. Alam niya naman yung tanong niya. Actually, ma'am, yung sensationalism yung ating issue dyan. When a high profile, like doon sa example niya is, yun, nag-commit ng suicide. Yung word na commit, kung makita nyo yung ginagawa ng mga media sa Manila, hindi tayo marunong noon, pero ginagawa talaga nila yung tama. I saw ganito ma'am yung ginawa nila. For example, kung sa Vice President, ito yung usual na naririnig natin. The Office of the Vice President or kung anong office yun has confirmed the death of yung kung sino. Then, authorities are investigating the circumstances and preliminary reports indicate it may have been a case of suicide. So, kapag ka ganun, usually, ganun yung naririnig natin. Then, officials requested that bigyan ng, yung grieving, yung family. Again, as media practitioners, we have to go back to the etiquette, yung sinabi nating ethics of communication. Putting ourselves in the shoes of yung empathy na sinasabi natin kanina. Kung sa'yo yung nangyari, ano yung ating magiging reaction. Kahit yan high profile yan, hindi yan excuse na hindi rin sila nasasaktan yung pamilya. While there's a distinction of a public official to a private person, but still, ethics in communication has to be observed carefully and properly. Thank you very much po.
Well said, RD. Ma'am, on that issue, I think we will end, that would be I believe that's the most appropriate response to that question. And we will not be misled if we go on to the guidelines of the WHO. Sabi nga, again, medyo kasi parang it has been repeatedly mentioned kanina and yet we asked that question. Okay, there is a guideline. We just strictly follow the guideline because it is been crafted by the World Health Organization. So, kung maging sensationalized man yan, sana hindi galing sa inyo. Alright? So, it can be discussed. It can be discussed in a non-sensationalized manner. I think that's the point of the whole lecture. And also that, again, we use it as a platform to inform, educate people, and to give the correct helplines for patients on crisis. With regards to, hindi po ako journalist, but I think I will abide by the response of the Regional Director of the Philippine Information Agency. And I think that is the most appropriate way. Sir, bago ko sagutin yung sa tanong nyo, yes ma'am, may mag-aano ba? O Nina? So with regards to your question, sir, tama po, at this juncture, it is very good that we start asking ourselves, what are we doing about it? Actually, ito yung rason kung bakit ginagawa po ito ng DOH, no? As a starting point for us to tickle our minds and to increase our awareness about death by suicide and other health concerns. Hindi lang mental health, hindi lang mental health, HIV, and other substance abuse. So, gusto natin man tapusin lahat no, ng problema, alam natin ang katotohanan na we cannot have one single answer and we cannot address everything overnight. But it is good to ask that question so that you can ask the question to DOH, to the LGUs, to the different communities. So start asking them, sir. Everybody, please start asking the municipalities or the cities that you are, where you are living, ask them, what are they doing with mental health concerns in their community? We are doing so much. The BRHMC is doing so much. DOH is doing so much. The other mental health institutions like BMC, we are doing so much. The DOH have already rolled out training to the mental health officer, the municipal health officers, educating them with the MH gap. Kasi hindi po namin kakayanin na mga psychiatrists lang. So, we amplify our voices by training. DOH po ang nag-initiate ng MH gap under the World Health Organization so that all municipal health officer can be frontliners to assist initially and even provide treatment for mental health problems. So when at the grassroots we have these people doing their jobs, that is one way of decreasing the probability that death by suicide will diminish and hopefully will never happen again, at least man lang in our region. So indeed, parang nangingilabot po ako sa tanong nyo, sir. Salamat at nagtanong po kayo. Bigyan po natin pansin. Gamitin po natin yung power nyo as media practitioner to ask your communities, your LCEs, your elected officials, what are they doing? How are they helping? Kasi baka magising kayo at makita po ninyo, marami na pong efforts ang ginagawa. Hindi lang aware ang iba sa inyo. So siguro, if you ask that question, you report the efforts, then together, mas malakas at mas malinaw ang boses natin na tinutulungan natin ang buong komunidad about our fight against all these deaths and also to bring about a community who is not only physically healthy but also mentally healthy. So sana, tulad ng tanong ni Sir, lahat tayo magtatanong noon, ano na ba ang ginagawa natin about this issue? Yes, ma'am.
Doc, ito po kasi, before the chief of PNP was removed from his post, si Torre, I asked about this is a walking time bomb na we need to counter. Ang dami po kasi na mga suicide cases na we're trying to conceal these stories. Marami pong mga estudyante, nagkailan pong estudyante from Pisay ang nag-suicide. And marami, dito po ito sa Bicol, pero hindi po ito nakakalabas. Marami pong cases na recorded po ang PNP na suicide cases, pero hindi rin po ito nakakalabas. And then, when I asked the PNP national official kung kumusta po ang cases natin sa buong Pilipinas, so sabi niya, ang daming nagpapakamatay. So what we need is, eto po suggestion ko lang, kasi tayo po sa Pilipinas, regionalistic pa din tayo. Kahit po meron tayong sinusunod na yung WHO. Pero what I'd like to suggest na we need to come up with localized term for media reporting. Just like we conducted meron po kaming ginawang pamphlet that time with the Diocese of Legazpi, yung right reporting, then yung dictionary na ginagamit, how to report about yung mga sexually abused children. So yung kailangan, we need to protect these children. So just like these cases na nangyayari sa atin sa Pilipinas, though this is a global issue, pero sa Pilipinas, we have different issues. As third world country, we need to look into kung ano yung makakasolve sa problema natin. Just like in other countries. Kasi in other countries where we conducted a series of workshops, they're looking at it in different perspective. So sa Philippines, siguro po kailangan din nating tingnan ito. And in localized term, dito po sa region, dapat mayroon din po tayong term we need to sit down yung DOH, media, yung right term for reporting na kailangan natin gamitin. So we don't need to conceal the story. This is like a Pandora's box. So we don't want this, kagaya ng nangyayari ngayon. So we need to attack the issue head-on sa tamang reporting. We need to, siguro po hindi lang to, ang first meeting, so we need to handle, we need to gather, we need to put our heads together to contain this case. Kasi hindi na natin ito maiwasan na this is a walking time bomb kung itatago po natin. Yun lang po.
Well said, ma'am. Well said. And thank you very much for that recommendation. Indeed, that's a very good recommendation. Siguro, ma'am, with your experience sa nangyari nga doon on the right terms, baka may organization po kayo as media practitioner, you can create a core group and probably initiate coordination with DOH to institute or initialize that action plan. Maganda talaga po siya. Di ba po? So, actually, ang next na speaker is Ma'am Wendy, who is the DOH Non-Communicable Disease Program Head. So, siya ang mas may malawak na tingin ng mental health program sa buong region. So, sabi niya po, she will address it. Last information is, yung the word of concealing, I don't think all of the death by suicide is being concealed. Most probably, the relatives just want to be respected and don't want it to be sensationalized. That's why they don't want it to be reported. So, may posibilidad po na yung anggulong yon. So, parang wala naman kasing conscious effort to conceal anything. But indeed, the statistics, whichever it's coming from, would be helpful for us to determine the next actions to be done moving forward. So maraming salamat po sa inyong interes at maraming salamat po sa unang tanong na nagpagising sa lahat. Sana po, again, I think I will reiterate, let's just, for now, since wala pang local terms, wala pang local guidelines, we still go to the WHO guidelines on media reporting about mental health. So, my heart is full kasi alam kong nakinig kayo kasi maraming tanong. Maraming salamat po ulit.
Ayan. Thank you very much po ulit, Dr. Morico. So, may we call on our HEPA2 Communications Management Unit to give or to award the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Maria Angeli Lorbes Morico. Once again, thank you very much, Doc, for your wonderful topic. Again, it is our job as media professionals and communication officers to report stories like this as professionally and as sensitively as possible.
Yes.
Because these are not just our stories to tell, but these are stories that inspire people to seek help and be that help to others. So, ayan, dako na po tayo to our second topic this afternoon. Now, let's proceed to the DOH Bicol mental health program, and ethical reporting of mental health cases. This will be discussed by the DOH Bicol CHD Mental Health Program Manager, Ms. Windaline G. Baluis. A round of applause, please.
Hello, good afternoon. Buhay na buhay, ano? Ang pinag-uusapan, kahapon pa yan. I hope you were in our Bicol Mental Health Convention. Yesterday, we also invited our media professional that was held in Proxy Hotel where our experts from the different agencies were invited like the WHO, the experts from the DOH, no? We talk about the direction of the mental health program, spearheaded by the DOH, with our Bicol Council for Mental Health. So I was listening a while ago and I'm so excited about the issues you raised, no? Binuksan nyo yung pintuan, tama po yun. Pero kailangan natin isara ng maayos. Para yung agreement natin, excited tayo to talk about ano ba pwede nating gawin? Actually, I was, how do you call that? I was challenged by the question raised a while ago concerning about how can we address if there are some personalities, especially the high-profile people who committed ganito. Pero ang sagot ko lang yan, let's not talk about hypothetical. We are here to talk about how can we do about to prevent what is already happening. What was already happened. Kasi di ba ito ang nangyayari sa atin sa mental health, we keep on worrying on the things that hindi pa naman nangyayari. Why not focus on the things that we can do something to prevent the mental health? So that is our focus today. So I think this is our concern that we would like to give to all of you, especially the direction of the DOH. But I would like to start that with a mental health literacy. Mental health literacy is the #1 gap when we talk about what is mental health. Ako nga nasasadin, even the health professional are not aware of the mental health. So mas lalo na yung ating mga media professionals. Diba? So this is the sudden part, and that is why we're intensifying the education as part of the strategy in our mental health. Aberda po, nanta daw ini. Ngunyan sa sarong hapot na pig-expecta, as in mamamap out ta, kung kita po ba talaga aram ang satuyang sistema sa DOH. Because this is very crucial when we talk about the services that we have in Bicol region. Kasi I'm sure that we have a varying level of information, even though we are all media professional, kasi nangyayari din ito kahit sa amin. Iba-iba rin po yung aming sinasabi. So what we want is actually to calibrate. No? I-calibrate po natin, i-standardize natin, but of course, we're focusing on the right information. So this is our objective. So we want to give you the right information and as much as possible, to reach out people with this accurate information. Yun naman po talaga yung mandato nating lahat, di po ba? And syempre, hindi tayo dapat maging prescriptive kung ano yung dapat na gawin natin. No? Because we also value that even the media professionals knows already some of the ethics. Alam po namin yan, ako I value your profession, especially you are also our partners in terms of how we can reach out. No? Our people correcting their understanding, perception nila towards the mental health. Okay, so tingnan po natin, ay ako po yan. Yan po ay truth. Ito po, okay. So let's start. Paano ba to? Saan ako Sa'yo ba? Sa'yo ba? Okay. Ayan, hindi siya mag-ano. Ayun, myths and facts about the mental health. Mag-umpisa tayo, maglaro tayo ngayon para naman medyo nakakaaliw ano. So number 1, ano po sa tingin natin?
when we talk or ask about mental health problems are rare, bihira po ba yung mental health? Mag-umpisa po tayo dyan para makita natin kung talagang lahat po ba tayo, when we are talking or giving some news relative to the mental health, pare-parehas po ba yung ating mga pagkakaintindi? Ano, ma'am? Bihira po ba yung mental health problems? Sa tingin mo po? Hindi siya bihira. Bakit po? Okay. So, what about si sir? Sa tingin niyo po, bihira po ba yung mental health problems? Hindi rin. Bakit po? Problema. Okay. So, at least no, pare-parehas tayo sa level na yan. What about si ma'am? Ano po sa tingin niyo po?
Andyan po, ma'am, yung mental health problems. Yung iba, masyado nga lang nasa-sensationalize. Yung iba hindi. Yung iba reported, yung iba hindi.
Okay, sige. Okay, so in other words, majority of us believes that the mental health is not rare, right? Hindi siya rare kasi araw-araw po ay nai-encounter at nai-experience po naman yan ng bawat isa. Tingnan po natin. Totoo po yan. Ang mental problem po, pag hindi po yan na-address ng ating pamahalaan sa tulong ng iba't ibang agency like the health facilities, but it should start from the community. No? I would like to elaborate that the mental health issue is not a health issue alone. It is a public health issue. So therefore, when we are talking about a suicide issue, it should be resolved by a public issue. Okay? So it is not a health issue alone. It should be addressed by a multi-sectoral intervention that will put that in a context of strategies to fight again or preventing the suicide. So we will talk about paano ba natin maiiwasan, kasi yan yung napapakinggan ko kana, paano ba mapapahinto yung suicide na yan. So anyway, we will talk about that in our next few questions na very interesting because with that questions, at least we have our opportunity to reflect. Because I believe you have your foundation. All of us have this ethical foundation to know about what is really true, what is not, and what it's supposed to do, how to help. No? And we're talking about ethical. It's not only about the reporting. It's about how we contribute, how we assert as a person to help others. Right? So it will start from that. Now, knowing with our figures, nakita natin na talagang hindi siya rare. Kasi imagine 31%, so we're talking about the global. If I'm going to share you the local numbers, it is indeed increasing, no? The WHO numbers will tell us. So isi-simplify ko lang po. Kung kita po digdi halimbawa, igwa kita rough estimate na mga 50 lang or 60, sabihon ta, pera po ang pig-invite digdi mamites. Maluya ako sa numero.
Yes, ma'am. Dito po sa summit.
Opo. Ilan po tayo?
Lahat po siguro nasa 80 to 90. Ganyan.
Okay, siguro, okay. Dahil yung iba, wala nang nakaupo, siguro mga nasa 60 na lang po. Ano? Okay. So meaning to say, out of the 60 now here, present in this whole, 10% to 15% are experiencing, not experiencing, but it's already estimated have a mental health condition. So 60, the 10% is 6. Tama, no? O may 6 dito sa atin. Siyempre, hindi naman yan sasabihin na ikaw yon. O kung kaya, yung sa likod mo o yung katabi mo. Hindi naman niya yan aaminin. Right? Kasi nga, pinag-uusapan dito yung stigma. And of course, sometimes, there are some experiences that these people are experiencing discrimination. So we're talking about these barriers. Why? It is not open to the public. No? Kaya yung iba, yun yung sagot kanina. Bakit hindi na o-open? Actually, in as much as we would like to open, the suicide incident, let's face the reality, ang namatay na wala na tayong magagawa. No? So that's the reality. Let's be very factual. But it's still value-adding to know about the figures. Yung numbers, kailangan aralin natin. Bakit tumataas siya? Sapagkat gusto nating malaman, ano yung dahilan? No? What's the reason behind that? So that we can do strategically how to prevent. Because we're talking about the access. If you will see maybe, and if you will analyze, most of the access can be reached out at home. O, di ba? Marami pong suicide by death, death by suicide. So, i-correct po natin na we are not using completed or successful suicide because nararamdaman natin na meron siyang stigma. Right? And then, suicide, death by suicide. So yun po yung ginagamit natin na terminology. Now, back with what I've said a while ago. We are talking about the stigma, no? So, kung yung taong yon, for example, sa isang pamilya, merong namatay na ganun po yung dahilan, the family themselves are ashamed not to disclose that to the public. And that is number one reason why even in other agencies, they are not disclosing that because that's a big no, especially if they want to receive some incentives. Di ba? Kahapon nga yung issue no, ng PNP. Hindi nila ma-disclose na ganun po sapagkat there's actually a policy na pag ganun yung dahilan, walang makukuha. So this is one of the issues that should be resolved, not only one agency. So it has to talk about the internal agency because the Republic Act 11036, so buti na lang meron na tayong Republic Act 11036, so this is the National Mental Health Act. So gusto ko lang pong ikwento sa inyo na ang gobyerno naman po ay talagang seryoso na sagutin kung paano po natin pagtutulong-tulungan na ma-institutionalize ang mental health na hindi lang po sa community. Tatlong aspeto po yan. Sa community, sa agency or workplace, at ang pangatlo po ay sa eskwelahan. Na kung saan po ay, yun yung nakikita, no? Kanina, yung report ni ma'am, it was actually revealed, but let us validate that. So it's not only about reporting, but we need to validate that. But the problem is, it's only about reporting. There's no validation. So we need to see who is accountable to check about that. No? So kailangan may mga accountable person to talk about that, but that should be resolved internally. So that is part of the ones who are reporting that. So kailangan may mga ganun klaseng pag-uusap para lahat ng mga information po ay umaabot talaga sa tamang ahensya. Kailangan ng resibo. Yan pinag-uusapan natin. Pero kung lahat lang po tayo usap, pero wala naman pong mapaikitang resibo, so we cannot actually do that as part of our valid reporting, especially in the Department of Health. So we cannot indeed capture that numbers and tell about these are the numbers of the suicide reporting. So as I was saying a while ago, the reason why we are not sensationalizing the numbers of the suicide is that we want to focus and educate our people. Right? But it's also value-adding to learn or to know about what is really happening, why our numbers are increasing, and how can we do something to prevent these numbers from increasing? What can we do? No? So sabi ko, it's a public issue. When we talk about the suicide, it's a public issue. So that means that ikaw, tayong lahat ay may accountability. See? So we cannot actually pinpoint to only one agency because we're talking about a multifactorial and a lot of determinants that can be explained in our framework. Okay. So tama po 'yon, no? Kaya inumpisan po natin dito na yun pala hindi naman pala talaga bihira, no? Halos araw-araw na experience natin na meron tayong mental problems and even us are not exempted. Kahit tayo na i-stress. Pero ang importante, yung stress natin na gumagawa ng energy Kasi, di ba, pag na-stress tayo, it's either na-excite, yung mga emotions natin tumataas, no? Pero yung energy yan, kailangan tinatranslate natin sa magandang coping. Okay. So, I think this is the first step. So, the reason why I'm telling or sharing this to you, because I believe this is the first thing that we can do or check about the ethics. It will start indeed with ourselves. Kumusta tayo pag tayo po ay nai-stress? So let's self-assess, right? So this is a very good inventory. Pag nai-stress po ba tayo, anong ginagawa natin? Was it translated to a very good coping or... Kasi pag maganda yung coping, that is good also to our well-being. Yun po yung gusto natin i-highlight dito. And that's the reason why we are adopting the HL or mental health, no? The HL or the healthy lifestyle. So, in our numbers, sinasabi po na 31% goes to anxiety conditions. Pataas ng pataas, especially po sa sitwasyon natin ngayon. Even in our social media, you can read a lot of, the news na hindi na nakakaganda, hindi nakakatuwa. Kaya minsan pag alam kong hindi ako, nai-stress ako, hindi na ako nag-o-open. Dapat ganun, no? Mindful na. Kasi it will not help my well-being. Otherwise, my emotion will escalate. No? So yung ganon. But sometimes also we need to look some information that will help us. But, of course, kailangan reliable information. So, ganun lang naman po yun. So, I'm stressing more on the well-being that will help us, that will attribute why our mental health conditions or the prevalence of the mental disorders are increasing. Kasi nga, hindi makita yung kanilang makakatulong na coping. No? Kaya yun, takot, tumataas yung anxiety. So anong magiging papel po ng mga media professional? Malaki po ang magiging papel natin. By mitigating some information which will not help the social or the public, no? Na nakakasama sa loob nila, yung mga ganon. Because I know in our social media, there's a lot of disinformation, fake news, and even deceit, pangliling lang. And that was indeed the result of the Rappler studied. No? Kaya nagtatanong ako kung merong Rappler dito. I've been following the Rappler because I know Rappler is really a very good source of information because they are relying on an evidence-based, meaning to say empirically, talagang tinatawid nila hanggang sa baba para lang ma-validate no, using their researchers. So that's what we want really. The validation matters a lot in terms of looking at the information. Okay, so tama po yun. May premyo tayo doon sa sumagot na. So it's not rare. In fact, there are so many mental health conditions nowadays no, na na-experience po ng ating mga kasamahan. So I will not disaggregate, but we are just giving you the figures na talaga pong pataas ng pataas. So look at the figures of 28.9. That is a global, but in Bicol region, yan po, no? So you will see that psychosis is number 1 po, no? Psychosis next is we have also the epilepsy, depression. So yan po yung mga nangunguna na mga mental and neurological. Epilepsy is a neurological condition. It is not a mental. The psychosis and depression is the example of the mental health condition. Now, if we have a reliable numbers, no, in our Bicol region, so that is a very good mechanism. Somehow, no, to develop or to formulate our designs in crafting our actions. No? Kaya nakita natin no, na mataas pala yung depression. No? So imagine pagka lahat na lang pala karamihan sa atin may depression, how can we expect that one person will be productive? Paano kaya sila magko-contribute? Where in fact, when we will define what is mental health, tatlong criteria lang ang tinitingnan dyan. For example, ang isang tao, masusukat lang na meron siyang lusog isip or may mental health kung siya po ay nakakapag-cope up ng kanyang stresses sa buhay. Kaya kanina, tinatanong ko, kayo po ba, pag nai-stress, tingnan po natin kung anong klaseng coping mechanism meron tayo. Was it healthy or not healthy? So that's how we would like to equate mental health. Because if it is not healthy, so something wrong with us. So what do you want now to reinforce that in our information? So how we can help our community? So that is one of a very good preventive measures na tinatawid natin yung ating mga tagapakinig, kung ano yung mga ginagawa nila, para nandun yung ating papel na tumutulong tayo sa preventive side. So, that is number one, no? Criteria on mental health. Pangalawa, kailangan productive ka. No? So, yan, mag-a-assess naman tayo sa isang tao kung productive siya. Productivity is a very big aspect. Productivity in terms of how that people can contribute, no, in terms of so many factors. Maybe financial, maybe intellectual, maybe skills, no? Pero ang pinaka-importante dyan, ibig sabihin, may nagagawa siyang mabuti para sa ibang tao, sa sarili niya, sa pamilya at sa community. Ganun lang naman po kasimple yun. Because there's no health without mental health. So how can we imagine with the 60 persons here, if 15, no? Kung 15, this is a normal situation. Pag normal situation, anong po digdi ang igwang mental condition, digdi sa laog? Day taaram, day man iyan talaga matuga. Pag may disaster, mataas po yan 30%. Arg po yan pag-compute ka iyan. So kung 6 times 3, so pira na iyan, tama bang 18? 18? Okay. So 18 personnel. Now, if we have a problem in our people, tapos gano'n naman, babawas pa, so that will actually affect the productivity. So how can we translate some of our tasks kung wala, nagbabawasan dahil nga sa ganong sitwasyon? So pag-uusapan po natin ulit, paano ba natin maiiwasan dyan? Kaya let's go back to the coping. So that's how we can help. The coping can be translated in terms of adapting the healthy lifestyle. Because if I'm going to ask you, you have your own designs. Ang tao po hindi pare-parehas. May kanya-kanya pong paagi kung paano po mag-cope up, right? And we respect that. Kaya nga, yun ang sinasabi ko kanina na yung approach ko po sa inyo ngayon, hindi po ito prescript na ito, hindi nyo ito gawin nyo yan. Kasi, alam ko po na ang bawat isa, alam kung ano ang tama. At alam din po yung hindi tama. At alam din po natin kung paano tayo makakatulong. No? Kailangan lang pong gabayan. Bakit kailangan natin gawin itong tama? Sapagkat ito po yung nakakabuti sa'yo. At makakabuti rin po sa iba. So when we keep on embracing our healthy coping, that's how we can actually satisfy. Diba? Diba pag nakakagawa tayo ng mabuti, hindi naman lang tayo ang nasisiyahan, pati yung ibang tao. Meron bang nasisiyahan na ikaw kumuha ng pera? Tapos nasiyahan siya? Wala naman ganun, di ba? So that's actually the definition of the well-being. So with that example, that's the very simple example that we would like to correlate with a mental health condition na in our simple task as a media professionals, you know your best. You know that you have your potentials, you know your skills. Make use of that as an instrument to spread good in everything ways na maaari po tayong makatulong. So that's how we can help the mental health. So beside, these are the gaps in the mental health care. No? Out of the 8, again, so this another approach in estimating the mental health condition. Sa kada 8, may saro na talagang grabe ang problema. So imagine, Ann, kung ang kada saro sa 60, pira na iyan, anong 7? O tama man baga, no? 7, 8. Yan na 8 Ann, kaipuhan po ninang tabang tulos. So what we want now in our media professionals is to educate them how to provide some psychological first aid. Yung psychological first aid na maaari po natin ibigay kaagad. So we hope that we can support each other. No? The PFA. Because when we are trained on the PFA, at the same time, it was already, kumbaga, internalized in our system. Ganun na yung approach natin eh. Hindi na masyadong, kumbaga, masyadong prescriptive, no, yung ating mga sinasabi. Although, we also understand that there's some concern that has also to integrate in your media concerns, no? But I'm just trying to pinpoint po na the PFA is very helpful. Nakakatulong po yan sa ating pang-araw-araw po na pakikipagsalamuha at pakikipag-usap po sa ating mga tao. 71% people with psychosis do not receive mental health services. Why? In Bicol region, this is based on my research. Ano sa palagay niyo kung bakit hindi po nakaka-receive ng mental health services? Si Sir James.
It's because siguro bihira ang ating mga psychiatrists o bihira yung mga mental health workers. Unlike others, na mas marami na, like mga nurses, ganyan. The way I look at it, dito sa Bicol region, mga mabibilang natin sa kamay kung ilan yung mga psychiatrists. Kasama na yun si Doc.
So I'm happy, no, with your answer because mamaya, tingnan natin.
Maybe because kasi marami po ang may mga nakakaranas ng mental health pero ayaw magsalita, ayaw magsabi.
Si Ma'am Rose, una mo po Ma'am Rose, ngata po kaya ta, so mga taong may helang sa isip, na isin na nakaka-receive kang mental health services. Sa huna mo lang. Or sa pagkaaram mo.
That's true, actually. Lalo na po sa mga hararayong lugar. Ma'am, marami pa silang mga old age na mga paniniwala about mental health disorder. And tayong mga nandito at nakakaalam sa isyong ito, we should also know na itong mental health problem or mental health is one of the last great issue ng mundong ito. Facing what, as I see it, kasi as I see it, maraming mga isyong mga nag-aano sa atin. Lalo ngayon, dito sa Pilipinas, actually, siguro tatanungin ko rin kayo na because of the pressing issues in our country today, especially on corruption, mga Senate hearings, mga investigation, tatanong ko sana sa inyo kung meron na ba kayong statistics as far as Bicol is concerned, kung ilang mga Bicolano na ang apektado nito dito sa mga pressing, considering na isa sa mga ay mga kababayan natin at tayo ay mayroong mga incidents ng ganun. Pero as I see it then, this should serve as a warning for us kasi ito talagang mental health ang last great issue ng mundo. Siguro kung may maniniwala sa end of the world, mga ganun, di ba? Pero dapat meron tayong sanctuary or shelter kung paano natin madidistress o paano tayo mag-cope ng stresses natin at paano natin alamin natin kung hanggang saan ang coping mechanism natin. Pero kung ako pong tatanungin nyo, since lagi kami sa ground, marami pa po ang hindi masyadong educated, hindi pa nararating ng tamang impormasyon, lalo na po sa mga malalayong lugar at maraming naniniwala lalo na may mga cellphone naman sila, sa kapapanood nila ng mga reels sa social media na hindi masyadong factual, yung mga information, yung mga presentations, ay naaapektuhan sila. Kaya problema po ito ninyo. Hindi po. Problema po ito natin. Pagtulungan po natin kung paano natin ito mako-correct ang false information ng tamang impormasyon at para ang mga tao, lalo na yung mga nakakabasa, nakakapanood ng mga videos sa social media ay ma-educate at matututo ng tama at kaukulang impormasyon.
Okay, so, valid po no, yung shinare ni Ma'am Rose. No? Let's go back. Although I would like also to recognize the concern of Sir. Mamaya babalikan ko yung sinabi ni Ma'am Rose. No? Especially doon sa call for action for education, which is close related po doon sa ating karamihan na hindi nakaka-receive ng mental health. But, okay, the reason why I'm asking you that, 71%, that is near close to the reality. Why? Ako, every time I'm talking, ang basihan po ng sinasabi ko, palagi pong evidence-based. Hindi po ako nagsasalita ng haka-haka. Palagi pong may basihan. Ito base sa ating helpline ha. May helpline po ang region na gusto ko pong i-correlate dyan sa 71 at tama naman po yung observation ni Ma'am Rose. Karamihan po sa mga tumatawag sa helpline natin, ang average ng edad ay 24 years old. In-average na natin yan. Sino ang mga tumatawag? Karamihan babae. Kasi syempre, ang coping ng babae, magsalita eh. Kaya sila yung tagatawag. Iba yung coping ng lalaki. Kaya kung papansinin nyo, tinatanong ko yung coping ninyo. Pero pagdating naman sa suicide, mas mataas ang by suicide ang lalaki. Babae, kaunti lang. So it has a close relationship with the coping. You see now? So now, I would like to go back with the 71% because I tell you, we will not only talk about the topic now. I would like to go out with that door, something to live from you, at takeaways. We would like to move each other. Kailangan meron tayong magalaw ngayon. Ngayon, ano yung connection dyan? Balikan natin, tumatawag. Karamihan babae. Alam niyo po ba kung anong dahilan kung bakit sila tumatawag? Number 1, ring. Siyempre, sasagutin namin, hello ma'am, good morning, what can I help you? Saan po kami pwedeng pumunta? Saan po yung mga hospital? Saan po yung mga mental health center? Imagine, no? So this is a basic information. The basic information na masasagot ng hindi lang health facility. Right? Kaya tama yung sinasabi. So ano ang magiging takeaways ng media professionals? These are the basic information that now we know that indeed, in our health system, meron na po tayong mental health services. Sa RHU, lahat po, 114 rural health units were capacitated by the Department of Health for the people to access the mental health services. Whenever they need the services, they can go there. Aside from the psychotropic drugs na libre, meron pong serbisyo na binibigay. Kaya lang, with lack of information, again, they cannot reach out because they do not know where to go and whom to reach out. So you see now, it's very basic. And I think this is very basic, but this will impact if we will collectively help each other to inform the people that we have mental health services in Bicol. Na hindi lang po ito responsibilidad ng DOH. Na hindi lang po si DOH ang magsasabi na, oy, meron kami. Na? So this is a public health issue and each one of us a responsibility to reach out this correct information because there are so many disinformation, right? Tama yung sinasabi. Marami kasing mga walang magawa. Marami tayong kalaban na hindi nagbibigay ng tamang information. But if we will put together our information, let's make a fact check. Yun po yung ilalagay natin. Meron po kami, yun yung pag-uusapan sa media. Even in our articles, it should be corrected, and I think that will matter. That's how we would like to help the DOH to correct that information. So yan po yung in-highlight po namin kahapon, that the local are ready to provide mental health services so that we can decrease that. 71%. Imagine yung mga gamot natin, nag-i-expire, not because hindi ginagamit, sapagkat walang gumagamit, dahil walang nag-a-access, sapagkat hindi nila alam na meron na pala. So see? So it's not only about it's far, Hindi sa malayo na, sapagkat we already brought the mental health services down to the community. It is because of the scarcity of the psychiatrists. Kaya a while ago, from the specialists, we are already translating that, transforming to a public health intervention. Why? Tandaan po ninyo, mga kapartners po natin sa media, pag sinabi pong intervention sa mental health, may rule of thumb po yan. Hindi po yan kaagad-agad pupunta kay Dr. Morico na magpapagamot sa mga psychiatrist. Tandaan po natin yan. What is the rule of thumb in our mental health gap action program? Number 1. 1, 2, 3, this is all a non-pharmacological. Non-pharmacologic, ibig sabihin hindi papainomon. Number 1 is psychoeducation. And you are part of that. We are all part of the psychoeducation. Because we want someone who needs intervention, kailangan may kausap siya. Di ba pag may problema ka, gusto mo, may kausap ka. May kausap ka nga, pero nagiinuman naman kayo. So, practically, ganun yung coping, nagiinuman. Pero hindi natin alam na yung alcohol pala, downers yun, May problema ka na, umiinom ka pa ng substance use, di mas lalo kang nadidepress, So, ganun yung epekto nun. So, syempre, mai-influence, magbabago yung isip mo. But, kung responsible, so let's go back investing to the self-care. Yung kaibigan mo, wag na mag-usap na lang tayo, mag-Starbucks tayo. So that's the healthy. So pag-usapan natin. So you're now saving the life of your friend because all of us have responsibility to heal. Meron po tayong healing. Even ourselves, we have the power to heal. What is the number 2 rule? Coping. Coping pala is part of the intervention. That is why I keep on asking you, kumusta ang coping ninyo? Kailangan ma-empower tayo. Let's see, inventory our coping because if we are embracing, of course, what is not good to our well-being, eventually it will not give us a good, pag palagi ka, it will influence your emotions. Ganun yan eh. So, it's a matter of looking at and embracing our coping. More so, healthy, of course, will help us. Kung dagit ka, may problema ka, idinalagan mo na sana yan. At least, maski nagdadalagan ka, nagmumuda ka dyan, duman mo pigluluwas. So, energy ta, kasi pag dagit, pag may problema, grabe ang energy. Kaya big-explain ko ini, sa layman na nasasabutan ta. So, but think about that. When we are a problem, think always that this is a blessing. I already experienced that. In my experience, whenever we have or I have a problem, I always grateful for that. Why? Because this is the fuel. Nakaanyo, pag may problema, pagtitikwil sa isip ta, tapos puso ta na, anong dapat tang ibuhon? Hoy? So pagtitest kita kaiyan. Pag pagtitest kita kaiyan, naglalaban na sa coping ta. gibuhon ko ini o ini ang gibuhon ko, ika ang madesisyon. So you see now, God is real. Tinawan kitang isip, tangani pong pag nag-isip kita, mamamatian ta sa kana so behavior ta. Behavior is the action. Kaya bago kita mag-action, nag-iisip baga kita, tapos namamatian tamanaan, bago kita minagibo. Okay. So matutal, nakulaon po ang bagay para sa tuya na mabago. Kasi kita ang nagkukontrol. So that is the coping. Number 3, support system. Kay puhan po igwa kitang support system. And I challenge the media professional if you can also integrate the mental health in your association. So when we talk about integration of mental health, it's just a way of, part of your media professionalism. Maybe we can also help you to train you on the psychosocial skills because it will help a lot, especially in interacting with people. Kasi when you keep on talking about the people, hindi mo alam, you're already providing psychological first aid. You are already moving someone, pero media professional ka. No? Iba ang mararamdaman mo. Kasi nung nag-report ka pagkatapos kayo ito, dahil nadagit sa inyo, nagpasalamat pang maray, gustong sabihin ka iyan, PFA iyan. Okay. So, actually, it depends on the motivation. You see? In mental health, abo ko lang mag-lecture because this is beyond of my topic, but you are talking, sir, about the framework. I would like, of course, to, sana, if we have still time, the framework of the well-being. Kasi there are 4 important factors or aspects in well-being. Ang mental health, nakatakod po ini sa well-being. Pag oras na may disaster o may mga problema sa buhay, ang nawawalat po sa tuya, sa well-being ta, na kung ano kita. So default tayo iyan. Depende po yan sa 4, kung ano po sa tuyang 4 na K po iyan. Number 1, kalooban. Depende yan kung ano ang igwa ka sa loob. Ano bang loob mo, masama ba o mabuti? Ibig sabihin yan. Pero, para maaraman po yan, kapuhan, mabuksan. The only way to open that is talking it out. So there's an effective way to open it up. Pero make sure na pag binuksan mo yan, kaipuhan mong saraduhan. Kasi siyempre maisip yan. Pag namumroblema ang tao, maisip yan na baka naisip niya yung tama. So kumbaga, pighang mo, so hindi po maganda rin yan. No? So yung psychosocial skills, prosesi po yan na dapat value mo iyan. No? Maitawid po natin hanggang sa ending na makita niya yung clarity ng purpose niya. Kasi ang bawat tayo, remember, we have our potentials. Do not underestimate the kakayanan of every person. The reason why sometimes they do not see their potential is that they do not have support system. And that is the second aspect in the well-being, the kapwa. Okay. The third is therefore, third kalooban, kakayanan. Yun na, kakayanan is the potential. Basta 4 po yan, okay? So, nasa framework po yan. But, okay, so, ilimit ko po yung aking discussion, no? Masyado tayong nag-dive. Pero that's a very good realization that I would like to share with you because when we are talking about restriction or limitation, we can do something to prevent that, to decrease that clients who do not receive mental health services. So we have important role to do that, no? So that we can inform the people, no, who are needing those services on the grounds. Na meron pala tayo mga services. And 2% of the health budgets on average go to mental health. So usaping leadership po ito. Sapagkat at this point in time, we are lobbying or we are empowering, no? As part of the LCE commitment, they should also appropriate budget in support to the implementation of the mental health. and the provision of the equality mental health services. Okay. So only adults experience mental health problem. Ay, yung dati na ito, ano? Baliktad ata. Okay. Oh, only adults lang daw ang nakaka-experience ng mental health. Is it true? Why? Kasi as young as 10 years old, no, nagkakaproblema na. May nag-suicide na 10 years old. Imagine, no? 10 taon. Nag-suicide. Nakakalungkot kasi pabata ng pabata yung mga taong nakakaranas ng mental health problems na hindi po nabibigyan ng tugon. Okay, kung titingnan natin ang rason at yung cause of problem, why that child died by suicide, so it's actually a lot of factors, no? So, na hindi lang po si health ang kailangan magresponde. So malaking ano po yan, malaking usapin na kailangan po yung iba't ibang ahensya. Especially po yung mga taong minandahan, especially yung mga agency minandahan ng batas ng Republic Act 11036, like the Department of Education, no? Minandahan din po ang DepEd, ang CHED minandahan, ang DILG minandahan dahil titingnan din yung sa community na ma-integrate yung mental health. Ang DOH po ay minandahan para magbigay ng mga technical assistance in support to the capacity building of our health service providers. Now, ensuring that our service providers will deliver competent or quality services on the grounds. Okay. So 17% to 20% of Filipino adults experience psychiatric disorders. So meaning to say, minus 100, 100 minus 15, 85%. Right? So yung 85% na yan, yung kalahati po niyan, nasa community. Yung iba, nagpapacheck up lang. But the rest of the people are in the community. So the approach now, in order to cover the large percentage of the people that should be provided with mental health services, kailangan community-based mental health ang approach. Okay, so yan po yung ating direction. Mental illness and physical illness are related. Is it true or false? Is it myth or fact? Related po ba? Ha? Sa tingin nyo, is it related? Yes. Because whenever we have a heart disease, may depression, may diabetes, cancer, kung ano man, di ba? Ang tao po ay namumroblema. Psychologically, physically, emotionally, apektado po ang isang tao. Kaya hindi po pwedeng i-chapwera na hindi bigyan ng pansit at bigyan ng mental health intervention. So we need to provide an integrated intervention which include the mental health. And even the HIV, the TB, should be integrated with the mental health interventions. No? Mental health is a rich people problem. Problema ba ito ng mayayaman lang? Hindi. Sapagkat mas maraming ang namumroblemang mga mahirap dahil sa mga limitasyon at unmet needs na hindi nabibigay, no? Yung mga kawawang tao na hindi may bigay sa kanila yung mga kahit basic needs, no? Education, the job, etc., etc. So we can see that mental ill health and poverty is interrelated. And that's the reason why this is not only a mental health condition for the rich. No? Okay. So, mental health problems can only be treated in mental health facilities. Sa facilities lang ba matitreat? Sa hospital lang po ba yung ating mga may problema sa isip? Sa tingin niyo po, sir, yung may problema po sa isip, sa hospital lang po ba magagamot? Hindi po. Bakit po? Magandang sagot. Yan. Okay, that's correct. Kasi, di ba, sinasabi natin kanina na ang mental health issue is not only a one issue, no? it's a multi-sectoral, including the community and the family should be part of the intervention. And in fact, no, in our perspective on mental health treatment, based on the WHO, makikita po natin na the treatment have changed from a specialist perspective to a public mental health perspective. Kasi this is again based on the research. Yung mga pasyente po na ina-admit po sa hospital, mas matagal gumaling. Bakit po? Kasi syempre, wala yung support system nila. Iba yung mas maganda yung nasa community lang. Kaya yung mental health natin ngayon, pag nasa RHU, pag na-assess po yan at binigyan ng management ng ating mga doctors sa baba, no? Sila po ay sinanay ng na-train po sila rin ng ating mga psychiatrist. So, yan po yung ating protocol po ngayon, kaya maaari na pong gamutin yan sa community. Sapagkat, sabi ko nga po, medyo delaying no, yung prognosis, yung development, pagka diretso yan no, sa ating facilities. So can you imagine no, in our ACC or Advanced Comprehensive Care, ang Advanced Comprehensive Care po natin ay ang Bicol Medical Center. We have our mental health facility in Cadlan, right? Okay. So, yung mga hindi na kayang gamutin sapagkat medyo complex na, ibig sabihin, napabayaan na. Pagka kasi hindi naagapan kaagad yung isang tao, no, na madala sa isang pagamutan, mahirap din, no? Medyo delaying din yung kanyang prognosis. So, ayun, napupunta doon sa ating Cadlan. No? Ito yung medyo mahirap ng i-manage, but still, no, so we are hoping that they can be treated no, completely, and once they are well, so they will be integrated in the community again. But again, pag wala po yung ating support system, napakahirap po because it's a multi-sectoral, including the family and the community should be involved in the provision of our intervention. And based on our quality rights of the service users, so tingnan po natin the right to enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of the physical and mental. Pag nasa hospital, wala na yan. Kasi nasa institution na, di ba? May karapatan din naman sila na dapat may mga physical and mental, especially yung personal liberty. Pag nasa family, iba. Kasi kausap ng pamilya niya, napapakain ng maayos, na gusto niya, kaya mas maganda yung prognosis, yung development ng pagka yung okay, no, nung ma-treat no, yung ating patient. Also, yung included, no, nakikita na nila at nararamdaman na that they belong to the community. So, we want to make them feel that they are inclusive in not only the family but also in the community. So another question, mental health problems can only be treated by mental health specialists, like the psychiatrist. Sa tingin niyo po, sila lang po ba ang maaring mag-treat? No. Because the spectrum in mental health, hindi po lahat na may problema sa isip, dadalhin po kaagad sa psychiatrist. Di ba kanina sinabi ko may rule of thumb? Ito po yung ating sinusundan. Psychoeducation, the coping mechanism, the support system. Ang pang-apat po ay psychological. Papasok yung mga psychologist. Last po ang psychiatrist. Okay? So, hindi po diretso. Kasi in our practice, makikita natin, especially in Cadlan, lahat po repair agad. No? Hindi po yan yung ating protocol. Because we know that 90% of our people having or experiencing mental problem can be managed at the primary health care, including the family. Because when we do the intervention for the patient, we want to make sure that the support system, including the family, is also there. Kaya ang dahilan kung bakit yung mga vagrant person na minsan ma-observe po ninyo nagagala-gala ay hindi po madali na damputin lang at ibigay, dalhin lang sa kanila. Hindi po ganun kadali. Na? Sapagkat sa batas po natin, kailangan pong makita pa rin yung human rights dyan. Kailangan po sa pagbibigay ng intervention, kailangan kang humingi ng konsente sa isang tao. Kahit pa nga sinasabing may problema siya sa isip. In the absence of getting that informed consent, so the LGU should provide custody to that person, and that is with the help of the DSWD. So meaning to say, the first one or agency who should respond to the people who are rooming because of their condition should be the social welfare. So hindi nyo dapat dalhin kaagad yan sa RHU or health facility or hospital. And that's the reason why pinapauwi yan ng hospital. Because we're talking about the legal issues. No? So we cannot provide intervention unless otherwise the patient or the relatives will give informed consent. So that's how we do that's how we manifest and respect the provision of the intervention. Hindi po madali yon, no? Kaya sinasabi ng batas, ang bawat LGU, kailangan minandahan po ang LGU. Hindi po sinabihan na makiusap. Kung may makikita po tayo mga ganong tao na may problema sa isip, jurisdiction po yan ng LGU. Okay. Jurisdiction po yun ng LGU to talk about and how to address their own mental health program. Okay? So yan po yung status po natin dito sa Bicol region. So you can see that 100% po ng ating mga doctors in our 114 RHs were already trained on MHCAP. So meaning to say, they are ready to provide mental health assessment and management. Kaya lang, ang very challenging po dyan, hindi alam ng mga tao na meron na pala. Kaya ito yung aming pakiusap, magtulungan po tayo na sabihin sa kanila, even yung mga gamot po ay pwede nang i-access sa kanila, ng libre. Kasi karamihan po sa kanila pumupunta pa sa mga private na psychiatrist. So, that's a maintenance. And how much is the psychiatric or psychotropic medicines? It's too expensive. No? Okay. Unless otherwise, there's again stigma. Ayaw nilang pumunta sa community kasi sasabihin naman nila, kung malaman pa nila may problema kami sa isip kaya pumupunta ng private. So that's a different concern or issues. But we want to, of course, to help them and give this information as much as possible to access the public services through the LGUs. Okay. So another, so that's what we want to have a strong foundation in our matrix sa mental health. Makikita po natin na kailangan po talagang palakasin yung ating self-care. Sabi nga, hindi pwedeng magbigay tayo kung tayo mismo ay wala. Di ba? We cannot give what we do not have. This is very hard in mental health. So, kailangan may puhunan muna tayo sa ating sarili. So, dyan tayo mag-i-start. So, kaya yung self-care, let's go back to the self-care. Kaya, I would like also to invite you, the media professionals also, considering that you're exposed to many, sometimes conflicts also, in terms of the or communication, magandang bigyan din po kayo ng caring for the carers because you are also responders. Okay? So, rest assured that i-coordinate na lang namin, sana na mabigyan din kayo. Pero kung may initiative mismo from the internal, meaning to say from your to do that. So mas maganda na yung initiative or yung budget is also coming within your offices. So sino po baka si Sir from the region can be requested to provide this kind of activity, yung caring for the carers because you also care for the people. You are part of the carers. Right? So, ito yung kulang po natin. Ito rin po yung sinusulong ng DOH. Nagbibigay kami ng mga activities na ganito para mapangalagaan po yung ating mga responders. Okay? Okay. So, yan. So, that's what we would like to explain. We want to strengthen our foundation, starting from the self-care. So, that means us. And then, of course, kailangan pong malaman na maliban po dyan, we have a support system. Our LGUs to the primary health care are now providing mental health services before referring that to the advanced comprehensive care, which I already mentioned, the ACC or CADLAN, no? Yung ating Bicol Medical Center. Okay? So yan po, how we can complement or help each other. Kasi hindi po kaya lahat ng mga psychiatrists. We have only 8 psychiatrists in Bicol region. Okay? So remember, the 10 to 15%, how many is that compared to the population in Bicol? 6 million? So meaning to say, the 10% of the 6 million is 60,000. Saan mo ilalagay yan? Sa BMC, which is ang ano lang naman po, ang bed capacity is only 250. Okay? So yung iba po niyan, nasa community. So yan po yung direction natin because that was the recommendation of the WHO because of the evidence base that the prognosis or yung development of recovery of a patient is more more effective than compared to the institutionalizing, no? Mas effective po yung community-based mental health. Okay. So understanding mental health, nasabi ko na po ito yung definition. State of well-being, and I already mentioned, tandaan lang po natin yung 3 criteria na masabi natin na mentally healthy po tayo. No? Marunong po tayo mag-cope up ng stresses, produktibo tayo, at nagko-contribute tayo. Yang 3 yan, mawala man ng isa, meaning to say, baka may problema na tayo sa isip. Okay? So yan. Yan po. So, let's talk about that. So 3 components which I also explained, no? Hindi po mahihiwalay yan ang pag-iisip, damdamin, at yung ating behavior. Kung ano ang inisip, yan din po ang ibibigay na signal sa inyong damdamin. Kaya pag nag-isip ka ng masama, natural, masama rin yung pakiramdam. At yung magiging action or behavior will also be the same. Okay? So it's up to us, no, to decide kung mag-iisip tayo ng masama o ng mabuti. So that is part of our kalooban or yung ating tinatawag na inner self in our well-being framework. So those are the 8 dimensions of the wellness. I will not discuss. Pero I just would like to highlight na importante po yan para po mabuo yung ating well-being. So kailangan po kompleto yan. Sapagkat isa man lang po niyan ay medyo mahina, so maaapektuhan po yung ating well-being. Sa Tagalog po or Filipino, anong gustong sabihin kang well-being? Pag may disaster, may mga problema, ang natatada po sa tuya, minakonekta po yan sa well-being ta. Kung sa gadget, yun ini ang piga-apod na, so default ang application. Sa gadget, binakalta yan na bago, di ba? For example, nagbakal kitang cellphone. Pag bago iyan, may mga original lang or default dyan. Yan. Factory set na pigasabi. Pigpa para uploadan talang ki ibang mga applications. Additional yan. But once it was virus na. So it can be correlated with a mental health condition. Na virus so gadget nindo, kaipuhan iyan reformat. Panganing makaray. Pag reformat iyan, pinabulong, mabalik siya sa dati niya. Nako so arog man po kaya ng tao. Pag nakakaigwa po ki mga problema sa buhay, grabe, may pig-agihan, nagkaigwa ki problema, minabalik lang, ang natatada lang po sa iya kung ano so igwa siya. Yan po ang pinaka-importante. And that is what we call what we value. Kung ano po ang pigva-value ta, which is connected to our well-being. Sa Pilipino po, pag sinabing well-being, we are referring to the kagalingan or kabutihan. Yan man lang po pala ang kaipuhan sa mental health. Nako po, we should focus only to the kabutihan or kagalingan. So that is the saving grace of the mental health. Otherwise, if we'll go beyond that, so that means that we are creating some stresses in our life. So it's up to us. No? Okay, so yan po. No? So mental health is a continuum. So let us now fight against mental illnesses. So it's up to us to protect our mental health. So if we will not adapt the coping mechanism healthier, so chances are mental illness. So kailangan lang po na patibayan natin yung ating coping mechanism para mapangalagaan po yung ating mental health. Okay? So mental health is a continuum and usually po, pag healthy, syempre normal yung functioning. Pag halimbawa nagre-react, syempre with the stresses that we are experiencing, there are reactions. Now, in reacting, there are common and reversible distress. It's either you fight it or you fly by it, no? Ibig sabihin, it's either na hampangon mo siya or madulag ka. Iyon man sana yan ang gustong sabuhin. Iyan man sana ang coping ta. So, depende na sa tuya kung paano tahampangon ang problema. But hopefully, we should embrace the healthy coping mechanism. Kaya di ba makikita nyo dyan yung isang dosenang iwas stress. Because the isang dosenang iwas stress is referring to the healthy coping mechanism. Okay? Now, and hopefully, it will not fall under injuries and ill because mahal magpagamot. And once we are now get ill, mahirap, no? Hindi na tayo magiging productive. At pasan pa natin yung buong pamilya. Ang sakit ng isa, sakit ng buong pamilya, right? Mahirap yung mental health. Minsan sasabihin, buti meron ka lang diabetes, may hypertension ka, productive ka pa. Pero pag isang tao, may problema na sa isip, pati yung pamilya kasama, mag-aalala sa'yo, hindi makapagtrabaho kasi baka mamaya magwawala kung anong gawin. That's how we see a person with mental problem. So the challenge is, each one of the member of the family should be supportive to one. Sapagkat yung taong nagbigay lang sa isang family, siya lang po ang naging salamin. Naging salamin lang po siya ng problema ng isang pamilya. Sa iya, nag-absorb. Just like in our society, you can see a lot of, people who are not capable to do that because they are the people who never receive any support system. Nasasalamin natin kung anong meron tayong lipunan or society in our community. Okay, so we do not want to happen na. Now, in our layman point of view, pagka halimbawa ganon nakikita natin, so we want the healthy reacting to be divided into more healthier areas. Siyempre, kailangan yung self-care and self-support. Yan yung ating panangga. Dapat dyan yung ating focus in mental health. So that hindi na po tayo aabot pa doon sa mga professional care kasi mahal magpagamot. Right? Lalo na sa mental health, kung may mga stigma pa, kahit meron access doon sa community kung nahihiya. Kinahiya, hindi sila magagastos na lang sila. Okay, so that's the problem if we have very poor mental health literacy. So, papasok po uli doon yung inyong tulong po. Okay? So, what are the causes of the mental disorder? I will not talk further about this because I know that it was already part of that was discussed by Dr. Morico. The responsible and ethical reporting of suicide-related concerns was also initially really discussed by Dr. Morico, but I would like to just to go along or to pass through the slides para makita po natin na merong mga polisiya po na pinalabas ang DOH relative to unethical reporting by the media professionals. So nakikita po natin that there are weather effect. Pansin niyo po nung nag-share tayo, akala natin yung Iraq man ngaya. Alam niyo po iyon, yung ina na naging viral, na sinunog niya yung mga anak niya. Sa sobrang, aram kung paano ita-translate ang pagkahirak ta. So iba, nahihirak sa sobrang pagkahirak, pagpapara-share ninda. Ganun tayo hindi natin alam kung yung sharing is actually a very helpful way or not. Yung iba, sinishare pa nila. Ano nangyari nun? Di ba mga few days a week, there's a Papageno effect. Inulit-uli yun. Because in social media, we do not know kung sino po yung taong makakabasa. Paano kung halimbawa, yung taong nagbasa nun, parehas ng pinagdadaanan niya. Okay. Pag parehas pa ang pinagdadaanan, maybe that can be an option also. So naisip niya option yun. So yun yung very critical. And that's actually the reason why we should be very responsible in sharing. If it can help the people, why not? Pero kung sa tingin po natin na hindi makakaganda, so nasa sa inyo yon. But we are all accountable in sharing what is helpful or not. No? Okay. So, the Papa Jenny effect was actually lifted from a story of, yung mga sa Europe po yan nagsimula, na gumawa ng pocket books noon. Tapos binenta, naging best-selling yung pocket books na yon. Pero at the end of the year, gano'n, ang daming nag-suicide, no? Kaya ang daming nag-suicide at ginagaya nila kung anong nangyari doon sa character ng isang pocketbook. So yun po yung ini-explain po dyan, no? I would like also to highlight, it was also happened in school. Sa school, pagka medyo mataas yung anxiety, madali rin po silang gumaya. Kaya kaya very crucial po for the media professional not to sensationalize because that is the effect. Ang epekto po, bako man sa indo. So I would like to correct that because a while ago, it was mentioned about na yung effect. The effect is actually sa community. The effect of the reporting will be on the people who receive the communication. No? Maari pong, halimbawa, pagka aarog ka ini, grabing problema sa social media, so ang emotion kang tao, nagkikreate po kita na dagit. Ang mga tao po ngunyan, kaya yung tanong kanina ni Ma'am Rose, ito na po, nag-insinuate na po kita ki mga dagit, no? So with this emotion, probably it can also cause or effect in our society na hindi rin magiging maganda yung epekto. No? So ganun lang naman po yun. Kasi pag mataas po yung emotions ng tao, no, buti kung nagagamit yun sa tamang coping. Kasi yung energy natin dapat ini-invest sa tamang coping. Pagka hindi po na-invest sa tamang coping, so it will be translated to another actions. No? Kaya ganon, may mga ibang behaviors na ginagawa. So what is the relationship of that with our Papa Jenny effect? So it's the same with the students, no? Na may nahimatay na rin yung isa hanggang kung ano-ano na nakita. So that also happened because of the anxiety effect, no? Dahil sa sobrang takot or emotions na na-create within the school na sa kwento-kwento ng mga ano yan, walang nag-filter, no? Hindi naman totoo, hindi na validate, hindi naman, nakakalat na yung balita, pero walang preventive yung risk, no? Yung COM na ginawa to check, no? The fact of that kind of balita. So anong nangyari? Lahat po dinala sa hospital because of the escalating anxiety of the student. And that is not good, no, to the school. Okay, so yun ang ibig sabihin yan. Now, I just would like you to just adhere to our Republic Act 11036 under Section 22 that we have our suicide prevention. So sinasabi po dito na kailangan po magbigay po tayo talaga ng intervention 24/7. So please help us to disseminate the numbers or helplines, no? Especially for those people who would like to access na nahihiya sila. So may helpline po tayo. So ipibigay po namin yan in our last slide. So yan po siguro ang isa sa mga magandang strategies that we can help our people to access help, no? Okay, so ito po yung aming DOH, AO, na nailabas, matagal na po yan, 2022 pa, yung guidelines for the ethical and responsible reporting and portrayal of suicide in the media and audiovisual films. It was disseminated especially to the other agencies, no? Yung reduce the incidence of suicidal thoughts, to avoid yung ganong klaseng sharing of the suicide situation, especially the sharing of the details, siyempre ganon, nakakahiya po yun at mas lalong meron pong epekto on the part of the families, no? Okay. So, ito yung ating suicide prevention initiatives, no? We are following or adhering to the WHO strategy. The Live Life, no? If you will, may acronym po yan, Live Life na yan, but the initiatives is more on the guidelines of the ethical portrayal of suicide in media. Okay? The pilot of the suicide surveillance in selected hospital, in the Bicol region, we have the Bicol Medical Center. No? Mahirap pong kunin yung data sapagkat hindi po makukuha yan sa mga hospital kasi nga ang suicide is a legal issue. So kailangan pong i-validate yan kung talagang nangyari yan. And that's the reason yung PNP po ang meron yan. No? O ngayon, yung mga data ng PNP, hindi po totoong hindi dinidisclose yan. No? I would like to correct that because we have our Bicol Council for Mental Health. The PNP is part of us. And the PNP is also reporting those numbers to the DOH. No? And we are reporting that to the central office. So, ganun, that's how we partner in our council. And that is one of the advantages in Bicol region that we have very strong relationship with the other agencies through the Bicol Council, established Bicol Council in mental health. Whenever we have issues and concerns, we tackle that in the council. So I hope if you have also some issues and concerns, you can also relay that as part of our council. We would like to invite the PNP, PIA, to be a member of our Bicol Council. So yesterday po, sir, we had our Bicol Mental Health Convention, and then the expansion of the Bicol Council was highlighted in our convention. So those are the composition of the different government and NGO and even some of the service users organization. So that's how we talk about the issues so that we would be able to come up with a collective issues, not only a collective resolution, not only from the agencies, specifically for the ones who are using the services, the service users. Kahit po yung mga pasyente, may leader sila doon, umuupo po sa amin para parte po sila ng aming pag-uusap. Sapagkat gusto po natin, pag gumagawa po tayo ng polisiya, hindi lang po yung tagabigay ng mga services ang magdidesisyon. Kailangan po yung binibigyan ng serbisyo ay kaparte po ng ating pag-usap para masigurado natin ang ginagawa natin ay akma para sa kanila. Okay, so yan po yung ating Bicol Council for Mental Health. Okay, so those are just the tips, no? Ito lang po yung mga tips para maiwasan po natin na magkaroon po ng conflict, no? At masiguro po natin na makakatulong po tayo sa mga nagbabasa po ng ating mga messages or mga articles, no? Or kaya interacting with our clients, no? Okay. So I hope you can take note of that, no, as part of our tips, no? So this is based on the WHO rin po, but it's more on specific, no? Okay. Provide reliable information on suicide and suicide prevention. So there should be a verification and validation. Be certain of the facts of the incident. Avoid describing the details of the suicide. Observe relevant provisions from the Data Privacy Act. Be careful with the language used. Be cautious when interviewing persons bereaved by suicide. Ensure that the audience knows where to get help in the report itself. Develop stories featuring proven coping mechanism. You see now, media is also part of advocating the coping mechanism. Interventions of people with the life experiences, consult a mental health professionals, no, prior to reporting. Okay? So para tama po yung ating mga informations na nilalabas. And avoid giving prominent space or airtime to a suicide report. So you see now, that's the reason why we do not actually give just the numbers na ganito. So because we want to more highlight the preventive aspect, no? Okay. And avoid mentioning the method or location of suicide or the word suicide or nagpakamatay in the headline of any report. And also in our reporting mechanism. Okay? Okay. So yan po yung mga tips. Ito po yung ating dial. So you can also share that, no, as part of helping our networks in accessing the numbers. So kung may mga humingi po ng tulong sa inyo at alam ko po na kahit po kayo ay ginagawa nyo na yung psychological first aid. Diba? May mga nakakausap no pa kayo, tapos humingi minsan ng gabay. So, I'm sure na PFA na rin po yung principle na ginagawa po natin. PFA po, 3 lang po yung pinaka-importanting prinsipyo lang po dyan. 3 L, look, listen, and link. Look, magmasid. Magmasid po tayo ng mga taong may mga red flags. Pag sinabi pong red flags, kailangan may basis. Ang basis po, dapat kilala mo siya. No? Kilala mo naman siya, hindi siya gano'n, pero ngayon hindi na siya sumasama sa'yo, hindi na nagre-report, no? Palaging yung umiinom na ng alak, nag-iiba na yung behavior niya. In other words, yung action niya, so that is observance. Look, listen, upuan mo na. Baka makatulong tayo. Pakinggan. Makinig lang po. Pakinggan lang po siya because by verbalizing, we can already providing help. And link. So that's the important one. Hindi lang po sa pakikinig. Kailangan yung nakuha natin information, lalo na kung kailangan niya ng tulong, ay maibahagi or mailink po natin sa mga appropriate agencies na maaari pong magbigay ng intervention. So, nakuha na po ito. So, that is our latest crisis hotline. So, that's it. Maraming pong salamat sa inyong pakikinig.
Thank you very much po, Ma'am Wendalyn Balois, our Mental Health Regional Program Manager of DOH Bicol CHD. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Wens. Ang dami nating nakuhang information about our regional data. Hindi lang yan. Makakatulong po ito sa inyo, sa ating media, upang mas mapabuti po natin ang mga reporting natin, lalo sa mga mental health-related issues. So, ayan. Now, let's move on to yung last na po natin, yung ating open forum, which will be graced by our 2 resource speakers sa muli. Ma'am Wendy, may we ask you po to take a seat together with Sir Sam Banico po for HIV. Sir Sam, nagbabalik si Sir Sam. Ayan. Sila pong dalawa ang ating mga kasama for the open forum. So if may mga additional questions pa po, this is your opportunity po. Sige na, sir. To ask our 2 resource persons. So, sino po ang mag-start? Sir James. All right.
Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po to Doc Balois. Ang gusto mong malaman ng media ay ano yung mga signs and symptoms na ang isang tao is undergoing physical or mental distortion or illness.
Magandang tanong po yan, no? Although, may separate topic po ako niyan or lecture, pero sa mabilis po na kaalaman po natin, madali pong tandaan yan, no? For example, physical. Kasi maraming dimensions yan, no? Maraming factors yan. Physical, makita natin, dati naman grooming siya, no? Pero ngayon parang napapabayaan na niya sarili niya. Tapos may mga nararamdaman yung tao na masakit palagi ang ulo niya, masakit yung tiyan niya, especially for the older adults. Because they cannot verbalize their problems with their children, with their family. Sometimes it's psychosomatic problem. Sasabihin nila, ang sakit-sakit ng ulo ko, ng likod ko, pero kaya pinapainom mo ng gamot, hindi matanggal. Because it's already a mental health problem. No? But we want, of course, to prevent that by support system. Kaya nga yung support system is very important. Please do not forget the rule of thumb. Media professionals can be an expert on the ground when we talk about the mental prevention or mental health prevention. Yung psychoeducation, kaya tuwang-tuwa ako kay Sir James kasi naitanong niya yan. So, masakit yung ulo, physical po yan, hindi makakain, yung mga ganon. Cognitive naman, pala, hindi makatulog, no? Tapos iba na siya mag-isip, napaparanoid na siya, tingin niya parang tinatraidor siya, yung mga ganon. Tingin niya parang gusto may pumatay sa kanya. ang isip niya, yung ganon na siya mag-isip. Masyadong cynical, ibig sabihin napaka-negatibo na niya, lahat na lang mali ang naisip niya. So, it's very crucial because if that person will live with that kind of thinking or cognitive, mahirap yan. So, kaya kailangan talaga ng suporta para makita or makausap niya kung bakit ganun yung kanyang saloobin. Di ba kanina pinag-uusapan natin na in our well-being, it's very important to think to open the kalooban. But you can only open the kalooban when you talk with that person with compassion. Mahirap buksan pagka...
Thank you, ma'am.
Opo.
I ask this question, baka ito mga signs and symptoms, makikita mo rin sa mga media practitioners. Ang mga media practitioners are not dissociated sa public. May mga gaps, kailangan din nila ng mental assistance or psychological assistance. Yes, and 72% kasama sila doon sa sa gaps, di ba? Nakikita ko yung figures. Hindi kami dissociated sa public, kasama kami. Mayroon din kaming mental kailangan din namin yan. That's why, ang next question ko, ano ba ang ideal para sa Bicol region na magkaroon tayo ng parang mental health workers na kaya natin i-cope up ang present problems na pwede tayong makapag-debate o makakaroon tayo ng pagbabago in the next year that will come.
Thank you for raising that question. Ako natutuwa na mismong sa inyo po yan galing. Sapagkat sinabi ng Republic Act 11036, minandahan ang CSC, no? CSC at DOLE, na gumawa kayo ng mental health. Sabihin nyo sa public sectors na ang bawat public sectors at private sectors ay mag-establish ng mental health in the workplaces. No? Ibig sabihin, the CSC already issued a model or guidelines on how to establish a mental health program through the mental health wellness program, yung mga ganun po in the workplace. So, meaning to say, we have already a model where we can adapt to start our mental health. We should not neglect that we are also part of the services na nangangailangan. We are a human being and we are also vulnerable with a mental health problem. Just what you shared a while ago, sir. Lahat po tayo ay vulnerable. Kaya kailangan yung bawat ahensya ay handa rin na tinitingnan yung kapakanan at yung well-being ng isang empleyado. No? So I just would like to share in us, in the Department of Health, ang ginagawa po natin, kasi syempre mahirap naman magsalita kung kami wala. So kailangan meron din po kaming binibigay na programa. So ang ginagawa po namin, sir, to help our personnel in the DOH, we have our health and wellness program. So it's a big program for health and wellness program, no, integrating the mental health. So we package that with the annual medical check-up. So sinusiguro namin na malusog yung aming mga empleyado. No? Isa yan sa mga minulang na mga binibigay natin na karapatan ng isang empleyado na siguraduhin na tayo din na tagapagbigay ay meron ding malusog. No? At sinisiguro din na yung ating mga kaisipan ay kumbaga nasa tama, no, para makapagbigay rin kami ng tama sa aming mga service users. So, yung example po natin diyan, every year po nagkakandak po kami ng yung drug testing. We're doing that. That is part or a mandatory screening test in every organization. So that's what I would like to ask from you if you're doing that in your organization. The drug testing is number one because, remember, if we are in problem and we are experiencing this stressful event, chances are we will adapt coping mechanism. So we want to check or inventory what kind of coping mechanism are we embracing. Is it bad or is it good? If it is bad, so that's not good to our well-being. Papasok po dyan na yung iba pala nagsusubstance use. So you see now, the essence of choosing the right coping mechanism that will take care of our well-being, because if we will protect our well-being, then we can be more productive. We can more contribute. And then, of course, we take care of ourselves. So, in other words, in a nutshell, I would like again to call an action, wag natin pabayaan yung ating mga sarili. Especially po kayo, mga responders po kayo. Alam ko po na nandyan po yung inyong pagmamalasakit na magdala po ng mga impormasyon para po makapagbigay ng magandang desisyon, hindi lang po sa community, pero kailangan din po nating pangalagaan yung ating mga sarili. Pero bago po yan, kailangan din po meron tayong programa, no, sa ating ahensya. And that is a call for action. That's high time to establish or to make sure that we have a mental health program that can also be included as part of the mental health and wellness program in our workplace. It's a mandate. Hindi po kayo inuutusan, ay hindi po kayo nire-request. Inuutusan po tayong obligahan na magkaroon ng mental health program sa lahat pong ahensya. Be it a government or a private, we should protect our people, especially the service provider, for our well-being. Isulong natin po iyan. Okay, thank you. Exactly, sir.
Sa media, we need this also.
Yes.
On the saying, no me that cannot have it, we cannot give what we don't have.
Yes. At kung kailangan po ang DOH, kami po ay tutulong sa inyo kung paano po umpisahan yan. Okay, thank you po.
Hello po, good afternoon po. Eden Arias po, ng Radyo Siram. Sa HIV po, sir. Tanong ko lang, di ba halimbawa nga yung isang tao nga, sabi nyo nga kanina, na marami ang mga nahihiya na hindi nagpapa-check up at ayaw nilang malaman kung mayroon silang HIV o wala. Dahil sa tagal na namamalagi to at sikreto sa katawan niya, na kahit nakakaramdam na siya, ano po ang, pwede ba siyang maging HIV to AIDS, ganon, pag lumala na?
Yes, opo. Yun po yung pupuntahan ng HIV infection. Kasi the more na dumadami yung number of HIV virus sa katawan po ninyo, the more na sinisira niya yung immune system. Ngayon, pag nahihirapan na or talagang hirap na yung immune system po natin, that's the time, syempre bagsak na. So, may makasalamuha kang may TB or may cancer na may cancer ka na pala within your body, dun yun po na sila magsisilabasan. So mas prone ka na sa TB, mas madali kang mahawaan and sa iba pang diseases. Kaya kung late na po yung diagnosis, dun na po nagiging poor yung prognosis ng ating PLHIVs. Pero hindi po yan absolute kasi marami kaming naging pasyente na kahit po bedridden na, butot balat na, pero napainom pa namin ng gamot. Ilang weeks, ilang buwan, nakalabas ng ospital, naglalakad, namumuhay po ngayon. So, case-to-case din basis po yan. But again, prevention is better than cure, but also early detection will lead to a better outcome po sa ating persons living with HIV.
Yung personal data nito na itatago naman, hindi naman sinasabi. Halimbawa ngayon nagpa-check up, hindi naman po sinasabi na, ayan ngayon si may HIV ngayon, araw kaan. Hindi naman.
Hindi po lahat po ng health workers namin are bounded by the medical privacy. Kahit na po kami, kung kami ay magkaroon ng violation na shinare, may sanction po kami ayon sa batas.
Ano-ano po ang mga sintomas ng mayroong HIV?
Ayan, thank you. Wala pong definitive na sign and symptom to HIV. But ang common sign and symptom na nakikita po ng ating mga person living with HIV that leads them na magpa-check up, common. Fever, cough and colds, hindi mawala-wala yung ubo, namamaga yung lymph nodes kasi nga po, sign of infection, sudden loss of weight, yung mga, and kuminsan may mga namamantal-mantal. Ngayon, again, hindi yung definitive for HIV. Signs yon na may ongoing infection yung katawan mo, just like fever. Fever is a natural defense ng ating katawan kapag may infection. So, kung sa tingin mo po, nagkaroon, let's say, high risk ka, 90+% of our numbers for PLHIV, sexual transmission. So, if meron kang nangyaring mga sexual episodes before, then let's say weeks or months, kasi hindi po yan agad lumalabas kasi depende pa sa pagkikipaglaban ng katawan mo and depende kung gaano kadaming virus yung na-transmit sa'yo. Ngayon, kung pabalik-balik yan, hindi nawawala, na-rule out na wala ka naman talagang ibang sakit, ngunit merong mga ganyang sintomas na basta ka nalang may fever, yung ubo mo, namamaga, may mga lumalabas na skin infections, yun po maaari ay early symptoms na ng HIV infection. Pero again, yung mga signs and symptoms na yun, hindi yun specifically just for HIV.
Thank you po. Mga ilang buwan po bago siya ma-cure? Halimbawa, nagkaroon na siya ng HIV, na pa-check up na. Mga ilang buwan siya pwedeng gumaling?
Again, walang cure. Walang cure po ito, no? Ang sabi natin, ang gamot ng HIV ay sinosuppress lang yung virus. Kumbaga, diyan ka lang. Sa level na yan, kasi sa level na yan, hindi ka nakakagawa ng harm or hindi ka nakakapag-transmit sa iba. Now, ilang buwan, kapag uminom na ng gamot, depende po kung ilan na yung bilang ng virus. May iba, nade-detect kami 1 million plus na kasi may ganyan po yung numbering namin. 1 million ngayon yung kanyang viral load, yung iba 1,000 lang yung kanyang viral load. Ngayon, kung let's say, mababa pa lang yung viral load mo, konti pa lang yung virus sa katawan mo kasi na-diagnose ka agad, mas madali po na napapababa natin to less than 50 yung viral load na we can say na hindi po yun nakakahawa. So again, depende po yun sa bilang ng virus sa katawan ng tao.
Kay Madam naman po. Madam, sa labas baga, may mga nakikita tayo na palakad-lakad, may mga diferensya ang isip nila. May magagawa pa po ba yung DOH para magamot?
Actually, nasagot ko na po yan kanina. Diniscuss ko po yan kanina. Sinabi ko po kanina, uulitin ko po ulit, na kapag may nakita po tayong mga taong gumagala-gala sa labas, ito po ay malaki po ang responsibility ng ating LGU to respond with that. No? Kaya lang po, hindi po madali na kumuha ng isang tao nagagala-gala na wala pong permiso. And yan po ang dahilan kung bakit po marami pong mga LGUs na hindi kaagad nakakaresponde sapagkat kailangan pag-usapan, no? Nang hindi lang po isang ahensya, kundi within the LGU, they need to collaborate that in terms of how it will be referred to the BMC. For example, ang isang tao po kasi, pagbibigyan po ng intervention, kailangan po ng informed consent dyan. Ngayon, kung ang isang tao po ay gagala-gala at hindi alam kung taga saan, so kailangan ng unang responde po dyan, i-assess ng ating social worker. Pero kung halimbawa, lalo na kung minor de edad, so kailangan po social worker po ang mag-i-evaluate or mag-a-assess po niyan. So that's the time because they have their welfare program. So yan po yung isa sa mga programang kailangan tingnan. At syempre, minsan yung impression natin sa mga taong may problema sa isip, baka violente, no? Ganun yung natatakot tayo sa kanila. Where in fact, sila yung natatakot sa atin. Sapagkat may mga sitwasyon na sa pagiging violente, sila yung nasasaktan. Sila ang mas vulnerable. Meron ngang tanong na bakit daw walang batas para sa mga tao para sila daw po ay hulihin. Ang tanong ko naman, binalik ko sa ating mga tao, sino ba ang may tamang kaisipan? Tayo dapat yung nakakaintindi. Sapagkat ang mga taong may sakit sa isip ay dapat nasa pagamutan. No? Kailangan natin ng tulong sa kanila. Sila yung dapat natulungan. No? At yung pagtutulong o yung pag-refer po ng isang taong may problema sa isip ay hindi po isang responsibilidad ng isa lang. Kaya nga po, malaki ang papel ng isang LGU na gumawa po ng isang programa para po ma-address ang mental health issues. Hindi lang po kasi gamot ang kailangan ng isang taong may problema sa isip. Kailangan po na siguraduhin na bawat bigyan ng gamot dyan ay sumasang-ayon, may konsente. Okay? Pangalawa po, sa public or sa mental health issues, kailangan yung safety dyan. Kaya nakikita po natin na tinatawagan po natin ng tulong yung PNP to address on that safety issues. So, iniiwasan din po natin na ikulong yung mga taong may problema sa isip. So, this is a big violation on the human rights. Kaya hinikayat po natin na in adherence to our Republic Act 11036, ng bawat LGU po talaga ay magkaroon ng established na mental health program. Pag-usapan po yan kung ano po ang maaari po nating maitulong sa mga taong kailangan, no? Yung kanilang kalinga. It's a multi-sectoral partnership and approach that has to be done. It cannot be addressed just an overnight solution. So it has to be supported until such time that they will be reintegrated to the community. Nagka-problema yan minsan dahil sa family nila, ginamot, no, ng ating mga health facilities. But the end of that, babalik sa community. So with that, we need to ensure that there are ready community-based mental health that will support the continuous welfare, no, ng ating mga patient. That's what we are looking at, no, na ma-strengthen natin yung ating community base. So mahabang proseso. Pero ang pinakamaganda, at least pinag-uusapan natin, nakikita natin yung problema so that we will be able to identify, no, strategically what effective mechanism or actions that should be made, no, and to translate that in our local system. Thank you.
Elmer Anyoneva po, Radyo Bandera. Ma'am, follow up ko lang po dyan, ma'am. Yung may mga madre po, simbahan, na tumutulong po dyan, nag-cater po sila ng yung mga lumalapit sa kanila para po tulungan. Ito po ba ay nagpapatuloy at ito po ba ay napakalaking tulong para po sa DOH na may iba't iba po tayong professional na tumutulong po doon sa mga reported na may mga mental problem?
Ito may pananalamin sa ating community na there are some NGOs or faith-based groups who are also ready to help, no, our community. In our direction, we really recognize and appreciate those faith-based and our NGOs are already providing some mental health services. Ang kailangan lang po natin na i-concretize lang po yan, na magkaroon po tayo ng structured na intervention. Pag sinabing structured, kailangan pinagpaplanuhan na makapagbigay tayo ng kumbaga fit-in na interventions that will protect the well-being of a person. So remember, in the recovery of a patient, nasabi ko po kanina, na it will be reintegrated again to the community or to the family. At tama po yung sinabi mo, sir, na isa po yung mga religious group na maaari pong magkapagbigay ng mga intervention through the support system. Kasi sa programa po ng mental health, kailangan po collective yung intervention. Kung ang tao pong nagka-problema, nagkaroon ng sakit sa isip, ay nang dahil sa pamilya niya, dahil walang trabaho, ni kapag-aral, walang bahay, walang makain, yun yung dapat na tinutugunan sa isang community na nakikita po natin na hindi lang isang health ang kailangan po dyan. Bagkus yung lahat ng mga ahensya at iba pa pong hindi, mga religious or other organization that can contribute to the welfare or well-being of that person. Ganun po natin iniimahe, no? Tinitingnan kung paano po tayo makapagbigay ng komprehensibo na community-based in our community where everybody who have support or resources can provide a structured program in our community. But it takes a good leadership to do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Kay Doc Montre po. Doc, noong pong medyo matagal na ito, mga mid-90s, early 2000, palagi po kaming kasama noon ni City Health, si Madam Lay Ballesteros, ma'am, Doc, tungkol sa campaign sa AIDS. Noon po, noong mga panahon na yon, ang kampanya po ng DOH ay parang nakapokus doon po sa mga, noon ang tawag mga GRO pa. Parang sila yung may dala po ng AIDS. Yun po, noong mga early 90s po yan. So paano po nabago ito, Doc, na lahat, hindi na nakapokus po doon sa mga, kasi noon may mga balita pa na parang magkakaroon ng contact tracing, kung sino yung mga nakagamit. Ano po ngayon ang status na nito sa pag-iimbestiga ng DOH po? Thank you.
Ayan. So, una po, sir, again, hindi tayo gagamit ng sila yung may mga AIDS. Kasi kung may AIDS sila, hindi sila nakakapagtrabaho. No? Sila yung posibleng, again, kinoy natin na kapag GRO, merong HIV. Hindi po dapat. No? Nagkakataon lang na nung dating 80s, 90s natin, yung mga cases natin na nada-diagnose sa kanila. Again, yung unang case nga natin sa Pilipinas, sa Pampanga, kasi andun yung base militar. No? Ngayon, noon po, defined kasi yung ating mga red light district, di po ba? Nakikita natin, na-identify natin kung saan sila. So, doon kami noon nakatutok. Pero ngayon po kasi, the landscape has changed. Hindi naman may mga nag-aabang pa rin, pero ngayon po, it's on the social media. May mga applications po na hindi ko na sasabihin na talagang is being used kasi nakikita po, may app, nakikita niya kung saan lugar sa Legazpi or sino-sino dito yung naghahanap ng sexual activity. So, ganun na po ka-advanced and ganun na siya ka-open, ka-accessible sa ating youth. So, our approach to this has also changed. While may mga mini-maintain pa tayong talagang tinetest natin, but we're going to those groups and populations po na nakakuha na po sila more on the social media. Kung ang iba ang tinatawag natin freelance, no? Yung iba nag-o-offer ng ibang services, kunyari massage, pero may extra service. Hindi sila yung andyan sa may establishment po talaga. Naghahanap sila ng ibang rooms na sila yung nagbabayad mismo just to offer this kind of service. So, nag-evolve na po yung ating pagtitest. And ang term po namin ay hindi kami nag-iimbestiga or nagko-contact trace. No? We offer testing to all, but especially to those who have risky behavior. No? So that's a more mas akmang pamamaraan po yun kaysa naman nag-iimbestiga kami na parang, yun nga, again, it adds to the stigma. Bakit kayo imbestigahan? Yung ibang sakit naman dyan na, sakit pa rin naman, ubo, hindi ka naman naiimbestigahan kung sinong umubo sa'yo. So bakit dito kailangan imbestigahan kung sino yung posibleng nakapagdala sa'yo ng virus? No? So again, the landscape has changed, so we have evolved also po. And kaya nga po, we bring to us different modalities ng testing na. Hindi lang naghihintay yung ating social hygiene clinic sa Legazpi City Health Office. Kuminsan, pumupunta na kami sa mga iba't ibang barangay or kuminsan nga po sa mga parks or open spaces. Kung may mga festival, andyan po yung team namin nag-o-offer ng free HIV testing. Ngayon, ito nakikita nyo, pinapublic na po namin. Noon, very much, privacy, dapat hindi nakikita kung sino yung nagpapatest. Ngayon po, pinapakita na namin. Why? Because we want to normalize. Gusto po namin sa ang HIV testing maging normal na bagay. Parang magpapaano ka, magpapa-BP, or magpapa-blood chem, or magpapa-urine test. Walang question. So, kapag dito naman, magpapa-HIV test ako. No? So, again, we remove the stigma na makikita ng mga tao na, may nagpapa-HIV test. Pwede naman pala, accessible. So, again, kayo po, even you, we encourage you to have at least magpa-test kayo once in your life. And if you have risky behaviors, then do it more often. Kasi para ma-ensure po natin na kwan po kayo, safe po kayo, and wala po kayong HIV infection.
Okay, so good afternoon to Dr. Balawis, ma'am. About po ito sa mental health, ano? Ayon po sa inyo kanina, mayroon pong manda or batas or mandato para sa mga local government units na iporsige ang pagtulong po sa DOH para sa mental health. Meron na po bang hakbang ang inyo pong hanay para pukpukin ang mga local government units na mapuntahan po ang grassroots level? Dahil for several areas na napuntahan ko about mental health issues, may mga pagkukulang po talaga, no? Na hindi po sila nararating ng serbisyo. At marami po sa data kanina na i-present ninyo, marami po ang mga mental health workers na nakatalaga sa bawat probinsya sa buong Kabigulan. Ngunit marami din po ang mga problema na hindi po napupuntahan. Gusto ko lang maitanong, kailangan po ba talaga ng family ang pupunta po sa mental health worker o meron po dapat silang programa na sila po ang pumunta sa baba para po makita nila yung problema? Kasi kung mag-aantay lang po sila sa opisina, gaya po na nabanggit ninyo a while ago, nahihiya din po yung ibang pamilya, lalong na yung may mga kaya. Ano po? Na instead na pupunta sila doon sa mga health workers, pupunta sila sa kung saan-sang institusyon para doon magpagamot. Buti yung may pera. Pero yung mga walang-wala na kagaya ko, paano po ngayon ito kung sakaling nasa far-flung areas sila na di po naaabot ng serbisyo? At aside from that, ma'am, ang bullying maybe isang nagiging source din po ito ng mental illness, ano? Yung mga guidance counselors natin sa schools, mayroon po bang programa ang Department of Education na makipag-ugnayan po sa inyo para po dito sa intervention? Dahil may mga bata na nabubuli sa schools na hindi po nabibigyan ng interventions, minsan nauuwi po, kagaya ng nabanggit natin kanina, with due respect sa word na gagamitin ko, yung pagsusuicide, ano? Na dahil doon, hindi nakapagkukwento sa kanyang magulang, sa kaibigan, nauuwi sa suicide. Meron na po ba na intervention program ang mga eskwelahan o ang DepEd po patungkol dito? Thank you very much po.
Okay, so ako po I always recognize and appreciated whenever our media professional raised that issue because that was actually very valid questions and perennial questions, no, na nire-raise po sa atin. Yung first question about establishment of the mental health sa LGU sa baba. I believe the role of the DILG is very imperative, no? And that's the reason why we engage them to be part of the Bicol Council. Because when we talk about the implementation, we know for a fact that each LGU has a prerogative to do that. So it depends on how they can do that because we see na every LGU has a unique situation, unique budget, unique, you know. So it has a, we really need to strengthen our partnership and collaboration with mandated agency. And I believe the council would be a platform, no? May magagawa po yung council para to engage also the DILG to help us, no, to address that, especially strengthening the establishment of mental health, no, in the LGU. But we would like also to inform that there are already LGUs who have a good practices when it comes to the mental health services. And we always ensure that those LGUs who are champions in the name of mental health services we always partner with them, engage them, no, to showcase their practices para makita po ng iba na kaya pala or feasible palang gawin na yung ganitong klaseng mga programa na integrated yung mental health sa ating primary health care at the LGUs. Now, in the second questions, how can we make more accessible or let us kumbaga, reverse it, no? In fact, you are correct, sir. The reason why we are bringing the strategy community-based, no, in our community, because this is also one of the findings that we've seen in our research. In as much that we have resources, but the people do not want to access that, we cannot do something about that. But we want to move our people, or especially the service providers, to do the follow-ups. And yan po ang dahilan kung bakit sinuportahan ng PhilHealth yung ating programa sa mental health. Meron po tayo, kasi siyempre kailangan may kapirahan din sa pagsusustain at pag-i-improve ng mental health services. So, nilagyan po ng mga indicators. Kumbaga, hinikayat yung ating LGUs na kailangan para po ma-ensure na meron po tayong dekalidad na mga mental health services, tutulungan namin kayo. May return of investment. Kailangan lang pong i-meet yung criteria para maitawid po natin yung ganong klaseng konsepto na yung mga service providers from the LGUs or RHs will be able also to reach out the people for the far-flung and the community. Because in fact, when we view the resources or the health workforce of our LGUs, we would like also to understand their situation that not most of the LGUs have substantive or sufficient staff to do that. So what we want now is to engage our community through the community support, no? The peer support, the community support. Let us engage them so that they themselves will be more how we call it, empowered, no, to help the mental health services. For example, pag may nabuo po tayo, ito na yung sinusulong natin ngayon. Sa ating programa, nahikayatin, empower yung mga kabataan. Kasi totoo po yun. Sa ating pong datos, mataas po ang suicide rate ng mga kabataan. Kaya yung focus ng strategy ngayon, kahapon po ay hinikayat po natin yung mga youth leaders to be part of our leaders, no? Na maging boses, pag-usapan kung paano po natin strategize na mabigyan ng ma-access ng mga kabataan yung mga services na meron po tayo. So, tinitingnan po natin ang lahat po ng mga champions na maaari pong tumulong sa atin ay on board on the implementation because this is a very big issues. We're talking about the public issues, but we are so confident enough, no? And we are so vigilant to do that because it takes a lot of lives, no? Marami na pong nawala sa buhay na mahal natin na kailangan po natin gawan ng hindi paraan, kundi aksyon, matibay na aksyon para masiguro natin na mababawasan natin ng numerong ganon. Now, with the third questions po, yung sa Department of Education, Department of Education is one of the partners in our Bicol Council for Mental Health. And again, you are very observant, sir. I really appreciated the question you raised because this is also one of the issues that we are tackling with the Department of Education. So we raised the suicide and we are ensuring, appraising how it was implemented, no? In fact, Director Sadsad is one of our partners. We have already a memorandum of understanding on how we can help also. We can be of big help in the Department of Education. They actually, he said that they also need help from the Department of Health in terms of the technical assistance, like for example, training of their teachers and guidance counselor to become more competent in giving some service providers. So that's how we complement now. Although it's not an overnight solution, but we believe, I think this is a very good avenue for us to improve our strategies. And not only that, we will not only limit to the key partners stipulated in our Republic Act 11036, but we would like to engage more people to get more vigilant in our mental health. Hindi natin kasi alam we're a human being, especially the families, no? As I've mentioned, tama yung observation, siguro dahil sa balita po, kaya talagang very empirical. gusto ko yung gano'n, na grounded yung ating mga nire-report, no? Masyado tayong observant. Pabata ng pabata, parami ng marami ano yung ating ginagawa, no? Kaya with this issue, nakita natin na kailangan hindi tayo talaga hihinto sa paggawa ng mga solusyon. Kailangan lahat po on board, no? Kailangan po ay maging responsable, no, sa bawat kumbaga mandato na ibinigay po sa atin, no? So, yun po yung sinusulong ng council ngayon. So, sinisingil din, what I mean, because we have already an understanding, may arrangement na kami. So, yung mga arrangement namin, kailangan tinitingnan kung ito po ba ay nagawa na or ginagawa pa lang. So, nire-remind yung bawat isa, no? Chini-check na ito yung ating mga recommendation. Because, malinaw naman kung ano yung mga strategies na dapat gawin. Ang dami nating pulisiya di ba? Ang dami nating pulisiya pero hanggang tingin na lang ba yan? So, kailangan tingnan natin kung talagang naisasakatuparan po yung lahat na yon. At naibabangga natin sa talagang needs ng ating mga target participants. So, sabi ko nga, ang mental health program, ang Department of Health, tinitingnan po yung 3 aspeto kung talagang nako-cover yung interventions, no? Yung community, yung school, at yung workplace. Ngayon po, sinusulong natin maigi yung ating school and workplace. Kaya nga, di ba, pinag-uusapan natin yung caring for carers at sa school. So ito pa yung direction natin. And with that, we also reinforcing the establishment of peer support and community support. So expanding more partners. So we need that. And alam po natin, malaking papel din po yung media professionals to be our partners to give this information to reach out people who may not know aware of this kind of services.
Thank you, Ma'am Wen. So we're down to our last 2 questions. Pag may mga questions pa po kayo, just approach me or send us a message sa Facebook natin. All right, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Doc. Good afternoon, Ma'am Wendy. During the time of pandemic, marami pong before and after ng pandemic, marami pong tinamaan na mga tao karoon ng mental health problem. Kaya ngayon, maraming makikita mo na babae, lalaki, minsan nakikita natin sa kalsada, sabi po nga sa kanta, malayo ang tingin, wala namang tinatanaw. May yung mga kapamilya nila, gusto naman nilang tulungan na malunasan yung kanyang karamdaman. Subalit, pagdating po sa mga pagamutan, for example, sa dadalahan ng mga may sakit, kulang po ang pasilidad ng ating gobyerno at kung minsan, inaayawan po ng, for example, yung kadlan kasi wala daw pong taong dapat may bantay yung pasyente.
Ang unang sagot ko po dyan, if it is hypothetical question, halimbawa, was it really coming from the patient na kulang? Okay, so we will address that, no? Na-mention ko po kanina na kailangan i-verify natin, yun siguro ang unang step, no? Na talaga po bang hindi sila in-accept na ating facility? Or kulang lang yung information or kulang yung support ng family? Kasi nabanggit ko na po kanina, ang ating pong mga health facilities ay hindi po yan basta tatanggap kung wala pong kasamang aako ng responsibility. So there should be an accountability on the part of the family. So that is number 1 because we want to get the informed consent. Kasi pag ang isang tao po may problema sa isip at nakita po at na-diagnose siya ng doktor, hindi po maaring bigyan ng intervention dyan unless otherwise it is an emergency case. No? So yan po ang sinasabi po sa ating batas. Ngayon, kung hindi po yun emergency case, siguro yun po yung nakikita ninyo na hindi po na-accept. No? Yun po yung mga insidente na hindi po na-accept because there are some exception to the rule, especially those non-emergency cases who were directly referred to our psychiatric, but part of the protocol, of course, they should set informed consent. In the absence of the family, it should have a custody, and the custody should be given by an LGU. So that's
okay.
number one.
Ma'am, another question. Mostly ngayon yung mga kabataan in the age of 2 years old, pag hindi mo lang pinagbigyan ng gusto niyang panoorin sa television, for example sa YouTube, nagwawala. Nagwawala. Pero pag binuksan nila yung YouTube, ang tinitingnan talaga ng pelikula, yung hindi po akma sa kanila, paano po magagawa nilang paraan ng DOH para magkaroon tayo ng advocacy sa ganitong sistema?
Okay. So that is number one, responsible parenthood. The guidance of the parents is very critical. Because especially nowadays, we are now in the digital age. And we know that when we were exposed, the children, especially below 18 years old, we should guide them, no? Especially yung mga social media. So the role of the parents is very important. We do not want them to get engaged into addiction. Kasi meron na pa tayong tinatawag na addiction in gadgets. So ayaw nating ma-fall sila ganon. Kasi it can be addicted. And addiction is already a mental health condition. No? Kasama na rin po yan na ginagamot. Lumabas na rin po yan, no, sa ating WHO yung addiction sa gadgets, no. Kaya malaki po ang papel since ito yung maaari natin bigyan ng diin, especially sa mga family, especially yung mga bata, no. Malaki po ang guidance ng mga magulang sa pag-guide sa kanilang mga, kasi minsan binibigay po yung gadget, parang yun na lang yung pang-pamper nila para hindi umiyak, which is not suitable on their age. Yung mga bata, dapat ginagabay yan, tinuturuan kung bakit kailangan pinapaliwanag. Kaya kung ini-expose yun yan sa gadget, walang interaction dyan. Walang magsasabi po dyan na ito ay mali, ito ay tama. Kaya yung bata po, nag-iisip siya, lahat na nakikita niya ay tama. So, ganun yun. So, the role of the parent is very important. Now, if you will put that in the context of intervention, again, there's a major responsibility in the community, in the school, community and school. So yung strategy niyan, papasok yung mga intervention. Community and school. Department of Education, sa community, maaari pong isa yan sa mga psychoeducations na ibibigay natin. Please do not forget the rule of thumb in the mental health. The psychoeducation is the number one. Okay, kasama po dyan yung parental guidance ng ating mga magulang. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much po for that wonderful palitan ng conversation. So thank you so much po, Ma'am Wendy and Sir Banico. Now, let us proceed for giving of certification of appreciation.
Ayan, so stay put lang po tayo sa mga natira po dito kasi magkakaroon po tayo ng Pledge of Commitment signing.
Certificate of appreciation will be given to Mr. Samuel Banico. Sabay na po.
Sabay na
And
po.
same certificate of appreciation will be given to Miss Windaline G. Baluis. And same certificate will be given to the SHIP.
Sustained Health
Sustained Health
Initiatives
Ship
of
in
the Philippines. Hi, Ma'am Cass. Tara po. Tsaka si Sir Renz. Sabihan nyo na lang. Yes.
Right, thank you so much. Definitely, our participants have learned a lot from you. With this, we hope that our media will be more mindful and more cautious on how they report certain information, especially considering how certain writing styles affect the audience's way of comprehension.
All right, so this brings us to this very important moment. May we ask for our media partners to please stand. Tayo po tayo and raise our right hand. And repeat after me po for our pledge of commitment. All right. We, the media practitioners and health communicators of the Bicol region, solemnly commit to uphold the highest standards of ethical and responsible journalism in reporting health-related issues, especially those concerning HIV, AIDS, mental health, and suicide. We commit to sharing health information that is accurate, evidence-based, and free from sensationalism. We will amplify voices that promote health equity and foster public trust. We pledge to use our platforms to promote truth, compassion, and cultural sensitivity. We will protect the dignity and privacy of individuals, counter stigma and misinformation, and foster public understanding. Thank you very much po. Pwede na po tayong ano. And so don't forget po to i-flash po natin yung CS form dito sa ating LED para po masagutan po natin. Please po. And
for
po
the
pala, pwede
signature
na po
muna.
tayong magpirma.
So let's proceed po dito sa
sa
unahan
ating
po.
wall. And grab a
Music,
pen na lang,
please.
marker na lang po.
Apo, kayo saan parte po dyan? Again po, after po makapag-sign sa Pledge of Commitment, mag-scan na lang po ng QR code for our CSS form. CSS Form 2 for the venue and CSS Form 3 for the speakers.
Ayan, so wag muna po tayo umalis kasi magpi-picture taking pa po tayo. Ayan, sige, upo na kayo, sir. Magpi-picture taking na po tayo, ha? Group photo after. Thank you.
Tikotik ka na.
Alright, so proceed na po tayo dito.
Sige na po, yung mga tapos na
Group
po.
photos po
yes,
tayo.
picture na po tayo. Ayan.
Sige na po, pwede na po umupo dito yung iba po.
Yung iba po pwedeng umupo dito. Huwag na kayo mahiya. Yan. Upo na po. Sige na, go. Tapos na ba? Ay, nagpipirma pa sila. Yung iba po, dito po sa left, para pantay. Sabay na po lahat. Sabay-sabay na. Isa pa po sa official cam sa likod. Thank you very much po. Yung mga certificates po ninyo, meron po kayo dyan sa ating registration area. Kunin nyo na lang po bago tayo umalis. And then yung mga forms po natin, pa-fill out na lang po. Thank you. Paki-flash po ulit nung ano. Lahat na
Yes
po
po.
ba nakapag-fill
And
out?
siguro, magsiupuan po muna ulit tayo. Okay na. So to officially close our program, may we call on Miss Danica Caballero, our HEPO 2 of the Communications Management Unit.
So ayan, maraming salamat po sa pag-attend sa ating second Media Health Summit. So on behalf of the Department of Health, Bicol, we extend our deepest gratitude to every media practitioner, health communicator, and who joined this transformative summit. Today, we did more than share insights. We built bridges of trust, sparked new collaborations, and reaffirmed our shared commitment to ethical, inclusive, and life-saving health communication. So again po, as we move forward, may the stories we tell uplift communities, and may the facts we share empower action. And may the partnership we forge today continue to strengthen our region's resilience and unity. So maraming salamat po, at patuloy po nating magsama-sama po tayong ipatuloy ang serbisyong Salud Bicol North para po sa bagong Pilipinas. So maraming salamat po, at see you po when we see you. So again, mag-contact na lang po kayo sa Communications Management Unit kung meron po kayong mga concerns sa Department of Health.
Alright, thank you so much po, Ma'am Danica. As our longtime partner in the information dissemination drive of the Department of Health, we extend our utmost gratitude and appreciation to our media partners who have continuously supported our health programs. The DOH Bicol CHD, through the leadership of our Regional Director, Dr. Rosa Maria Birrempillo, is optimistic that through you, our media partners, we can be able to communicate important messages to the public and help them shape health-seeking behaviors as well as make healthy decisions for their future.
Thank you very much po once again. And sana po makita-kita po tayo ulit. This has been your host, Maite Denise Bobis.
And I'm Kenneth Poldado from the Communications Management Unit of DOH Bicol CHD in today's Media Health Summit 2025. Patuloy nating ipadugos ang serbisyong Salud Bicol North. And pahabol, we would like to thank our event management, the Starla Events Management.
DOH-CHD, Servisyo Salud Bicol North. kita gabos, magtarabang, magkaigwang, maray na salud. DOH may dekalidad na serbisyo, madaling dulog ko nagtatawag, nagpapadabang. Mga programa nagkasama ng sinda sa serbisyo, matawang solusyon ang mga kahilangan. DOH-CHD, DOH-CHD, serbisyong salud ikonon. Ika ako, kita gabos, magtarabang, magkaigwang, maray na salud. Buon sa inulan, ipangaki sa kod na kita magdakula. Immunization, vaccination, sa tuig inaon. Mag-ibo maagi, maiwasan ambisyon. Regular na check-up ang kaibuhan. DOH-CHD, DOH-CHD, serbisyong salud ikonon. Ika ako, kita gabos, magkarabang, magkaigwang, maray na salud. Balanseng pagkaon, tamang katurog, ehersisyo, magsumba, magpabibi, magtimbang. Dapat kita magmano, magpartisipan. Ano man sa tindang relihiyon, natinda sa buhay. Mga pagiramdam lamang ini para iwasan. Kita magtarabangan sa programa ka, Department